Whether or not you win this thing, you've got to decide how you're going to walk out of here when it's all said and done. Because the game is going to go on. And there's only one rule you're going to need to know about. There are no second chances. There's only this moment and the next moment. Every given moment is you. It's you versus them. You versus no. You versus can't. You versus next year, last year, statistics, excuses. It's you versus history. You versus the odds. It's you versus second place. Clock is ticking. Let's see what you got.
Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Experience.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh,
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We got Super P. He's on the phones and pulling show prep. And then Lord of the Jackets got TV handle. They're your interns today, getting their degree in common sense. Old Gregory's back. We'll talk to Greg about his Puppy Patrol delivery. And cannot wait for that. We got quite the update. Helmsy is here, and so that means the Good Time Gang is in full force today. We got things covered for this 1 hour. Then Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show today. A part of RBU this week is head coach for UAB football, Trent Dilfer. He'll be in studio today, and we'll record RBU today. That'll drop Saturday morning for all of you Rick and Bubba University podcast subscribers. If you're not subscribed, make sure that you go to wherever you get your podcast, search Rick and Bubba University, and get those notifications and subscriptions set up so you know when everything hits. You can also follow us on social media at Rick and Bubba. We also send out links on Saturday morning. That's when it publishes. So a lot going on today. Let's bring everybody in. You heard me mention their names. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hey. Reunited all together. Here we
What's
go.
Happening? How's everybody doing? How's old Puppy Patrol?
It's getting there. It's been quite the journey. We've all followed it. Y'all have had fun watching me suffer.
That's
I get
right.
it. And getting them delivered, and then there was one.
Oh, and then there
we
was
got
one.
one to go.
We're down to one.
But yeah, it's been quite the run.
Yesterday you delivered three. A total of three.
Yes,
So,
two in one stop, and then one. Yeah,
Yeah, and now we're down to just Elvis.
just Elvis.
Just Elvis, the solid black one, if
Yeah.
y'all have been following along.
And we pull that exchange off, and then that'll be all of them.
And that's today post-show scheduled, if
Yep.
Lisa allows it.
What? Look,
I'm just kidding.
I know.
It's hard. It is. And now, especially I would think, and down to the last one, he's by himself. That would probably be kind of hard.
And
if,
guys, the whole thing
for her, I can
the way that
imagine
goes,
that.
it wasn't like the dog had them and she raised them. The feeding them,
Oh, yeah.
my goodness,
Mm-hmm.
from the beginning.
I get it. I know. So can I ask you?
And I looked yesterday, like I was saying, and now they've hit a growth spurt. Also, I looked and they're all kind of big. Well,
Yeah.
I say big, but they're still puppies.
It's week, what, 8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So let me ask you a question real quick when it comes to, logistically kind of how this is working. So you're down to Elvis. So y'all come back, and now Elvis is in the swimming pool by himself. So what do you do?
no, he was brought
I
in.
bet he's inside.
He was brought in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's going to be a little.
He would have been inside our house, too. I can
yeah,
sure.
he brought in and
Did he get to
Probably when
experience-
you got down to 4, they would have been in the house at our house.
they were in more than they were.
they were
than 8.
fed in. I know that because you told us that story.
It's
She just
hilarious.
opens the door and here they come.
Yeah.
Did Elvis get to experience the Helix sleep mattress?
No,
or-
he had his little pallet on the
Okay.
floor,
All right.
and then Lisa actually stayed in there on the couch with him.
Oh, bless her.
So anyway, I knew. She said, "There's no way I'm putting him out there." But she said he ain't never been by himself since he's born. I said, "Well, you're right."
Here we go. Yeah.
But
Yeah. Well, they're her baby.
and he's got a good personality. He wouldn't handle. Now Georgie, who we gave away yesterday, Georgie's great, but he's loud.
Okay.
and he would have been hollering. So, but because he hollered in the trip when we were meeting the person to give him to. He hollered the whole way.
I bet he continued to do that after you left him.
Yeah.
She gave us a report and said it went good. So
Okay, well, that's
good.
great.
And everybody's been at least been texting back with everybody. Like I say, Tom's on the road driving a big rig.
And you said those pictures coming in.
Yes,
they're
it's hilarious.
funny.
Him in the rig, and whenever they go into a new state, they got that's fun. And it's been quite the 8 weeks.
And then there was one.
Then we're down.
So are you
1.
telling me that if things go well, and I'm putting this in the proper
I got you.
presentation, so I don't mojo anything, but if things go as scheduled, when your head hits the pillow tonight, you'll be puppy free?
Yes.
Wow.
Holy mackerel!
It's big.
8 weeks. Going on that big 9 Sunday.
And then there was Millie,
And then there's great Millie who
Mama Millie, who doesn't like you,
on that.
who doesn't like you.
You know, dogs are a hassle. How about a dog that you have that's still a hassle but don't even like you? So
that is a very good point, because one of the things that really makes me pay attention to the dogs, pet the dogs, when they jump on the couch and instead of getting mad at them, kind of, hey, buddy, what you doing? You know what makes me do all that? Them liking me.
Exactly.
So I can't imagine.
You try to get mad, then they come up with their head.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine having the world with Millie.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
I mean, last night I'm sitting there, and Coco and Blue are just sitting there staring at me, and Amanda goes, "Will you pet them? They are so starved for you to pet them right now." And I just loved on them, and I thought, these dogs love me.
Yeah.
I can't imagine having one that doesn't like me.
This is the first time I've had one that didn't, to be honest.
Yeah.
Normally, my dogs like me a lot. Mr. Buddy thinks I'm the greatest thing in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Here he comes. Of course,
he
he's ready
comes.
for his life to get back to normal.
I bet.
And,
But I'll say this: I've had pets in my life that kind of acted like Millie. There was and for good reason, because I would probably as a kid tortured it. But you do things, and you don't think you're torturing them, but they probably are.
Yeah, you think you're loving them.
I know
you're
my
loving them to
mom.
death.
My mom has had a few dogs that did not like me.
Oh, you picked at them and stuff.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
Well, it's always fun.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But I was young and stupid and thought they liked it for some reason.
Well, yeah, I was the same way.
Has Millie come into the garage and like extended that neck and like wondering, hey, where's my puppies?
Where'd everybody
She
go?
did for a good while. She'd stand outside the door because we had her locked out.
Uh-huh.
And, look, she did the best she could. She had a hard time. She had surgery, but she
He's
birthed
defending
them,
Millie.
had surgery.
Yeah.
They had to cut her open, and then she come back and nurses. She about a week and a half, then she was done.
Mm-hmm.
But she had a tough time. I mean,
had a
let's
tough
be
time.
honest, she's probably not just a little over a year old. She's not very old.
Yeah. Well, maybe she'll come around. Now, Lisa presents it as though it's you the reason, and back to what Helmsy just said as to why Millie doesn't kind of.
What did I do to her?
I don't know. She says it's the way you talk to her.
Well, Millie likes Lisa. I'll give her that. She's right.
Well, yeah, because Lisa probably's like, hey, sugar, hey.
Yeah, but she's still this. Well, anyway.
All
But
right,
this whole drama that we've all had fun at is about to come. And hey, and the listeners stepped up as usual.
Yeah.
Come on. And I've met some really great people. We've got them, like I say, from Kentucky, Mississippi. Mm-hmm. It's been really good. It's been fun.
So the ones yesterday that you gave away, are they keeping the names or are they going to change them?
I think they've changed. I believe they've changed all of them.
Okay. All right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. One puppy left, y'all.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today. Whether you're hosting the crew or just looking to bring a little summer to your table, HelloFresh has just what you need, from seasonal recipes to crowd-pleasing eats like a bratwurst bar and s'mores bundle for the kids. HelloFresh makes summer entertaining a cinch. Relax and enjoy summer with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. under the sponsors button. Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We've got Super P and Lord of the Jacket, your interns today, as they get a degree in common sense. Super P on the phones if you call 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you're watching us on YouTube, Lord of the Jacket is who is switching and making that possible today. All right, so Greg is back. He was on Puppy Patrol yesterday, taking puppies to be delivered to future owners that were adopting the little puppies, and now he's down to one. Elvis, the solid black one. It's spoken for, and that meeting is supposed to take place after the live show today. So there is a possibility, if things work out, and I'm not. That's about as far as I'm going. That when he lays down tonight, he'll be puppyless.
Yep, everything's on the road.
And he's fired up. I mean, ready to go.
I am.
I know that.
It's been quite an experience.
I know
I'm ready to get some sleep.
I can only imagine the ride home, especially the first 15 minutes after you meet the new owners and deliver the puppies. That I'm sure that the truck is pretty emotional. Is it getting better?
No,
not
that part.
All right. Well, I just didn't know after
You would
seven.
think, yeah.
After
I
7,
got
if
you.
it's like
Yeah.
But
I
I
got
guess they each have their own little personalities.
Sure they
and
do.
They're all little babies. So.
Sure, buddy.
So anyway, there's that for you. That's why Greg was off yesterday. He was delivering puppies.
Yeah, well.
Did you ever think you'd say that?
Plus, I was like, take off every now and then.
Yeah.
That's what I would stick with right there.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, but bottom line, I got something I need to get done, so I'm going to take off and go do it.
That's right.
We all do that.
Right, but it's just but what you
Nobody
did,
in here
Greg,
can say anything about anybody taking off.
Greg, that's not what we're saying. We're saying the reason you took off was to deliver puppies.
Well, that was
now,
part
if you
of it.
don't find humor in that, then something's wrong with you. Huh?
It was.
Old blue-collar, hard-working Greg Burgess delivering
Called getting
puppies.
it done, get it off your plate. That's what it's called.
I don't understand this, and we talked about it prior to the show starting. Don't get it, but there's a headline today. Florida community ordered to quarantine due to the invasion of, you would think it would go, hey, watch
Tigers.
out. Good night. Giant African land snails.
We're quarantined. When I say we're quarantined, so everybody's got to stay at home? Is that what we're saying?
Florida Department
Are the
of
snails eating people?
And how big? Like, I know they're giant, but are they
Well,
giant?
they can't move very fast.
What is the, that's all relative to because I've seen a snail. And if you got a giant snail, it's not very big anyway. So what are we talking about?
Even if
What's
it is,
the
it can't be
size?
very fast. We always use the term, he's slow as a snail.
Yeah.
Right. It's like lava to you, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, boy, that's a long one, FDCAS, issued a quarantine order for the community of Broward County, Florida. That's around Miami, a suburb of that. Officials announced that several square miles of the city would be under quarantine as officials attempt to eradicate the snails from the area.
Well,
Under the quarantine, it's unlawful to move a giant African land snail or regulate or whatever. It gets a little lawyer here. Let's see here. Plants.
So basically, they're saying don't mess with the snails. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
They're not
gonna hurt
in the
you.
soil,
Don't fool with them.
yard waste, debris, building materials. You can't move anything.
Does quarantine not mean you got to go in an area and you can't leave it?
Oh, they are. They're about the size of the palm of your hand. It's a big snail.
And we're scared of them. Why?
I don't think we're scared of them, Greg. I think they're protecting them. This is a protection thing.
No.
The way he's reading it sounds like a protection thing to me.
They don't want you messing with it because it may knock the ecosystem out of whack.
Yeah. It's a big snail, though.
I don't get the word quarantine, though.
It says these snails could be devastating to Florida agriculture and natural areas as they cause extensive damage to tropical and subtropical environments.
No, so they're somewhere they ain't supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. The snails are also capable of eating through materials such as stucco and other things. It says, additionally, the snails carry a parasite, rat lungworm. Good night.
These snails are bad news. That's why you can't touch them.
That's why the quarantine.
Get the heck away from them. You'll catch a worm disease or something, rat worm, lung.
It says here,
that.
While they are illegal to possess as pets,
but yeah, who would want one?
The large size snails have made it desirable among some collectors to have.
So that's how they got there.
I guess so.
Some idiot brought them in.
Yeah,
they're known to cause meningitis in humans.
Yeah, that's what that disease. That's what that lung
Why would
thing
anybody
is.
even if it didn't have diseases, want a snail for a pet? Well, I bet that's a lot lot of fun.
The giant African land snail has been eradicated twice in Florida. The first detection was in 1969. And,
okay, it's been a minute.
And it was eradicated in 1975. In 2021, the giant African land snail was finally eradicated 10 years after it was detected in Miami-Dade County.
You know what the problem is? They can produce up to 100 to 500 eggs, and so there's a lot
They
of
take over an area.
Yeah, the females.
Worse than wild pigs.
Good gracious. That's about
and
20,
they can reproduce several more times without even mating again.
Yeah, about 2,500 a year is
Just
what
throwing
they
out
can
some
lay down.
African snail facts.
So when
for
they
y'all.
they make it last.
Imagine.
Yes, they do.
Imagine.
That'll hold you a few years.
Imagine adopting those snails, Greg.
Ooh.
You'd have 2,500 of them. Makes
Boy,
8 puppies look like nothing.
I'm telling you what.
So Florida community around Miami has
We got a
ordered
snail problem.
a quarantine due to the invasion. Don't touch them. Don't play with them.
Who do you call when the snail problem?
Well, I guess you call the FDCAS.
They're going to come out there and hazmat
Florida
suits.
Department of Agriculture and
Can't you
Consumer
just, like,
Services.
go up and smash them?
I tell you, they need to call us Cook's Pest Control.
They do.
That's right.
They do.
Man, lock them out.
Ain't no difference than a nesting
Knock
wasp.
them out, and then they'll lock them
Then
out.
they're going to lock them out.
Yep.
And then out.
It looks like to me the way they get rid of these things, the FDCAS will continue to use the same treatment methodology for this pest, and it's approved for residential use. It's like some kind of snail bait that they lure them, I guess, into them.
Kid, nice.
And then get them out of there.
I ain't never heard of snail bait.
Oh, good gracious! All right. Well, that's hey. How about that's a leading story on Fox News that the Miami area, a community,
We got
a suburb,
snails.
Broward County there in Florida,
Bad news.
has got a quarantine due to the invasion of giant African land snails
You better watch
for
them.
what looks like to be the third time.
Third time. They
Third
stretch
time.
it out over a good time period there, but still.
Yeah, imagine if you have a kid playing out in the yard. Don't touch that! Don't touch that!
That's a snail.
Or yeah.
Who wants a snail anyway? I don't want nothing to do with a snail.
And you know how cats are; they love to bring you things.
Oh,
What if
yeah.
what if you open the door and one they drop it right there at the door? Look what I brought you.
Look what I brought you. It's a
Don't touch
snail.
that.
Forget it.
All right, so breaking that one down, and then there's some
Scared
other
snail.
stories here too. It looks like a Pennsylvania town has taking. The police in Pennsylvania had a hog wild a few days. They say that trying to catch a loose pig that was scurrying around a neighborhood, and they finally got it. And the picture of this big old pig that it was elusive and they couldn't catch is pretty precious. The guys will love talking about that one because this is a big old pig.
So it's a big fat
Claimed
one.
he was the fastest pig alive.
Oh, really? Had some moves.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We've got Lord of the Jacket. He's got TV covered today, and Super P. They're your two interns. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with belly pain and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Summer is calling our name, and this year you can actually get the free time to enjoy it like we will with HelloFresh. Figuring out what's for dinner, not the top of anyone's summer activity wish list, but with delicious HelloFresh recipes delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and ready to cook, you can skip the planning and shopping and get back to what you were doing, which is whatever you want. And it tastes so fresh. In fact, HelloFresh's ingredients are picked at peak ripeness and travel from the farm to your doorstep in just 7 days. Plus, it's 25% less expensive than takeout, and HelloFresh isn't just for dinner. They have finger food, snack board, kid-friendly s'mores bundles, new summer selections available from HelloFresh Market. They're a hit at parties. How about this? It'll be a cinch to serve them, so why not take it easy this summer with America's #1 meal kit? Sign up today for 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Did you know that Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association now has a new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama?
That's awesome, Bubba. As we all know, there's so much to do in that area of this great state. So what's it all about?
Well, on Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, they have conversations with a whole lot of interesting people about all the cool things and fun that you can do and see in North Alabama.
Well, Bubba, I definitely need to check out this podcast.
Yes, you do. And I'd recommend everyone checking it out. All you have to do is go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen, or you can go wherever you listen to podcasts. And make sure you subscribe so you never miss an episode. And of course, support our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourism.
Sounds great, Bubba. And again, it's called The Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can also hear it on Apple Podcasts or Spotify if you're on those platforms.
You sure can. We're subscribing right now.
Folks, to learn more about how you can subscribe, go to northalabama.org/podcast or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please.
We got 25 minutes until top of the hour. It looks like we are before this hour's over. We'll look at some questions that you, the audience, has sent in. Helmsy has got a number of them piled up over there. Greg, I know that you weren't here yesterday because you were doing puppy deliveries, but the Titanic search update, this Titan submarine, the update today is passengers aboard the little submersible submarine. They say, did I say it wrong? Why are you looking?
You did.
Submersible?
But submersible.
Submersible, okay.
We knew what you meant.
Yeah, well, just speak up. Tell me.
Well, I don't want to correct everything.
Everything? You don't?
No.
Hey, record that, please.
I don't want to.
Anyway, none of that going on around here.
They say it today. It's over if they don't get it.
Yeah, no oxygen.
Guys, they say they running out of oxygen. But look, to the Coast Guard and everybody else's defense, they're like, do you realize how long it took to find the Titanic wreckage itself?
Yeah.
And now you're trying to find this itty bitty.
But you would think it would be in the
I know.
But you don't know. I mean, it may have been drug off into
right.
Who knows?
Yeah, they've been called into action. It's really the company and their procedure that's put them in a handle. And we talked yesterday about how that's taken place. But
and now you got people saying that, hey, I tried to tell them.
Oh yeah,
it's unsafe. Yeah. And normally, again, when we saw the little clip they showed when they were, did a story about it, and the controller was a Nintendo controller. I was a little concerned then.
Yeah.
I just can't see me strapping in that baby.
The Nintendo controller doesn't really bother me. What because you can do some amazing
Well, I'd like it
things.
to look more. When they're holding it up, and I go, so
and it's
that's in
PlayStation,
my
not
kids'
Nintendo.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
same
whatever.
thing.
Yeah, it's a game controller, but you can control a lot. I mean, that doesn't concern me. What concerns me is you go to these depths knowing that if we do get stuck, nobody has ever been down this far to rescue anybody.
I know, isn't it?
So
I know.
I don't know what
equipment
people should expect at this point. Because I was trying to explain this to Amanda last night. I was like, so this is going to leave them down there. And I'm like, you can't get to them. Like, this is not
They're trying.
Yeah.
Yes, they can.
If they could get to them, they would have already done it.
Yeah, a Navy captain said it best. He said more people have been to space than have been to this area.
Yeah.
That they're
When I
in.
explained to Amanda that our military subs, and I didn't know this till this week when the gentleman called in, it was great information that he gave, but he was talking about the military subs can't even go to certain depths. And I thought, well, what do you? If our military can't even get down there,
there's not a lot of things.
There's
in
not
the
a whole
world.
lot of options.
And by the way, you got to get them there.
Yeah.
It takes a minute.
Right. You got to find them. One.
Yeah.
Where are they at?
Yeah.
And they
let's
thought
say, hey, I got a piece of machinery that could help, but now we can't.
And yesterday,
it's going to get a minute.
I kept hearing, hey, we may have some Morse code and all this, and all that's good, and maybe they are okay now, but how do you get them?
Yeah.
How about the point when they realize they're in trouble?
Yeah, boy, let me tell you something.
Yeah,
the interview I heard yesterday from a former captain, he said, the 30-minute SOS knocking is what you do. He said, but then once you start to run out of oxygen, you get very fatigued, and then you lose track of time, and sometimes that fades away. He goes, and nobody knows. I mean, they could be hooked on something down there, just can't communicate and not be in this dire situation. Or it could be that they've had, a situation where they're just down there.
They've been dead the whole time, and there wasn't a Morse code.
Right,
knocking.
yeah.
I mean,
he said depending on the current and different things, the knock could be right there, or he said it could be.
There's a lot of metal down there.
Oh
There's a lot of stuff.
yeah. He said it could be. Way away that they're picking up. So anyway, so the update though today is I know everybody's been following this, but it doesn't look good.
No.
And that is if they're not found today, then it looks like the oxygen.
Let me ask you this:
if they are just kind of down there floating and are hung up on something, and
is there any other group that does stuff like this, or are they the only ones?
You talking about taking you down on the
yeah,
ocean?
let's just say So let's just say that next week we've basically determined there's no way they could survive. They're dead. Or next couple of days, really. We said it today is kind of the last day. But let's get through the weekend. Let's say that we know they're dead, okay? And we know it's down there somewhere. Is there some other company that says we're going to at least go find the wreckage?
Oh yeah,
we're going to go
I
find
wonder if
this
they're
thing.
Gonna,
Is there
or
something?
do they go to the part where we go, look, we can't. We've exhausted everything, and we have no idea where it's at.
Because this group has, unless I'm wrong, has given us all these great photos and artifacts and all this stuff in regards to the Titanic. But is there somebody else that does this?
I don't know. I'm
and are
sure
they
there's a
willing
lot
to
of
take the chance to go that deep to do this? I don't know.
I don't either. I just don't know how you. I don't know how you sell this trip to these billionaires, and I know that a lot of them, they are the adventurous type where this is kind of what they get. They love doing stuff like this, but to say we're going down there and if communication breaks off, we really have no other way. I don't know how you sell that.
We can't text anymore.
Yeah. We're going down. You see this elevator button? We hit that. We got this controller.
Guys, we're going
we got
2
this little
miles
thing
now.
we got from Camping World.
Don't forget that.
You know. And come on,
there was
a
graphic
how you doing that
showed how far they were down and the things that you could actually put down under the water, and as it kept going down.
Yeah. See the Statue of Liberty down there?
Yes, pretty remarkable.
Yeah,
I was like, wow. So they're down there, deep, real deep.
They sure are. They sure are.
And I was looking again at that when they were showing it. Most of the viewing you're doing on a screen from inside. I think there was one porthole or something. Why not go all the way down there? I want to be able to see more. The whole thing needs to be glass. You know what I'm saying?
To your point, though, if we're going to look at it on a screen, let's do that from the pier.
Yeah, with a remote robot, which they have done.
Right, I know.
Shoot 4K video, and I'll go to YouTube and watch it.
That's what I'm saying.
I think I can get about.
I got this one little porthole I can look at, but the rest I'm watching, what we're seeing is actually on a video screen.
Right, which I could
do that. Like you said, from up on the ship.
Yeah. So anyway, there's your update. It's been a lot of coverage.
They brought stuff up from the Titanic with robots and all that, because I saw the display and they got like these dishes and different things.
I saw something yesterday when they're talking about how you'll just see like a pair of shoes, a couple shoes laying there, and that was a couple, and the bones disintegrate so quickly, but the shoes, of course, stay, and so it's like if we were on land, there'd be bones here.
Yeah,
and it's nuts. Sad.
Wow.
It's tragic. But again, and this is one of those things, what you're signing up for. They've known this. They've had warnings. They've been told over and over, hey, if something goes wrong, there's not a whole lot we can do.
No escape hatch.
If you've worked your 5, 6, 7 things to get back, and then you're stuck.
There's been a lot of guessing and a lot of assuming because nobody knows the state of the vessel. Nobody knows because they can't communicate. Was it damaged and instant death, and they've just been down there dead?
Which I think that's what's going on here.
Are they hung up on something down there and they can't get out?
I'm afraid they're hung up on something.
Or are they just out of all electricity use and no oxygen and now they're trying to fall asleep or breathe slow and to try to save oxygen? Is there somebody? Don't forget too. Is there somebody hurt down there? Have they been injured? They're dealing with that. And if I could, have y'all heard?
Or if there's
have y'all heard how they use the bathroom down there?
No.
It's tough.
Because how long is the trip?
It's tough.
A couple hours.
It's tough. Picture that. They got it. They haven't eaten, or they got that. You got to use the bathroom. You're down there for that.
Thank you, Speedy.
And you have nowhere to go. It's just here we all are. Let's take turns.
That'd be tough.
I won't get into how they do that, but
so you've read where they broke down?
It was in one of the stories. It talks about the method of how they take care of things down there.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Anyway.
I'll leave you with that.
Yeah, what was if you go down and come up, is it a couple hours? How many hours is the normal trip?
I think
because they had a window that they had to do this because of storm related, so they had to get in and out. Was the plan and the original plan. So probably 4 to 6 hours.
Wow. I can't get in that tube.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Wendy's is open till midnight or later, so you can give in to the craving and go night mode. Now all of your favorite menu items just got their bedtime extended. You can get what you want even later, like the Baconator with 6 strips of bacon, or the perfect fries and frosty duo. If you're up later, then so are we. So go ahead and pull through the drive-thru. When the craving hits, go night mode at Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. All right, see ya later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary. Shop the best deals of the summer now at Lowe's. Save up to an additional $1,000 on select major kitchen appliances. And for a limited time, save up to $3,165 on select 4-piece LG kitchen suites. Plus, save on hanging baskets of annuals. Right now, get 2 for just $15. Lowe's knows home improvement. Offers valid through 6/28. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Hanging basket offer in-store only and excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me.
Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour, about 10 minutes until top of the hour. Oh, look at here, Greg. Helix Sleep. HelixSleep.com/Bubba, bringing you this portion of the show. I know you got a good night's sleep. Lisa slept on the couch with your last puppy, Elvis, but you slept good.
I did.
Each mattress is made in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door. And right now you can save 20% on your order. You just take a little sleep quiz. Takes about 2 minutes.
Nothing to it.
Nope. Then you have a personalized mattress that's just perfect for you, shipped right to your door.
That's right.
Free of charge. And I know we all love that.
How many days you got?
100-night risk-free trial.
How about that?
You have nothing to lose, so check them out right now. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Got a variety of mattress models to choose from, each design specifically for your sleep positions, as we told you. So check them out right now. They're American-made and come with a 10 or 15-year warranty, depending on the model. So don't waste any more time. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. And, look, have a savings of 20% and get all that cool stuff like shipped right to your door free of charge, 100-night risk-free trial, and so on. So it's helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, so let's go to questions from the audience. Helmsy, I know you said you got a stack of them that we can kind of run through.
Real quick before we jump into that, I got one question for y'all. Let's say, for instance, the submersible floats up today and everybody's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You go back down?
No. You get me out of that tin can?
Yeah, I
Let me tell you something.
I probably don't go 30 miles within the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean.
No, you're right.
Gulf of Mexico.
I won't get on a pontoon
Probably
boat.
done. I'm probably done with all lakes and waters.
Yeah, I don't want any water.
Yeah.
Right.
My goal, I will never go below the surface of water again in any shape or form.
I won't even go swimming in the pool and go underwater there.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
I moved
that's
to the
tough.
desert where there is no water.
That's a tough one, y'all.
Interesting question here.
Ain't no way.
Yeah, and please don't think that the conditions are like the lake that you go to. The waves and the conditions that they're trying to get these folks from, it's tough.
What if they did
real
pop
tough
up today?
Very vast.
Yeah.
Popped up today and said, hey, we've been messing with all y'all. We're fine.
Do you think
this whole time we've been fine.
biggest
We're
prank?
billionaires and we can pay off any fines and anything that's needed, but we just want to see how everybody reacts to it.
As far
Guys,
as
we had a
odds-
guy fake his funeral last week. You don't think somebody do
Right.
this?
A little bigger scale here. but you're
It
right.
is. Well, you're a billionaire. You can get bigger.
You can. Now, I'm not saying they don't have the the ability to pull this off.
Yeah. Now let me ask y'all this.
So Helm says it's fake. All
yeah.
right.
Y'all just be honest. Now, Greg, I know that you knew this because you love Titanic information and all this, and you love the movie too. We've referenced that a lot.
I wonder if they found anything. Jack on.
Y'all be honest. Did y'all realize that the Titanic wreckage was this close to the U.S. coastline?
No, I really didn't know where it was.
You didn't? I thought you would.
No, I didn't either, by the way.
I didn't.
Yeah.
No.
How close is it?
Well, just a couple hundred miles,
I
right?
didn't know.
I
I didn't know.
I mean, from what I've heard from all of this, it's like it's pretty close to Massachusetts and all that. I said it right. Did I say it right?
I hear you.
That was tough.
Pretty good.
Get that tongue going.
I know the answer for
You can't talk with a lazy tongue.
You can't.
I do that.
Happens
sometimes.
a lot for me.
Right.
I know the answer to this question, but I got to know a little bit of background story if you can. It's a simple question.
There you go.
Have you ever woke up with your shoes on?
Oh, I didn't know what you about to ask. Woke up with your shoes on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Not that
hold
I
on.
recall.
That's the question from the audience.
Not that I recall.
You talking about like, hey, it's the
Hey, I
next
went to
morning.
Yes, I went to bed with my shoes on.
Well,
and
probably
I got
camping
up and
out.
my shoes are still on.
Yes,
Camping
in college.
out, hunting, camping out. It's probably.
That's not the story I was expecting, Greg. I was expecting some college story.
Nah, I don't know.
You don't remember it.
That's a good
So what
point.
Oh,
you're
yeah,
saying?
that time in Atlanta you had your shoes on.
That's a good point. I don't know.
How old were y'all when you got your first passport? By the way,
You know
my
what's true?
passport is expired.
I was in my 40s
And why did you have to get it then?
because I was chaperone on the cruise and then come find out I didn't even need it. If it left from a U.S. port and came back to a U.S. port, you didn't have to need it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think I got one when I think it was 25 or 28, but I think they're a 10-year, good for 10 years, and I never got mine renewed. So I would have to go get a new one, which I actually probably need to do.
Yeah, I would. Was it weird when they won't let you smile in it?
Oh,
The picture?
I know. I think I was in my upper 20s, right around 30 maybe. How about JC had to get one because he was going on some cruise or something, and then the cruise got canceled because of COVID. So he's got a passport he's never used. We just put it back in the safe.
Just
Like,
in
well,
case,
let's-
till it runs
It's good
out.
for 10 years. Let's just see if
Yeah,
you
you may
need
need
it.
it.
Yeah. By the way, 370 miles off the coast of Newfoundland, Canada is the wreckage. Kind of.
That's still
north-
closer than I thought it was.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. North Atlantic Sea.
Where is the
Ocean.
strangest place you've seen a fight?
The strangest place?
Straight up fist fight.
Church.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I just said that.
Well, that would have been a strange place.
It would have
Pete.
been. It
Straight
would
up
have been.
fist fight.
I'm looking back or thinking back of all
I was
the
in a grocery
fights.
store one time.
Okay.
Saw a fight in there.
Okay.
I actually was working at the store.
You know, Adler saw that fight and had to break it up
He
at the
did.
Waffle House.
He was the
I don't know
you
that
talking about
that
the
was
voice of reason?
strange because
Yeah.
we have a lot of.
It's a
Yeah,
family.
now that happens a lot.
It's a
It
family
does.
restaurant.
But that was probably his. I can't think of any. Really, I hadn't seen many fights like just break out.
Yeah.
I mean, I've
A lot
seen
of
them at ball
arguments.
games and stuff, but that's not a strange place.
No,
for a
that's where
fight.
you know you're going to see them.
Yeah.
I mean, because my goodness, something so important is somebody saying something bad about
I
your
know.
team, you must fight them.
Right.
That makes sense.
Did y'all drink milk growing up at
Yes.
dinner?
No.
At
Yeah,
dinner.
I
when
drank
you
milk
sat
all
down
the
for
time.
dinner?
No, I
all
thought
the time.
that was weird.
I drank milk all the time. Drank
I
too
did.
much milk.
You talking
I
about
did
with
too.
like a meal?
I thought my bones were basically going to go away if I didn't
Right.
drink milk. That's what I was.
But you're
told.
talking about like when you sit down with your supper.
Yeah.
You got cornbread
at
and all?
dinner.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't. My grandfather did, and I always thought it was odd.
Some interesting questions here. Have y'all ever fall out of a tree?
Yes.
Oh yeah, boy, because I used
Rick
to climb
pushed me
trees
out
all
of
the time.
Yeah. Oh, that was my thing.
Oh, yeah.
Me and Rick got in a fight about halfway up, and he pushed me, and I fell out.
Really?
Luckily, I wasn't that, and plus it was a limb that kind of broke my fall. But yes, our thing was, and now that I look back, we would go all the way up
I
at
know.
the
We were
top of a
stupid as
pine
kids.
tree.
Oh, so far
and,
up.
And then when I got older and was in the tree crew, tops of pine trees are not very stout.
No, not at
They'll
all.
break out in a minute.
Did you
and we
ever
could
have-
get up there and start swinging
Did you ever have friends that were so good at it they could just, fly up the tree?
like monkeys?
Yes, me.
You really?
I was
You were
pretty
the
good at
one.
My parents got tired of me falling out of trees.
Oh,
That's how bad it got. I'd come crying to my parent. My mom would be like, "You fall off the roof again?" I'd be like, "There's a tree this time."
Yeah, I
My
was
mom's
pretty
like,
good.
Stop. Just stop.
Once you going up, coming down was always the worst part until you got about halfway.
oh yeah. You took. How about the freeze on the way down?
Yeah,
Not
Rick
sure.
was known for that.
Oh really? He'd get up there and
get up there and had to talk him down.
Have you ever had a job where you had to wear a uniform?
Yes.
Do you want to give us a little more?
Well,
on
I had
that,
a
or-
smock at Food World. You know.
Oh yeah, the butcher
And believe it or not,
cutting the meat.
believe it or not, I don't know if they still do it. In the old days at the power company, you had to work your way through all the jobs
Yeah.
before you made the line crew. Now they put them right in there, but the meter readers. And when I was a meter reader for about a year and a half, they come out with a policy that we had to wear a uniform.
Okay.
So when you're in somebody's yard.
Yeah.
So those
Yeah,
two
yeah.
situations.
I have not.
There was a short period of time where I coached baseball in high school, and of course you have to wear a uniform to games, but that's the only thing I can think of. And to this day, I think that's weird that baseball coaches have to wear uniforms.
Yeah, and then
But-
later they made us. I didn't think I'd really call this uniform. All our shirts had Alabama Power on them. Instead of like one. The reason I'm thinking the others, everybody had the same looking thing.
Yeah.
We had this where you could pick a catalog and what
Yeah.
you wanted, but it had to have that on it.
Just had to have the logo.
So
I can't remember anything else that I've
You're
had
right.
to
The
wear a
baseball
uniform.
thing's always been odd.
No other coach wears the same uniform as the players. That's ridiculous.
Picture a football coach with shoulder pads on the sideline. Speaking of that, you
What
seen
about
Kanye
basketball?
West?
Think about basketball.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm over there.
good.
I'm over there with my clipboard, and I got on just shirtless. I mean, sleeveless, shirtless. I'm sleeveless, and I got
want
shorts
your
on.
shorts to be real high.
All right, so that's
yeah.
the next question.
1980s version.
Real
Yeah.
quick. How long is the proper length for men's shorts?
I think to the knee now, and I know it's coming back.
I think it's right above the knee.
It was
Barely above
mid
the
thigh
knee.
when I was growing up.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, they were very short.
People
Then
are,
they- then
people
they
are
went-
trying to bring that back.
They
Then
are.
they went below the knee.
They
long
went too
ones.
far with it.
Yeah.
And
I
now
think-
we're settling somewhere in the middle.
I think hang around the knee. That's
You remember when we used to pull our socks up?
Oh yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Choice or someone's making you listen, we'll take you any way we can get.
I'm trying to think. We were talking about movies we'd forgot the other day, and Dr. Detroit came up.
Yes, it did.
And as I started studying that, I did remember more of it than I thought, but I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it was now. Greg, correct me if I'm wrong. It was this animated thing called that, and I know Don Felder wrote a song.
No. That was heavy metal.
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said Dr. Detroit.
No, he said Doctor. I said before.
Oh,
that, I said-
animate. Yeah, it was animated.
and
It was weird.
It was real weird. But
Yeah.
but that song wasn't in it, was it?
I don't think so.
It was actually a Don Felder song. Something.
Don
to do with
Felder. It was heavy metal.
it
Called
was-
Heavy Metal.
Yeah, there's two songs called Heavy Metal. One by Sammy Hagar.
Heavy
Yeah. Wasn't that it? That was from the animated thing, right?
It was. It was from that. It was a weird. You know how I am about weird cartoons.
So when I talked about the weird cartoon, Bubba said, "Yeah, we've been talking about a lot of old things." Yesterday, I brought up Dr. Detroit with Dan Aykroyd because I saw. Look, my gosh, look, Adler has found the heavy metal animated. But anyway,
that's weird.
Well, you can find anything now, can't you?
But you're right. It was Don Felder's song.
So Sammy's heavy metal song wasn't on that soundtrack.
No, and what?
I don't know. Maybe they both were, but I don't think they were.
We used to play it in the band. Remember?
Yes, we did. Not the Don Felder, but the Sammy Hagar.
Sammy Hagar.
Yeah,
we had a lot of Sammy Hagar. Now that I think about it.
Oh yeah, Fall in Love Again.
Yeah.
Only One Way to Rock. We did them all, baby.
Yeah, I like that.
Then when I got into that other band, we did Rock Candy and
Little Montrose.
Bad Motor Scooter from Montrose.
Little Montrose.
What was up with me and Sammy Hagar? But anyway, so one thing too. So Bubba and I were talking about Dr. Detroit. Well, Access.
I didn't like that.
Access TV. Is just it's on. I mean, I watch.
Oh, I love it.
I really, if I'm not watching something on demand, if I'm going live TV, I do three things. Okay.
Yep.
I go to Access TV to
always check,
if
see
there's
what's on.
something there I want to see. I go to the NFL channel, and I don't want to see anything current. I want to see past. I want to see a football live. I want to see world famous Super Bowls or something like one of those documentaries, NFL films, something like that. And then for some reason, every now and then, because where it's located on my cable package, where Access TV is located, I'll jump over to the next channel, which is that new movie channel that Mark Cuban's done too. And sometimes there'll be some obscure movie on there you hadn't seen in forever. I don't know what the name of it is, but it's some kind of movie channel.
I need to check that.
So you're supporting old Mark Cuban pretty heavy.
Yeah, so that's the only three channels I'll look at. And then I don't see, to me, because what happens then, if all that fails me, then I'll jump out into this world that I really call the same channel. It just has different names. And that's when you're looking for programming on Nat Geo.
Yeah.
It's on that. Discovery.
That's 280. Mm-hmm. I hit 280 and start clicking up.
TLC. All those in there really show the same shows. There's various Alaskan people. There's various cop shows. There's park.
A lot of little people.
There's park ranger shows.
Hey, whatever
And then I might go over and check FX.
Oh yeah.
What was that show we talked about for a while, and I saw a few episodes of it. The Alaskan
fat people.
The Alaskan people.
Bush family.
But there's various.
Yeah.
They
were out there.
There's life below zero too, Greg.
Oh yeah.
They were
and there's mountain men,
Alaskan state troopers,
right?
They were putting those poles in the ground and all
the
that.
Family, they all talk kind of weird.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They were on it like it was even an island.
Alaskan bush people.
That's the bush people. By the way, I've kind of got
still on.
Yeah. I've gotten. I think it's season 8 now. I think, but I've gotten trapped in some of those episodes.
Guys,
for some reason I can't turn away.
Let me say, if you go into those channels, you're going to two places: Alaska or Louisiana. There's no other places. I mean, we're obsessed with shows from people in Louisiana and Alaska, and I don't know why.
And then TLC, you're going to have little people and fat people.
Right. It's all. You know what I say?
And people who hoard.
What was
you
that?
Know what it is? You know what it is, Greg? What I basically do is the version of when I walk into the carnival, I'm checking Access and the NFL channel, and then if I want to go over to where the freak show is, then I jump out to the other channels and try to find shows about weird people.
What is their obsession with these? And I ain't talking about just kind of fat.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is.
I know.
What was that one you like, Greg?
Other planet.
2-ton teenager or something?
Oh, he loves 2-ton.
2-ton teen.
Oh, he loves 2-ton.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
If Greg can see that, followed by a marathon of my 600-pound life.
Yeah. Hey, and then throw me some little people. I think we got a new bunch. The roll-offs, they kind of rolled out. I think we got a new family of little people.
But anyway, back to what I was trying to say. So I was watching an interview with Dan Aykroyd on Access with Dan Rather.
Which is always awkward.
It is.
He's too old.
He's too old to be interviewing people. But the big interview's there.
But the way he asks questions,
especially when he asks something kind of edgy.
Yeah.
To one of the bands. But anyway, so Dan Aykroyd was on there.
Does anybody ever ask him, "Hey, did you just make that stuff up about Bush?"
Yeah, because we found out you did.
Because actually, I did.
But and so Dan Aykroyd said that Dr. Detroit he said something you don't see anymore. He is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and we are back. A brand new hour has begun. This is that baby that starts with our national anthem. Here we go. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go. Rick and Bubba University interns are here. Super P, Lord of the Jacket, they've got that handled for you today. And thank them for being here. So we got updates. Greg is back, as you mentioned. He's been part of that kickoff hour with Speedy and Helmsy, and they've covered that for you. We'll get updates on that. I think we're one puppy away from this saga coming to a very happy close. We'll update that, the story since the last time we were together. Your phone call is part of it. We need the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Bobby Sue took the money and run. Everybody. There it is. Steve Miller Band. I told you who went to high school with.
Oh, gosh, you mentioned that the other day.
We just talked about this.
Let's see. Steve Miller went to high school with, I forgot.
Graduated together, Boz Skaggs.
Boswell
Skaggs.
That's it.
Yep.
And Steve Miller. I just told you that last week.
About a week ago.
Yeah.
I forget it.
I'm just, this music trivia. I mean, it's got to stick. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Let me think about it.
Come on, man. So we will unpack another day. I'm sure. I don't know what's happened since the last time we were together. I will tell you, with having my wife gone and she's in Israel, I've found that when I end up just kind of doing whatever I want to do, of course, a lot of it, there's work and there's things that have to be done, and there's a certain freedom in being able to knock all that out and staying on top of all that. But I really, when I'm thinking to myself, let me get things done, let me kind of spend some time resting, let me just do something that I feel would be fun. You know what never makes the list?
What?
Sitting down watching the news.
Really?
Yeah. I couldn't care less. I don't watch it. I have not turned the TV on probably in 4 or 5 days.
Probably feel better for it.
And I feel fantastic. Yeah, so I don't have any idea what's
going on. Well, the big news is still the submarine that's missing that went down to the Titanic, and they are running out of air today. I saw one estimate that said right about now, 7 something Eastern time, which would be 6 here. Their air should expire. Of course, there's a lot of variables: temperature, who's still alive, whatever. The noises they said they heard, now they're saying may have been inconclusive.
Okay.
So they've got all kind of planes and submarines, and they're looking for them, and they can't find them, and time is running out.
Well, that's sad for them. It really is. It's heartbreaking for all the families and everything. And, that story we had yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, but the person who, has come out and said, they needed to do be a little more committed to safety checks, and I didn't feel good about it, and so I had my money put down. I stepped out, and I was a little critical of lack of commitment to safety.
Yeah, and backup
stuff. Yeah.
Oh man.
So he takes no joy in going, well, it looks like my concerns were valid, but still.
I saw several stories about if they do find their end there, how that'll happen, and about the carbon dioxide building up. You remember that from Apollo 13? When they had the carbon dioxide building up, and said, actually, you'll probably just kind of fall asleep.
Right.
And that is what I would call good news in that situation.
Yeah. Well,
But there's some last minute thing that will happen, but that's it's sad for all parties.
It is. So it doesn't look very hopeful for them, but and again, now they're even thinking that maybe what they thought was giving hope wasn't even hope. So,
right.
So sad.
The elements are so, and I heard the guys in the kickoff hour talking about it too. Yeah. The pressures you deal with, the engineering issues you deal with under those kind of stressful pressures are really we just don't have things that can function there. I mean, submarines do go down there, but they are specially built for that, and they're marginal at that point. The caller, and Helms mentioned it this morning, who called about the military submarines. I'd never really thought about that. I just assumed the military submarines were built as robust as you could, and they could go anywhere in the ocean, but they're really not.
No.
Isn't that something?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Like we said the other
now,
day.
they are very good at staying underwater at an undetectable depth for months at a time if they have to.
Yeah.
But just going deep diving is another thing.
Yeah. So sad thing. But it's I'm afraid that if you take on these kind of endeavors and you get yourself in trouble, you fall under a Jack Handy. Hey, baby, you're gone.
Yeah. And, this one guy, he had done all these crazy things, and, he'd been launched into space on the Blue Origin and all of this. So, I mean, when you I hate to quote the message, when you live so fast, you die so young. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, also,
you shake hands with danger on a routine basis.
Yeah, I mean, if you like you're talking about, Rick, if you're at home fishing or
right.
Your chances of that happening are not as high. Of course, I think when God calls you home, you're gonna get called either way.
Well, when you look at,
but you don't want to play that Russian roulette with it.
Well, I hate to say for all of us when it comes to earthly death, and we're all dying right now, all of us.
Some of us quicker than others.
But when you think about it, really, our earthly death and our bodies winding away, it really is what they say in Vegas. You may beat the game, but you ain't going to beat the house.
No.
The house is going to win.
Every
15 minutes past the hour. And, if you do things that are highly dangerous, the more you do them, the odds start working against you a little bit.
That's right.
But you know what they'll say? Hey, he died doing what he loved. Which they never say that about big eaters. Never. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're hosting to it as corporate charity. He said because he was so devastated by John Belushi's overdose that basically they came to him and says, we got to give Dan this movie, give him a movie to get this off his mind and get him back on his feet. And he said Dr. Detroit was what got him back on his feet, and he made his wife.
I thought it was pretty funny at the time.
I don't know if I've ever watched it incomplete.
He said, now look, this was not some huge hit. I'm just telling you, this was the point in my life where I got back on my feet.
Yeah,
and I met my wife there. So that, and they've been married 36 years. They're still married.
Yeah, that in Hollywood, that's amazing.
Yeah,
that's 150 years.
Was you shocked? I remembered as much as I did about Dr. Detroit.
No, I was not. That did not shock me at all.
If you'd have went around this room and said, "Who knows a lot about the movie Dr. Detroit?" we would all point it out.
I told Rick, I said he had a hand, a fake hand or something. He kept clicking together.
Now, that didn't surprise me in the least. Speaking of not being surprised, we got an update. Greg gets to say right again.
Yep. Right again.
Right again. Called it. Done it. Deliberate. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, if you remember, the claim from a New Jersey couple was that they had encountered a homeless Philadelphia man who, of course, to add to make our heartstrings really, really strum, who was a veteran.
His name was Johnny Bobbitt.
And they found old Johnny, and they
need a different name,
and they gave the man $20 because they said that he was a stranded motorist. And to think,
I'm sorry, she ran out. They said she ran out of gas,
right?
And he was homeless, and he gave her his last $20 to buy gas.
That's right. So then they wanted to thank him. And her and her boyfriend and they created a GoFundMe account to take care of this man who sacrificially gave them his last $20, even though he was a homeless veteran.
Yeah, and her name was Kate McClure, and the boyfriend was Mark
DeMock,
something like that. D'Amico,
I guess. Yeah, I was looking at that too. Yeah, I was afraid I was going to say D'Amico.
Yeah,
that's
how it's spelled.
Yeah, maybe we could. But anyway, so they get this GoFundMe account going. More than 14,000 people donated more than $400,000. So we all started talking about that this seemed a bit odd. There were some things in the story that, kind of made us tilt our head here or there. And then I recall Greg saying one of the things that has to be on the table is that these two people are in cahoots with the so-called homeless man, and they are playing people. And nothing more complicated than a good old flim-flam.
Good old rip-off.
And guess what happens? As always happens, they get to going at each other, and it all unravels. Because it all started to unravel when he come out and said, hey, they're keeping all the money.
Right.
Well, I don't know if he even knew how much had come into that account. And I don't know. He may not even know what a GoFundMe page is if he was really a homeless man. I don't even know that.
That's what I'm saying. If we go back, because we were looking, it doesn't say, but I think.
This story kind of does, because it says that they all work together.
Okay.
But that he was homeless.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't at first I thought, well, this guy's probably not even homeless. But he was homeless. They just went to him and said, hey, check this out.
So if
we're going to
remember,
say you gave us your last 20, and then we're going to set up a GoFundMe, and we're all going to split it.
As the media was really putting a spotlight on this, remember he said that he had received $27,000, and he got a camper and a trailer or a truck to pull it in a trailer.
Gave some to his family,
right? And but then the question started asking, hey, where is the other $400,000 in this? And they mysteriously had purchased a few new cars and things like that, and it kind of began to unravel at that point.
The update is, just so you know, this couple used the homeless man, even though he agreed to be part of it, and they scammed 14,000 people to the tune of $400,000.
Yeah, he is not the victim in this. The people who donated, the 14,000 people, and they're all three facing charges now.
Yeah, and he was in on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, you realize if they keep their mouth shut and do what they said they were going to do, they get away with this. Well, it's always that way. Somebody gets greedy.
Well,
they tried to take all the money. He found out, like Bubba said, I don't know if he knew, but when he found out how much was in there, he's like, hang on a minute, I'm not getting my cut. Well, and I guess when they got to question him, they're not giving details on how it unraveled. It says they're all taking the fifth, by the way. Did you see that?
Well, yeah, they need to, but here's what happened. It's just, this is the thing that we don't ever think through. When you decide that you're going to scam people, all right, let me tell you what we know from that point. 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. Thank you for being with us. So here's some things, some programming notes.
Yeah, programming.
So if you missed yesterday's Wednesday Bible study, man, we had a lot of moving moments yesterday, looking at the first 5 verses of Revelation 14, and as it really gives us a great picture of what does it look to live a triumphant life as a follower of Christ. And so anyway, 7 things that we see in Scripture. If you haven't seen the archive or you haven't listened to the archive, just look out there. It's there today, and you can grab that on your own time. So yesterday and then today we'll do another Rick and Bubba University for the weekend. It'll be our last one that we will do until we get back from vacation, July 10th, something like that. So we've got, this will be the last new one, but you can catch up. There'll be a couple of Thursdays we won't be doing them. And we'll be talking, coming up this weekend, we'll be talking to a Super Bowl champion. So catch that coming up this weekend. All right, so I was a little shocked, honestly. Yesterday, if you remember, we've tried our best to try to teach people how to drive better, and we've worked so hard at it. And we've worked on traffic. We've done all kinds of research. And I was really shocked yesterday when I said I noticed, too, to make driving even more complicated, we decided all over the country to begin to embrace the European trash called a roundabout. I dealt with those, in traveling around the world, and I was like, these things are very, very confusing. And so I was really shocked, Bubba, at our fellow Southerners, now all over the country, but our Southerners that defended the roundabout and kept telling me to give it a chance. And it was from all over the country, like this one here, is out of Indiana. I just want to let you know that roundabouts are amazing. I understand that we need to get used to them and other drivers not knowing how to use them, but once we could all learn them, I think you will like them. And I got all kinds of emails like that. Here's the one where I said, what are we doing with a roundabout in Cleveland, Alabama? How can that even be true? I'm from Cleveland. The roundabout's the best thing they've done at that intersection. It says right now only one car has went airborne since we started trying to do it.
That ain't bad.
I was a little shocked by how, and I respect when my brethren say, "Wait a minute, Rick, we love you, but give all we're saying is give roundabouts a chance."
I told you I don't mind them in some situations. Some they're more haphazard when you get a lot of traffic or you get 4 lanes going through there. We have 2 in our neighborhood at the lake, and I like those because you don't have to put your foot on the brake. You just keep rolling most of the time, which is nice. But you gotta, they're like everything else. I did see someone sent us an email yesterday and referenced a study that they had done, and they'd done all these variables. They said that a 4-way stop was still more efficient. I agree. But I don't, if I can go and don't have to hit the brakes, I kind of like that.
Well, the thing that I think really turned me off on them, and I think everybody will agree on this, if you don't know where you're going, now if you're accustomed to the place, you can learn it. But if you're using a GPS, the GPS, they don't know what to do with the roundabout. The things they're screaming at you, it's hard to get in your mind what they want you to do. And you're almost better to just take that voice and get it out of your head because they're trying to make go here, take this exit, and they call them exits, and you're like, it's not an exit. Yeah, it gets very confusing. So anyway, believe it or not, another email that I got yesterday that was really surprising. Okay, and especially number 2. Now I want everybody to think about this. Hey guys, I'd like to let y'all know things I've learned from listening to the show. Okay. Number 1, best way to put contacts in.
Yeah.
Number 2, in a roundabout way, no pun intended, I think Greg may be the most coachable. Now that.
Back to contacts.
Contacts. And then 3,
and I love when it comes out of nowhere. I've sang the wrong lyrics to "Blinded by the Light" for over 40 years.
Oh, I love to hear people's take.
Yeah, so I mean,
I kind of want to hear what they were saying.
Yeah, it's very interesting the things that people take away from the show and the way they see things.
I'm glad we cleared that "Blinded by the Light" thing. You can't keep slinging it wrong.
So because hear me out, and because to me, always the source. It's always the source to me. If people are going after me and I don't respect the source, then I make no adjustments because I'm like, well, I don't want to be like you because I don't think you're a good source.
Yeah.
But yesterday, enough members of our audience that I consider to be good sources and reliable people are saying, Rick, don't. We understand. Don't panic. Give the roundabout a chance. So I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to do that because I love it. Give it a chance.
You're rating the quality of the information.
Correct.
Yeah.
If an idiot's telling me to do something, I'm not going to do what an idiot wants me to do.
Like the intel, they have ways of they weight it. And all
I
that
always
stuff.
consider the source.
352.
I look at the people. I look at their background. I think about them, and I think now if this person is saying this is a better way to go, that has some merit. Now sometimes somebody's saying something, and I'm like, well, let me tell you something. You were.
Yeah.
I'm
going the opposite of what you did.
I put the mute button on the minute you started talking.
Yeah, a lot of them we see on TV, they're politicians.
Right. My favorite is when somebody whose life is always in chaos wants to weigh in and tell you how to do something.
How to get it together.
Right. The whole thing of letting people, mentor you is they're supposed to make your life look better because they've got their life together.
Right.
Right. Here's what worked for me. Nothing. I've done nothing right. Listen to me. I'm like, I don't think so. I think I'll take a pass, Mr. Chaos. So anyway, I'll try, and I think what I might do, honestly, to give myself some confidence, because reps always change things. You got to have reps.
Yeah.
I think I'll go to like an area where it's not real high traffic. Cleveland, Alabama may be it because I'm always going to Gunnersville, and I always have to go that one.
Yeah.
And I may just spend time there and just keep going through it from every angle. I'll try it going, north. I'll try it going south. I'll try it going east. I'll try it going west. And I'll get to the point where a roundabout, when it's showing, I'm like, yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
I know how this works.
There's a few on Fort McClellan.
Yeah.
There's an old one, but now they've built a new section. They've put a couple on it, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can go in there and practice. That's where my kids all learned to drive because it was, it's not a lot of traffic in there at the time.
Right.
And you go back around them old buildings and make them park.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And also another thing I've noticed from emailers, and I just so you don't waste your time, and because I just don't want to be a person that wastes people's time.
Right. It's not your way.
When you're reaching out to the show and there's something you missed on the show, and you want to ask us to remember when it was done so you can go back in the archive and find it.
No.
That's tough on us. I mean, that is a hey, y'all talked about so and so, and I want to go back and listen to that. Do you remember what show that was and about when it was in the show?
If it's after lunch, I don't remember the 6 o'clock hour.
Right. The archives are out there for a good reason, so you can go back and get things. But I'm afraid, as they said to Lewis and Clark, there's part of this journey you're just going to have to figure out on your own. I mean, it's just. Sometimes you might hit it. You may be fortunate.
Yeah.
And one of us remember it, but these things are happening so much, and there's so many shows and so many moments and so many stacks of stories. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's a big old library to try to go find the book.
Yep.
We don't have a Dewey Decimal System. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we've made this point on the show before. All right, so now what we know is I'm now in a deal with people that are dishonest because they've already said they're dishonest.
Yeah.
Because they're dishonest enough that they will take people's money under false pretense. Mm-hmm. So they've already, now what you said is, hey, I'm in a deal with dishonest people.
Yeah.
So
I hope they act right.
Yes.
Right.
And on the couple's point, they've now taken on a homeless man that is so suspect to anything that he can do to survive or take money. He'll even take money under false pretense. So now they've now gotten in a deal with a homeless man who's dishonest.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So now you've got 3 dishonest people needing all 3 to be what?
Honest.
Let's be honest. Let's not betray each other here. Well, the fact that they would betray anybody for $1, they'll betray you too.
Yeah.
And so what's happened is now what happens so many times is everybody gets in there and says, okay, here's what we could do. We could divide $400,000 three ways and go our merry way. But no. Somebody's got to say, I'm going to take 70%. Let's give this guy 30%.
Yeah, he's homeless. He really don't need what we.
$27,000 to him's going to be life changing. We'll skip the rest of it. Mm-hmm. And then what happens is now dishonest people turn on each other just like they turned on 14,000 other people.
Shocking, isn't it?
So they've already established in their character who they are.
Right.
So
and again, this goes back to show, I think, a larger picture that is sometimes forgotten in our country. You can have people who are very well off, or basically upper middle income that don't need for anything, and you can have homeless people. They all have bad character.
Right.
The homeless man doesn't necessarily have better character just because he's poor and homeless.
Correct.
It may be why he's in that situation. We just don't know. But the point is, there's good people and there's bad people at all steps on the ladder. And we can't just assume someone is good or necessarily bad because they're rich, or they're necessarily good because they happen to be poor, or vice versa.
Yeah. It's been a while back. I don't know. It's probably been more than
pretty good scam. In today's world, people fall all over this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was a great idea. I mean, I hate to, it was horrible to rip people off, but just step back for a second. Really good idea in today's climate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good scam.
It beats panhandling at the interstate. The off ramp to death.
Yeah. Well, we talked about it. It was, I can't remember how long it's been now. When the Wednesday Bible study we were doing the Dallas Willard, the Spirit of the Disciplines. Mm-hmm. It's been the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And he made the point, Bubba, you're making. He said one thing that we've got to understand, that someone's wealthiness or poverty is not an automatic. This means this person is as pure as the driven snow. Poverty is no indicator of anyone's devotion to Jesus, anyone's devotion to morality, anyone's devotion. He said, matter of fact, as far as people loving money, he said some poor people that I've encountered love money more than people who have money because they're always wanting to find any way to get it. And they think that's their key to whatever their problem is. So you find out once again, they're just good and bad people. And it doesn't really matter where you are on the ladder. And how about this? Y'all both all said this GoFundMe thing. It certainly can be a wonderful thing, but baby, you talk about something that's easy to scam people with.
Well, that's the problem. It's going to ruin it for a bunch of people who really need it.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, I'm right again.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
TV producer Eddie Van Adler.
And I don't know why Adler dressed like he did today. He keeps trying to give me $20 to buy gas.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what it is.
Maybe they're on to us. Yeah. Didn't I see you in Toby Max? I Need You video?
We could do that scam so easily. We could do that. I could be the homeless person.
Yes, you could easily.
And let's go for it. I mean, people will fall for anything.
Yes, they will.
And it's a shame because that really does help some people who need help and have no other way to get it. And with social media and the numbers that it reaches, they can actually get help and make a difference. And I hate people are scamming that because that's gonna hurt a lot of people who really need help.
So yeah, and those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we did an update. You remember the story where a woman claimed a homeless man who was a veteran gave her his last $20, and her and her boyfriend started a GoFundMe page for him. 14,000 people gave $400,000. Well, it was revealed today that not only did the couple not do with the money what they said they were going to do, the homeless man was in on it as well. And it was 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, North Alabama. Have you ever thought about coming to beautiful Sweet Home, Alabama? Well, the folks at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association can set that trip up for you. Obviously, if you're going to do a trip, you got to have a plan. So why not listen to their new podcast and kind of gather some information on some wonderful ideas? It is called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. And you can get it wherever you get podcasts. If you'd like to, go directly to it, you can, northalabama.org/podcast. But you can get it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get them, Google. So go look for it. Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. Get some ideas. Plan your trip. And y'all come see us in Sweet Home, Alabama. Trent Dilfer, our guest this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll talk about what some people consider to be one of the NFL's greatest teams, and that were the Super Bowl champion Ravens, and the role that he played in that, and then, of course, the things he's been doing since and what he's currently doing and coaching. So all that will be coming up this weekend. Trent Dilfer, our guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, speaking of podcasts. Bubba, I understand you told me going to the break that you're heartbroken.
Rick, I am heartbroken, and it is a science update of sorts.
So you are heartbroken, so it's got to be something that was dear to you. So, Bubba, what's happening?
Well, last night I was trying to catch up on some of my TV viewing, and I went to the History Channel app to try to see Skinwalker Ranch because I missed the episode Tuesday night.
Yeah, right.
And it was not posted yet, or I couldn't see it, or it wasn't coming up on my availability. I don't know why. Don't know what I was doing wrong. Maybe it was late getting out. I don't know.
Sure.
And so then the show that comes on after that now, Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, their episode had posted. So I thought, well, I'll just watch it first, and then maybe the other one will pop up.
All right.
So, and if you know this show, it is it's tied to the Skinwalker Ranch show, but it is basically a spinoff where they're going out and investigating strange phenomenon in other places. And so far they wrap it up every week. They just gather information, and then they come back and they share it with Travis and the other guy there at Skinwalker. So, I think it has potential, and you get to see some of these other places out west that have some real weird things going on. So they're doing a big experiment, and on one of them, they're going to transmit a signal on this 1.6 gigahertz range and see if they can get this area to respond to it. And they bring in a guy who is a ham radio operator to help them with the experiment. And I was sitting there watching, and I thought, I have the exact same equipment.
Oh,
and so it kind of hit me that, given that situation, I started looking at my phone. I thought,
see if Travis had texted you or whatever.
Maybe that thing
was the phone broke,
messed up, battery dead in it.
Maybe it's Skinwalker that can't get a cell out.
But it kind of put me in my place, Rick. So
well, I mean, Bubba, I hate to say this. When you look back, and of course, I
know you think it's probably better.
I do. I think it's divine intervention, but that's a different. Because
maybe it is.
Because God forbid us being on that show, and who would have thought it would have been dangerous to blast a signal into space, and us to be responsible for airing it all over. Oh no, we fixed that and now it's done it again.
That was everything.
Oh, was that you?
Yeah,
okay, Adler, was that you?
Don't mess with us, Adler.
That was a good one, by the way.
Right when you're talking about Skinwalker Ranch.
That was so good.
So it was you, Adler.
It was me.
Okay.
That was me.
That was good. That was good. That was great.
I'm sorry.
Got our attention.
So
I'm sorry.
Prankster.
But I just think that it's good not to be associated with the show any closer. And I know you want
closer than my recliner.
I know you want to be all in on it. I just
I've got my Skinwalker electronics ready to go. I've got it in a little case. I'm good.
We've all sat down with the guy that the woman keeps on treating him bad and bringing pain and heartache, and we're just like, buddy, this woman's not good for you. She's not good for you. All she brings is trouble. And I think Skinwalker Ranch just brings trouble. I mean, I'm just telling you.
Have you haven't seen this new show yet? Have you?
I saw one episode and I didn't like it. Skinwalker. It's almost like I can't give myself to another show like this for Skinwalker on.
Right. Yeah, I guess you can get in too far down the rabbit hole. So to speak.
I felt like.
But I like the guys who are on it. One of them's an ex-CIA agent, and then one of them's an investigative reporter.
I'm not crazy about Ponytail Guy.
He's growing on me. There.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I like.
Well,
it.
to me, it's like it's Skinwalker out in the desert type thing, and they go, "Let's do the same thing in the snow," and I'm like, eh. You know, it's like I'm basically watching the same show, just two different environments.
They were at another place. I can't remember the name of the farm, and you hear this tone all the time there. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Huh.
And they were using the ham to. And by the way, they blanked out when he gave his call sign.
What?
I don't know why.
What are you
they would
talking
do
about?
that.
Because you would have contacted him, right?
Yeah, I was going to look him up, see who.
Were
he
you going to
was
wish him
and all that.
73s?
Yes, sir. 73s.
Okay.
Good job. So, but they were transmitting and using a harmonic to get up into the 1.6 gigahertz range. And when they tried it with him, nothing happened. But they had a little girl who lived there who had all these memories of these weird things happening. And she got on the radio and
little
said,
girl.
And she's grown now. I mean, 30-something
Okay,
years
good.
later.
So we don't have a current little girl that says I see
no.
things.
And she's on there, and she says, "I'm here, I'm back, and I want to communicate with you." And that signal came up when they, and it did it like time after time when she would talk.
Turn that off.
That would give me the heaves.
No, because we've said on this show, and I think, is everybody in agreement that if you get in the world of scary and spooky, if children are involved, it gets scarier?
Oh, yeah.
If a little child's got something going on or says something in a childlike voice, or gathers a choir of them together and sings.
Now that's it.
Or if their shadow doesn't look like what they look like.
Oh, no.
You know, that one, that's one of the great ones of all time.
Yeah.
And, you know, that and a dog barking at something that nobody else can see is always.
You know what? That's a
one.
nice ad.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, that's
I
a
don't
good
like
one.
that at all. Well,
when they're just staring like
Yeah.
at something in the corner of the room, and you go, "I don't see anything."
I thought we had something going on, down at the farm. Then I realized that it's had tinnitus.
That's good.
Is
this her?
I hear a ringing.
That
Mountain.
is one of the.
That a man?
I can't remember.
Greg.
You have to give me a little more,
Greg,
Adler.
gracious, buddy.
That's not the woman who made the contact, but those are the people who are living there.
Oh,
Living?
Yeah, they live at this place where this happened. Go forward in it, Adler, if you can go forward, keep going,
Is that the
and
one?
see if you can find them doing the ham radio experiment.
That's the guy that Rick doesn't like.
Yeah, that's the CIA
he wears the same
guy.
jacket the whole time.
Little puffy jacket.
Come on.
Well, it's snowy there.
All
It's
right.
cold.
Well, see, why do I want to see it in the snow? I can see the same
That's
thing
beautiful.
in the desert. Yeah.
Oh, is that the scary
Were
girl?
you going to ride your new van up there?
That's her.
Yes,
That's her.
yes.
Oh, they had to light her like that?
Oh, gosh.
See, come on. Are we going to add into the spook factor? Can't we contact them during the day?
When she lived there as a little girl, and she was talking about all the weird things that happened. You know, they saw that before. Anybody that's been there before that had weird experiences at Skinwalker, it seems like things go crazy when they come back.
You know, I know
much
that
skin
I know,
color.
and there's a great resume against me, and I wouldn't even take this thing to court because
Right.
I wouldn't fare well.
Right.
Okay.
Mhm.
I have a reputation of coming in too hot on people we have on the show. But do you feel like in this case you may have done it to Travis?
No. I mean, I've not. We've contacted him when we needed him on the show.
Do you contact him any other
I have
time?
not. No, I have not anymore.
Right.
You're not like, I'm watching the show right now.
No.
It's great.
No.
Did you stop contacting him because it was killing you?
Well, you know,
that had to play a role.
No, I kind of culled myself a little bit and thought, obviously, we need to reach out to him when we need him for the show, but I'm not going to bother him if he needs me. He knows he's got my number. So,
and just so you know, on the accountability, even though we now have Sean Hannity's new cell, I have not contacted him one time.
Good.
Oh, wow.
I don't think you give me the number back either.
Yes, I did.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I haven't contacted him.
See there?
Because
Well,
Rick, here's the ham.
That's who they hired instead
They
of
went
you?
with this guy instead of you. You don't even have
way
gray
cooler
hair.
than that
Can we
guy.
listen to it?
Bring in some wisdom.
Can we listen to it?
I have to have the history.com app or something to
Yeah,
watch it. I'm
yeah.
sorry.
He's got an eye that I'm not sure where he's
Jairus? What
looking.
kind of name is Jairus anyway?
Bubba, write it down. Can you search
Jared.
it?
There's something sneaking up on his right side.
I think they just caught a frame.
Okay,
that
right.
was unfavorable there. He didn't look that way.
Okay.
He was a very capable ham radio operator.
Well, apparently not. He didn't get any contact.
Well, he got him. He got a response.
How can Travis know they need a ham operator and not reach out to you?
Well, it's Rick. It is what it is.
I know.
Or in this case, I am what I am.
Right. Sorry you got your heart broke, buddy.
That's okay. I'll just enjoy it from my chair.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whole thing was a scam.
It was a total flim-flam, a total scam, a total stealing of money. They're all in trouble. They've taken the fifth right now, but they're all being charged.
And you guys made two great points in the kitchen. Number one, those people were on a ton of talk shows.
Oh,
yes.
A ton.
Pay it forward. We couldn't wait to interview them. Pay it forward.
Yes.
Paying it, couple pays it forward, paying it forward. And then second point was, I think Greg mentioned, in every movie, there's always the two people, they're driving away, one person has a bag, the other person has a bag, one person opens their bag and it's filled with shredded paper or whatever.
His partner's ripped him
We've
off.
all seen this movie
It
before.
ends that way.
Well, in every Western, what happens? Everybody's around the campfire. And all of a sudden,
somebody's gone.
The guns come out, and suddenly we divide this up with a lot fewer people.
Yep. Yeah.
So it's an old little tale, and it's happened again. All it is just high-tech version of what we've seen throughout history when it comes to people who will steal.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Remember, there's no honor among thieves.
No, that's it.
So Adler, what is this thing that Speedy's been telling us about?
Okay, so I had to send my dad a weird text message yesterday.
No.
And I told Speedy about it, so I'll tell you guys about it. Had a dream last night, and I think it's so I'm starting to eat kimchi now. Have you guys know
What's
about
that?
kimchi?
We don't even know what that is. We have
It's
no
like
idea.
it's like fermented onions or something like that. I don't
Why?
know. It's like pickled onions.
Why?
They say it's really good for your like gut health and stuff. It's like eating like yogurt. You know how yogurt is good, supposedly good for your gut or whatever. Yeah, live cultures. There it is, Greg.
I like to eat things that taste good.
It tastes really good. It's like a spicy. I put it on eggs and stuff. It's good. I got some in the fridge. I got some in the fridge. If you want some, $20.
Oh,
that's all it. That's all it'll cost you.
I'll start a GoFundMe page so I can have some.
That's right. So I don't know. I just got some the other day and I ate some. As I was cooking dinner, I just had like a couple forks full by itself. And I was like, just put a little bit of live culture in me. Maybe that's what got in my head or something. So I went to sleep that night, and it was a very. I usually don't have that vivid of dreams, but this was incredibly real and vivid. And I told Speedy about it, so I guess I'll tell you about it here. So it started in my dream as just like a tiny little bump, like right behind my elbow right here. But I knew what it was immediately because this bump started moving.
Come on.
And the bump starts getting bigger. And guys, this was so real. It was so real in my life. Like, oh my gosh. And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And before I know it, it's about the size of like a baseball.
No.
And I'm freaking out. I'm like, no, it's something's inside me. I got
the monster inside me.
The monster inside me situation. So I had to take a knife and slice my arm, the back of my elbow. And y'all, the scariest looking spider caterpillar thing is now looking at me from the hole in my arm. It's looking at me like, it's got like eyes.
How's
it's got
it going?
claws. Y'all, I can't stress you how real this felt.
You get worked up again.
I'm back there, and it's crawling. And it's wanting to go north, guys. It's wanting to go deeper, and I'm literally having to put my hand. Yes, it knows I'm after it. Wrong with you? It knows I'm after it, and it's me or him at this situation, this time. So I'm having to stop it. I'm having to hold on to it, and some reason my dad is there. And I go, Dad, you got to get this thing. And he's like, oh.
Your dad?
I'm like, grab it. So I'm holding it, keeping it from digging deeper. And my dad reaches in. Remember, this is a dream if you're just joining me.
Does he have perfect hair while he's doing this?
His hair looked fantastic.
Okay, all right.
I was like, hey, is that the prince from Shrek in my dream right now? Oh, no, good. It's my dad. I know him. Maybe he can help me. So
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Coming up this weekend, Sunday night, 2 man churches going on in different Rick and Bubba markets. Tony Cooper will be at First Baptist Church, Columbus, Mississippi man church Sunday night as they roll through the men's discipleship strategy. I'll be in Lake, Mississippi at First Baptist Church kicking it off. All coming up this weekend, and you can get details at themanchurch.com under events, or click on Find a Man Church near you. All right, so Bubba, are we ready to talk Shifty Shift?
Well, we are, but I mean, I just wanted to nutshell this because we were talking
Oh,
about
no. Are you going to talk about, we were just talking about in the break?
So,
Bubba, are you going to bring,
we had a conference call with the producers of that show, and had an idea. And I
Skinwalker Ranch.
I thought it had some traction, and they
they called for a meeting. Speedy had to set it up. We talked to producers. We did a conference call. We even stayed.
I mean, that really happened, right? I didn't dream that.
If I'm not mistaken, we were so committed to it. I think we stayed at work till 10:45.
Yeah.
So
that,
it was
that speaks to our commitment,
right? And so I mean, we almost stayed till 11,
and we got presidential on that one. They just never got back in touch, and it kind of died.
Right.
And now we have a case where they bring in a ham guy. You know, not a. I don't. You know, a phone call can't make it. Would have been. You know, but so we're really not making the cut with that bunch.
Bubba, you cannot,
right.
And I
is
hate,
that a safe assumption?
Good for you for being brave enough to grasp it, and not be delusional. We're all delusional to a degree, but we try to minimize being delusional.
It's like the girl you want to ask to homecoming, but she's just not giving you any window to even move forward.
I'm going to give you a perfect example using that analogy you just brought up.
Okay.
Hey, it's not that I don't want to go out with you. I'm just not seeing people right now, and so really I wouldn't do this I wouldn't go out with anybody. And then all of a sudden you roll down to the mall, and she walks by with another guy,
sure.
And you're like, oh wow, so it really wasn't that you don't want to date right now. You just don't want to date me. And that, I hate to say that. Let me tell you something. They were fired up. Bubba, just listen to me. It's okay. We know our role, and we've learned, thank you, Greg, to shut our hole and know our role.
And I don't want to be a bip to them.
Can I give you the good news and the bad news? What would you rather have first? Good news or bad news on this?
Am I going to get the other news too?
You're going to get good news and bad news.
Okay, let's have bad news first. We'll finish with good news to move to a higher note.
Crab sandwich.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so let's go to the bad news. Sometimes the reason people don't take the next step with us with their platforms is because they actually went and listened to the show. And they said, we cannot be associated with this show.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
This is
a train.
This is not our cup of tea.
It's a trash dumpster on fire.
And so we are not for everybody.
Right.
Okay. And a lot of people think about it. You almost have to see this show the way you see radio consultants. Bubba, you have lived your life, because I've been in these meetings with you, because I'm usually sitting right beside you. You have lived your life of people looking you in the eye, with me sitting right beside you, and saying, I cannot stand your show, and it should not work.
Yes.
I don't like the way y'all do things. I would not listen to this show, but doggone it, we're going to have to offer you a contract, because apparently people, I don't know why, but they like this, but they shouldn't.
Some of my favorite meetings to leave, by the way. I love seeing people confounded.
Yes. Here's another one. You've seen this. I can give you multiple examples of this show being on in markets and be absolutely working. People loving it, us getting emails, us even not even being delusional about emails, even going into the market and making an appearance, and people lining up around the building.
Yes.
And then we were taking off anyway. You know why we were taking off? Not because the show wasn't working. They were embarrassed to have us on.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Now, that's the bad news. Okay, that's they wanted.
So that's the bad. Now we're moving.
Listen. They did not want to go to a radio convention and actually people find out that they aired our show.
Right.
Okay, because they were more concerned. Tell you who they were, Adler. You know about this because you lived in this world. A lot of people in radio would rather be accepted by other radio people than an actual audience.
Oh, for sure.
They're the guitar player that plays for other guitar players. He does not play for the audience.
Right.
Okay.
Got it.
So that's, you have to understand that is a reality.
Are we to the good news yet?
Yes, and you're going to like the good news.
Okay, we're getting now, so we're going to get the good news.
There appears to be a tremendous number of people who love what we do, and
I am so thankful for that.
And for them,
Now they made
'Cause
today.
I'm not going to make a living as a researcher
Right.
at Skinwalker Ranch.
Now how about this? How about this? Now the unfortunate part is they heard me give the bad news. What makes them realize that they're probably good uns because they like this show. But that's all right. You're good uns, we're all good uns together. But we know who we are. We're not delusional, and we have our place in society, and we have our family. And we all get along, and we're entertained, we're informed. My goodness, there's people out there right now that are no longer going to hell because they went through here and somehow they found their way to Jesus. And you know what? I'll take that over a radio consultant liking me any day.
There you go.
Or Skinwalker Ranch liking me. Or Sean Hannity texting me back again. It's just or Howie Long calling me for lunch.
All right.
So what has happened? My favorite is when people don't know much about the show and they come into the studio and they have a good experience, but then they go out and actually listen and watch it, and they thought, why was I ever on that show?
Right.
And you're experiencing a little bit of that. Travis, I think, probably honestly wanted to do something. And then the people said, "Are you kidding me? We're not bringing these rubes on the show." And he said, "Well, Bubba's a ham."
Mm-hmm.
And then they said, "Well, can we find another ham?"
He's even got his own spectrum analyzer.
Right. Hey. But remember the good news, though.
He can transmit
Bubba.
a second harmonic on 1.3 gigahertz.
How about
1.6 gigahertz.
Never forget the good news of I'm talking about thousands of people that encourage us all the time.
Oh, I know.
And say, you know what? Whatever people say about me, I'm not afraid to say I like the show.
Oh, okay. I'm beginning to feel a little bit better about this, Rick, because someone has just shared information that guy who was on there is from Huntsville.
Okay.
So he may know Travis.
Rick, I don't think he listened to
I'm
you.
not sure how that makes you feel better.
Well,
that means you actually had a shot. They chose another guy from here.
Okay, never mind. That's not a good example.
Bubba,
silver lining.
No, Bubba, let me tell you what that is for you. Greg,
Back to bad news.
Greg, you remember this. I remember there was a murmur campaign that Auburn wanted to hire Dad to be their new head coach.
Yeah, back
and I said,
early 90s.
and I remember saying, of course, he wouldn't interview because they were in the playoffs, and Dad was, sometimes loyal to a fault. And he said, I'll interview after we're done with the playoffs. Of course, Auburn's like, we really need to get a coach now. We can't really wait for y'all to finish your playoff. And he wouldn't do it. Well, I remember thinking to myself, and this is what just happened to you, what are the odds that Auburn was really going to hire a guy who's a high school coach and then has been coaching in Division II? They probably wouldn't do that. And then they hired Terry Bowden.
Yeah.
And I went, oh, my gosh, Dad had a shot. How about this? He had a shot. He beat Terry Bowden every time they played.
Right.
When Terry was coaching, they were coaching at the same level.
Yeah.
And I thought,
That's
wow,
funny.
I guess they were serious about hiring Dad. So I'm afraid that's what just happened.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm all right.
You really needed to hear that it was some guy from, New York City.
I thought it might have been a local Colorado. They were out in Colorado
Somebody
somewhere.
local. Yeah. Really, they said, no problem bringing somebody from Alabama. We just won't bring you. I'm so sorry. But that's all right. Remember the good news? Don't forget that good news. They're looking at that camera. These people right there.
Good news.
They're not ashamed to be part of this.
Good news.
Look, you hear those? See that microphone you're talking to?
Good news.
People's ears hearing that microphone. They like being here.
Good news.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bank on Yourself has really, really connected with this audience, and it's connected with me too. I'm currently talking to people with Bank on Yourself, and I said, you know what? I think I'm going to reconsider the way that my retirement is set up, and maybe banking on yourself is a better way to go because, as we've said on the program, if your retirement money is tied up in a traditional 401k or an IRA, you do not control it. The government controls it. They decide how much you can borrow. They just decide when you got to pay it back. They decide what taxes you owe, penalties that you'll pay. I love this. Only the government could penalize you for taking it too early, and they'll penalize you if you take it too late. They're going to find a way to get you. Let me give you a troubling.
That's the bad news.
Yeah, here's some bad news here. Do you realize because of our advancements in nutrition and our advancement in some of our medical and the things we've learned about longevity, that people are now outliving their savings by almost 10 years?
See, these designs were set up when people didn't live as long.
Right.
So people are outliving their savings by. Can you imagine spending 10 years going, I have no more income? So anyway, when you're banking on yourself, it's a better way to do it. You're guaranteed, and it's going to grow, and you're guaranteed that you won't lose the original principal. Okay, the retirement plan alternatives gives you 100% control of the money, and you know how much tax you'll pay on this one? None. Nada. So tax-free retirement income and guaranteed predictable growth and retirement income. You're in control, unlike the 401ks. This is the same strategy. What's the guy's name that started McDonald's and started? I saw the movie, but anyway, this is the same strategy he used because nobody would loan him money. It's got built-in inflation protection. You know, as I said, the guaranteed minimum value is always there. So here's the call to action. Get a free report with all the details on how to bank on yourself. Get the strategy. It adds guarantees, predictability, tough word for old Ricker, tax savings, and you are in control of your financial plan. Doesn't that feel better? Use the code RBS to get this for free, okay? That's bankonyourself.com/RBS to get a free report with all the details on how you can bank on yourself.
My dad reaches in, grabs it, pulls it out, throws it to the ground.
What's it doing?
And it's like, and it's coming back after me. Like it wants to get. And so I keep I don't know if I should say this, but I keep a knife in this room right here. We all have, things.
Just in
we
case.
got bats.
We have a knife for spreading peanut butter. Yes.
Yes, we do. And so I grabbed that gigantic knife. I don't know why I had that in my dream. I stabbed this thing right in the head. And my dad goes, "What is that?"
How did he go?
"What is that?"
Right, yeah.
And I go, "It's a spider."
Are you cussing in your dream?
You cussed in your dream?
What?
You got to stop eating these pickled onions.
And so I sent my dad a text message yesterday. I dreamed last night that I had a softball-sized spider under my tricep skin. I just sent this to my dad, like, randomly. I had to slice open and hold my arm and keep it from digging farther up my arm while you had to grab the spider and pull it out. You threw it to the floor and said, "What is that?" I said, "A blank spider," and then I stabbed it with a huge knife. So, sorry for cussing in front of you, but it was an intense situation, and thanks for the help.
So you just went ahead and
I just let's let him know. And he's texted me back, "I'm there for you, bro."
I'm there for you, bro.
Stop eating Thai food at 9 p.m.
Yeah, definitely.
That's good.
You know what? Adler, what it could mean? You caught something this weekend in Chicago, and you need to go have it checked.
Does food really do that? Because I've really shellfish.
Yeah.
I think shellfish is really bad for a lot of different
If you
people.
eat late at night, you can have some wild dreams.
Well, like Greg said, that's why that famous barbecue place in Alabama is called Dreamland.
Oh yeah, barbecue.
It's because of eating pork gives you weird dreams.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
I did not know
Everybody
that.
knows that.
But you might want to schedule a checkup just in case.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hate to go Daniel,
All right.
but get it looked at.
Or Bubba, I hate to go even deeper here. Your dad's going to have to save you from something.
Yeah.
That's right. That's
Right.
right. I think it's just an analogy for our entire life.
I wish your
growing
dad would
up.
urge you to go get a checkup.
Right.
Yeah. There you go.
He's probably got to give you a kidney.
He will be. That's probably it. He will be here. They're going to be here for the Christmas kickoff.
Yes. After Christmas.
One of my favorite days of the year.
Yep.
And he volunteered me to play snare drum, and I'm like,
Hey, snare drum.
we have a show going on right now. I have to run all that stuff. And he just emailed me back, "What a baby," which I don't know what that means. So
Play snare for your dad.
I have a job.
He delivered a spider out of your bicep.
The drum will be good, just nobody will see it on TV.
Right.
I know we have a pinball machine in here, but this is a job. This is a real job.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Speaking of shopping online, with Amazon, we're finding ourselves in some weird political partnerships and some bipartisanship that seems a little odd right now, involving them looking for new homes for new headquarters. And you take the floor and kind of see if you can't set us up and then kind of take us where we are right now.
All right, let me give you the outline for this. Amazon is one of the biggest companies in the world, if not the biggest. Depends on the day of the week, and there's
I fought you hard, but I do it all again, babe. From the No Name Studio, and on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world, it is another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Yes, those in the industry embarrassed by what we do, those who just want to be entertained, informed, and maybe be inspired, say we'll take it just like we like it. So thank you very much for being there. And of course, you look at the people who thought the show had no place. I don't know how to break it to them, but we're in our 30th year. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and when I say that, I really mean it.
I know you do. Are you ready to get into Shifty Schiff?
Well, Rick, this has been an ongoing thing in Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Schiff, who was on the Intelligence Committee, made it was his career to go around and tell everybody, we got the goods on Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I can't talk about it because it's classified, but when it comes out, you are going to see how Russia stole this election from Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he campaigned, he went everywhere, he was on every talk show.
Oh, yeah.
And he was telling everybody, we got the goods. Well, once the goods come out, they didn't have the goods.
No.
And after the whole process was looked at through an independent investigation, they were just making it up. They were just making all this stuff up. So the House of Representatives, to begin with, looked at, and it's hard for me to say this word.
Censure?
Yes,
censure.
censure.
Tough word. It's a tough word. Censure.
Yeah.
I mean,
not censor, it's
right.
censure.
Right.
Right.
And I struggle with that too.
Right. I can say it, but I have to really think about it. So this is basically when they give you a spanking in the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
And they voted to do this last week with some financial penalties tied to it. It almost passed then, but some people said, I don't want House members to be financially damaged over this. So they came back this time and they did a more traditional censure where he would just be reprimanded for lying to the American people. And it passed. And it has been a zoo. And you will see the clips to back that up.
All right, so y'all going to have to help me because I'm looking at the clips and I'm a little bit confused, especially when we get into 2, because it looks like that's still about Adam Schiff.
They pretty much, there's a whole bunch of them here. Start with one and walk through it.
Now, I see Robert Kennedy's talking about the vaccine, so
Right,
that's not it.
Right.
Yeah,
is all this all the way through 2C about Adam Schiff?
Yes.
Okay.
All the 2s are Democrats kind of responding.
Okay.
All the 1s is kind of it transpiring.
Got it.
And the Republicans kind of
That was very helpful. I didn't understand the 1 and the 2. So thank you.
And
Very
the,
good.
the 2s too have to do with Durham and his interaction with some of the representatives during his hearing.
Because he was called to
yesterday.
Capitol Hill to talk about his findings.
Right, but 1 and 1B definitely have to do with this. It's the representative that brought this to the House, and then the final vote.
Let's start there and work our way through.
Let's just work our way through. Here's Representative Anna Paulina Luna from Florida. Here we go.
Occupied a position of the highest trust and authority. As chair of the House Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff launched an all-out political campaign built on baseless distortions against a sitting U.S. president at the expense of every single citizen in this country and the honor of the House of Representatives. With access to sensitive information unavailable to most members of Congress and certainly not accessible to the American people, Schiff abused his privileges claiming to know the truth, while leaving Americans in the dark about this web of lies. Lies so severe that they altered the course of the country forever. The lie that
Gentlelady will suspend. The House is not in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor.
The lie that President Donald Trump colluded with Russia to steal the 2016 presidential election, revealed to be completely false by numerous investigations, including the Durham report. The lie that the Steele dossier, a folder of falsified and since completely debunked collusions, accusations funded by the Democrat Party, had any shred of credibility. Yet Schiff read it into congressional record as fact. Lies concocted and compiled in a false memo that was used to lie to the FISA court to precipitate domestic spying on U.S. citizen Carter Page, violating American civil liberties. Not only was this egregious abuse of Schiff's privileged access to classified information, but this memo was littered with 17 major mistakes and omissions. The groundless memo violated Carter.
So that's what they voted on.
You see the scope of what they're bringing to the floor to be voted on.
Yeah, and plus, I love this, what was written in here from either by Speedy, Adler, or both of you, that this woman she will not let go. Her censure bill had died, and she brought it back again. And she's 34, she's a veteran, and she's 7 months pregnant. Right. And she was not going to go away.
She's locked in. We've seen her on other issues.
Yeah,
she gets locked in.
So then one of the things, if everybody loves there's some confusing sometimes. It's confusing sometimes when people don't understand the definition of irony. But Alanis Morissette, her whole song, half of it was incorrect. Right. That's not ironic. This is ironic that a modern-day Democrat is going to shout shame. So here we go. The House voted to censure Adam Schiff, and here we go.
On this vote, the yeas are 213 and the nays are 209. With 6 answering present, the resolution adopted. Without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table. House will be in order.
They're shouting shame. Democrats are shouting shame. They don't have any shame. Shame's over. We don't have shame in this country in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, and that went on for a while.
Shame!
Where he has
I was glad to hear they could say the word.
Where is the cut? Because right after that, he has to come to the front and basically be read what has been voted on. Huh? I thought that was in the. I thought we saw that in the clip, in the rundown.
Who's he has to come to the front? Schiff?
Adam Schiff, yes.
Schiff comes to the front.
Yes,
and
Schiff.
he's basically told that he's been censured.
Right.
Okay.
Well, he said it was I think he said it was a badge of honor.
Shame. Well, maybe
I saw it somewhere else.
The fact that what's that little creature? And you'll sit up in the tree and it's hanging on, and its eyes are like gigantically big.
Oh yeah.
He looks like one of those, and I don't know what they're called.
I know what you're talking about.
And every time, like you said earlier, Bubba, the thing that made Adam Schiff so undesirable was he seemed diabolical. He almost looked like a villain in like a cartoon or something, and he was obsessed and would say things like Anna Paulina Luna said. He would just look right into your face with those big old bugging eyes and just lie. And just absolutely lie. Like say things that he didn't have, said he knows things he didn't know. And all of this has not just been, suggested, it's been proven.
Right.
I found his actual response on Twitter. He put out a video, but this video, y'all, of the Democrats, he's walking out, and the Democrats are applauding him and slapping him on the back like he's some kind of hero. Nancy Pelosi's hugging on him. You did it, buddy. It's okay. You're a hero. Chanting Adam.
What has he
Great
done?
job.
So nobody's disputing that it shows that it was made up.
Right. So why are we chanting?
So what did he do? Yeah. What do we celebrate?
What makes him a hero? Because he tried to undermine an election by making false accusations against a presidential candidate who was the sitting president.
Be embarrassed by him and want to shun him.
Do y'all want to hear his just quick response?
Yeah, if you got it.
Okay. The Republicans in the House voted to censure me. Let me see if I can break down what this was all about. A representative from Florida, who's one of the extreme MAGA Republicans, named Luna, ironically, introduced a resolution last week to censure me. It failed. 1 out of every 10 Republicans voted against this abuse of the House process. She brought it back this week, and the main difference was that Donald Trump put out a statement saying that any Republican that voted against this censure would be or should be subject to a primary challenge.
Okay, all right, friend.
Well, he is. I don't know what world he lives in.
He was on with Anderson Cooper too, and he was asked, "Do you have any regrets?" He said, "No, if I did it again, I'd do it all the same."
Yeah,
Sure.
make stuff
Sure.
up.
So I lied the first time, and I would lie again. I made stuff up about a sitting president and to keep him from being reelected, and I would do that again.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay. They are headquartered on the West Coast. They have announced they want to make a headquarters on the East Coast, or what they call HQ2. So they started a national search for the HQ2 location, and it started with 230 cities. And these cities competed to get them to come to their area and their town. Okay?
Free market.
Love that. Well, this has been going on literally for a couple of years. Well, Amazon announced this week that they have settled on 2 locations. So they're going to split HQ2 into New York and Washington. Now, critics are saying, this is just a big scam. What they wanted was a headquarters in the 2 most powerful cities on the East Coast, Washington and New York.
Right.
And they did it under this ruse of us looking for making all these towns jump through these hoops when that's where they wanted to go all along. Well, as cities bid for this headquarters, and they're saying that it's going to bring about 25,000 jobs immediately to the area where they go, they have been offered incentives by various governments to go there. This is nothing new. It happens all the time, okay? They get cuts on property tax. They get cuts on various taxes from the state and the cities. And in New York, for example, they got state tax breaks and cash worth $1.85 billion. When you look at city tax credits that were added to this bid, over $3 billion for them to bring HQ2, or at least part of it, to Queens, New York, which will employ 25,000 people. So now we have 2 things that have broke out. You have people that are saying that this was all a ruse to begin with. Amazon wanted a headquarters in Washington and New York. And, Rick, what comes with the one in New York is something very valuable, a helipad. Now, apparently, due to the amount of high buildings and the high air traffic there, getting a helipad is something very difficult to get. They have got that in this deal, so they can fly in and out.
Right.
So the question now is was this all just kind of a scam for Amazon to get in Washington and New York, and they made these other 228 cities jump through all these hoops, or was it a legitimate deal where they thought those were the best places? Now that you have this, you have people in New York who are furious that they have been given $3 billion in tax credits to bring 25,000 jobs to Queens. So then you have the argument now about the numbers. Is this a good investment for New York, or is it not? So there are your 2 arguments. Was it a scam all along?
Right.
And was this a good investment for Washington and New York to win these bids?
I think we have to be careful with our terminology. Is it a scam or brilliant?
Right.
I mean, because
it depends on what side you're on, I guess.
Because what I'm saying is, what it sounds like to me is one of the things that would make another city a little more intriguing would be the fact that some of these other places, the taxes aren't as high as they are in New York and in D.C. So what they were able to pull off with everyone's desire to have them is they were able to go where they wanted to go, but not pay the taxes that would have kept them from going there to begin with.
Absolutely. And think about this. Let's just say we're in charge of Amazon,
right.
and the big boss, Jeff. How you say his last name? Hams.
I think it's Bezos.
Bezos. He wants a place in New York. If we come out and say, "Hey, New York, we would like a place in New York, and we want this, 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 and this," they go, "No way. You can't get a helipad. We can't give you $3 billion in tax breaks. Blah blah blah." But if you have a competition and you have New York on the list, now New York has to work against other large cities, some country cities. And we've had Amazon, they're building distribution places all over the country. They're actually building one very close to the studio that's going to employ thousands of people. So, we're for jobs, we're for growth, but at what price? And I think that's a fair.
Here's now, if you 21 minutes past. So it is official. Adam Schiff will be censured. So, and the reason why, and this is where I'm confused, this next cut will show you why we're confused, but is Adam Schiff trying to tell us that he didn't make all this up, that it was all true, even though it's been proven that it's not true? And he says, I'm glad I did it because Donald Trump's so evil, you do anything you can to try to stop him. And even though what I did was lies and unfounded, I'm glad I still did it. So let's listen to that, because here's the Democrats when they were they did enter the Steele dossier into the congressional record, and Durham, who's been doing this investigation, is going to tell you that there's no evidence that a single word of it was ever true. So here we go.
If before opening Crossfire Hurricane they had checked their own files and communicated with other intelligence agencies and the like, they would have found that there was nothing at that time in their files that would corroborate the information, the suggestion of a suggestion, and that the Russians might provide some kind of assistance. There's nothing in their files that would corroborate that.
The Steele dossier was entered in the congressional record. Was it true?
I'm sorry, the Steele dossier?
Steele dossier was entered into our congressional record. Was it true?
There is not a single substantive piece of information in the dossier that has ever been corroborated by the FBI or, to my knowledge, anyone else. If
So
before
is Schiff saying, I don't care, I'm glad I did it? I mean, y'all, this is not a bunch of, conservative talk show hosts claiming that they don't think any of it's true. Durham is saying, we investigated it. There's nothing to corroborate any of that was true. So what is Schiff saying? What is he proud of? I'm just confused by that. It has to be, so what? I still took him down, so whatever I needed to do, I did, and I don't regret it, right? Yeah. And that's why the Democrats are going, our trick worked. Our trick worked. Shame for punishing somebody for what he did.
Right.
I don't follow the logic of that, other than that. Yeah. All right, so then Durham's talking about he couldn't get certain people to be interviewed,
some of these people that were involved.
That were involved, they wouldn't take part.
Even though they were going out on the talk shows and making plenty of comments.
Yeah. Sure.
So they wouldn't talk to him.
Here he is talking about that.
First, let me make it clear that it is as disappointing, perhaps more disappointing to me and my colleagues, that these people would not agree to be interviewed. Some of them had a lot to say publicly, but they refused to be interviewed by our folks.
All right, so next, Representative Kevin Kiley, again, is just going to show that the left, led by Schiff, that they were lying about Russian collusion and the Mueller report. So here he is.
Mr. Schiff in 2017-2018 made statements such as, the Russians offered help, the campaign accepted help, the Russians gave help, and the president made full use of that help, and that is pretty damning. He also said there's clear evidence on the issue of collusion. He said, I think there's plenty of evidence of collusion or conspiracy in plain sight. Mr. Durham,
the gentleman yield?
Are those statements supported by the conclusions of the Mueller report?
The gentleman yield?
No. Mr. Durham, are those statements supported by the Mueller report?
I don't believe so.
Mr. Nadler stated, it's clear that the campaign concluded and there's a lot of evidence of that. The question is, was the president involved? Mr. Nadler also said there was obviously a lot of collusion. Mr. Durham, were those statements supported by the Mueller report?
I don't believe they are supported by the Mueller report.
Mr. Liu stated in a press release in March of 2017, the bombshell revelation that U.S. officials have information that suggests Trump associates may have colluded with the Russians means we must pause the entire Trump agenda. We may have an illegitimate president of the United States currently occupying the White House. Mr. Durham, did the Mueller report establish that we had an illegitimate president occupying the White House?
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Swallow stated in 2018, in our investigation, we saw strong evidence of collusion. Did the Mueller report support that there was strong evidence of collusion?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, there you go. I'm still confused on what Schiff's proud of. This will confound me for the rest of the day. That he came up with a plan that tried to
Well,
let's keep rolling through this. Maybe some light will come here on this.
All right. So here's Jim Jordan, and when he gets to talk, you talk about he'll give you a good crisp soundbite. Here's Jim Jordan.
You can hear him very well.
Mr. Durham, in the summer of 2016, did our government receive intelligence that suggested Secretary Clinton had approved a plan to tie President Trump to Russia?
Yes.
Was that intelligence important enough for Director Brennan to go brief the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, the Attorney General of the United States, and the Director of the FBI?
Yes.
And was that intelligence put then into a memorandum, a referral memorandum?
Yes.
And was that memorandum then given to Director Comey and Agent Strzok?
That's who it was addressed to, yes.
Did Director Comey share that memorandum with the FISA court?
I'm sorry,
Did he share that memorandum with the FISA court? Did Director Comey do that?
I'm not aware of that if he did.
Did he share it with the lawyers preparing the FISA application?
Not to my knowledge.
Did he share it with the agents on the case, working the Crossfire Hurricane case?
No.
Didn't share it with the agents on the case. Can you tell the committee what happened when you took that referral memo and shared it with one of those agents, specifically Supervisory Special Agent Number 1?
We interviewed the first supervisor of the Crossfire investigation, the operational person. We showed him the intelligence information. He indicated he had never seen it before. He immediately became emotional, got up and left the room with his lawyer, spent some time in the hallway, came back.
He was ticked off, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was ticked off because this is something he should have had as an agent on the case. It's important information that the director of the FBI kept from the people doing the investigation.
The information was kept from him.
Guys, I don't even know what to say. I mean, this is not even.
They made up a hoax.
Yeah.
And leaked it in the press, so the press would be talking about it. So then they could cite the press talking about it as a reason for them to investigate.
Right.
It really was ingenious what they were doing, although probably for sure unethical and possibly illegal. Talking about Comey and McCabe and all that bunch, they falsified the application for the president and his inner circle to be bugged and to be wiretapped.
And Comey hid the Clinton campaign plan to tie Trump to Russia.
And he knew it was a campaign. It was a political
He knew it all along.
lie.
Mm-hmm.
And he knew it, and he went right along with it.
And you know what I want to know, don't you?
I want to know what he knew, Rick, and when he knew it.
Right. So I guess the Democrats are telling us that Trump is so evil and it's so horrible, no matter what we had to do, are justified because the result justified the means. And we're proud of ourselves.
Rick,
because we came up with a scam that, by the way, you're not supposed to do, unethical and possibly illegal.
We still have sound bites from Eric Swalwell, Mr. Fang Fang, and Jerry Nadler.
But do I have it right that they're proud of themselves?
They are proud for some reason.
Debate, and that's where we're seeing some Democrats complaining about this deal along with Republicans. And we have other ones who are saying this is a great deal. It was put together by Democrats, and you have Republicans going, this is great. We got 25,000 jobs coming to town.
So this time what we have, when you talk about...
Does that outline it good enough? There's two debates there.
When you think about this topic, you've got Democrats who always demonize what they call corporate welfare.
Right, and that's exactly what this would fall under their definition of it.
But there are Democrats in New York that are offering Amazon corporate welfare.
Yes, they are.
And then there's Republicans that say, no, it's not corporate welfare. This is how you do business in a free market, and the breaks you give them are incentives to get here. And when they invest in your state, in your city, it pays for itself. But yet there's some Republicans that are against the deal that they normally would be for.
That is correct.
So we're in a weird place.
It's all over the place. I will say this, no matter where you live, if you've had a sizable business come to your town, maybe a automotive manufacturer, maybe the people that support those businesses, large businesses that would employ hundreds of people, most all of them come to your town because they have been offered some kind of deal. We have, I know in our state, they give them property tax abatements and all this other stuff, which to people they're competing against who are already here, they go, that's unfair. I'm paying taxes, they're not. Is that fair? No. But you bring these jobs to town, which if you don't make these deals to lure them in, they go somewhere else. So is that good? No. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Well, I
don't know where the happy medium is.
I think
here.
you try to find it, and then everybody decides whether you went too far to get them here, or you did about the right amount, or you didn't go far enough. That's why we didn't get them.
And you can't vent these deals in public because you have other towns competing against them.
Do you want any of, I don't know if y'all want to add to this, any of Tucker Carlson last night? He had a representative on from New York that sent a letter to the governor of New York complaining about this. I don't know if it'll help any or not, but it's a little
I think it's an interesting topic.
Yeah.
Miller is the Republican in the New York Assembly. He sent a letter to the governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, questioning the wisdom of this deal, and he joins us tonight. So this is a little bit confusing considering that New York City has a lot of infrastructure needs, for example. You'd think Amazon, run by the richest guy in the world, would be bringing something to the table, but instead the taxpayers of New York are paying him to come? How does this work?
You know, it's incredible. It's guaranteed to be a boondoggle. What we're seeing here is the most powerful, richest person in the world going to be subsidized by regular people. We know that Amazon, in some cases, destroys other companies that can't compete, destroys jobs. It's one thing if that happens in our free enterprise system, but it's another thing to subsidize that and ask some of the very people whose jobs and businesses are going to be destroyed to subsidize this monster, Amazon.
Well, Amazon is a monopoly, so by definition, I think it's the enemy of the free market. Who cut this deal for the state of New York?
You know, it's fascinating. Governor Cuomo is giving about $1.7 billion with a B in state dollars. De Blasio is giving another $1 billion in New York City money. And it's interesting because if this was a good deal, Governor Cuomo stood for election just 8 days ago. Why didn't he announce this or get word of this out before the election? If this was a good deal, he certainly would have done that. He knows this is a bad deal. And you know what's interesting? You have liberals like Cuomo and de Blasio, and what they're doing is they're introducing a bizarro form of supply-side economics. They're saying lower taxes, lower business costs, create jobs, but we're not going to do real supply-side economics where everybody gets a tax cut and everybody gets to compete. We're going to pick one winner and let everybody else sink while one big ship gets to rise.
Well,
it's a good argument.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But it is interesting that a Republican is saying that, and Democrats are actually making the deals.
I have been on both sides of this issue, and I see both sides of it. It really comes down to the numbers.
Right.
Because when they bring those jobs in, that's not just direct money. That money stays in the community, and it goes over and over and over. There's a lot of studies about 5 times out how that money is multiplied.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so if you're making sure your property is secure, whether that's residential, business, both, maybe you're fortunate enough to have, be blessed by, a lake house, beach house, some land, hunting land, whatever. SimplySayBubba.com. That's the best way to go. This is the best security available on the market. And they've cut out a lot of the things that are kind of antiquated and outdated in the industry, and boy, they are leading the way. They were just voted again this year the best home security by U.S. News and World Report. That's this year in 2023. They love innovation, but they don't ever knock it out of gear and say we're good. They just
got to keep
on.
innovating.
Do you love this new sensor they have that can detect whether you got a problem or you just got smoke coming off the stove? I mean, do you love that?
How many times have you took something out of the oven and it went off?
Yeah. So anyway, and you're monitored for less than $1 a day, and their monitoring is fantastic. You can finance your system if you want to. You can do that through a firm, but you can get it 20% off right now by going to simplysafebubba.com. You'll install it yourself, and their verification technology gets you help quicker, but they also help you with water, fire, God forbid, in any kind of a medical emergency. So simplysafebubba.com, the best system on the market. Get yours right now and get 20% off. There's no safe like simplysafebubba.com safe. All right, so we're going to get to the end of this. Believe it or not, we have so much information that keeps making the point that this was a scam by the Democratic Party that involved Comey, Hillary Clinton, Schiff, all sorts of people involved in this. And we now know this. And Durham has said, we've investigated, here it is. But for some reason, the Democrats are celebrating Schiff, and Schiff thinks that he's a martyr. I don't understand this, but here's Democrat Eric Swalwell. Now, this is Fang Fang, right?
Yeah.
And who apparently does, when they started shouting shame, I noticed that Eric couldn't say it. But anyway, so here we go. And is this him trying to defend Schiff, saying whatever? How dare you go after Schiff? All right, here he is. All right.
Said to the country, you are decent. Donald Trump is not who you are. So I ask my colleagues, are you as indecent as Donald Trump? Will you be remembered as footnotes and foot soldiers in history's books that chronicle Donald Trump's corruption, or will you be as decent as Adam Schiff?
Oh, my goodness.
I yield back.
First of all, the statement is outrageous. Second, the guy who's sleeping with the Chinese spies talked to us about being decent?
Speaking of footnotes in history.
I mean, you know what? If I was in his position, no pun intended, and they were to say, hey, Bird, you want to say something about that? I'd say, I'll pass.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to talk about shame, and I don't think I want to talk about decency.
Yeah, let somebody else go, Mike.
Yeah, I got busted with Fang Fang. I'm out.
He said, I yield my time because I'm late for a lunch at P.F. Chang.
Then that's terrible, but funny. What, guys?
And then
have we gotten to the point that
Rick,
why don't I just stop? Why don't I just? I'm trying to understand something that's not understandable. So I'm just going to stop.
That may be it.
All right, here's Jerry Nadler, and he just rambles around. He can't get his facts.
He's got all
right.
his facts.
My goodness.
Ms. Durham, your investigation
my
cost
God.
more than $6.5 million, involved the work of dozens of FBI employees and federal prosecutors, some of whom resigned in protest, and took roughly 4 years to complete. Is that correct?
No.
It's not correct.
No, I mean, there were multiple parts of that.
Did it take 4 years to complete?
Correct.
Okay.
A lot of what you just said there. Now, you don't have that right at all. You got the 4 years right. The rest of it, you don't have any of that right. What a dweeb. Shouldn't he be trying to kneel? You remember that?
All right, go to 2C. Let's hear it.
I can't. do
That's
more
good.
of this.
You need to hear it.
Okay.
And then we're wrapping up the Adam Schiff.
Well, it's just frustrating me. All right, so here we go.
Tried to follow your report, Mr. Donald Trump Jr. would have called it a nothing burger. You got no convictions. You got nothing. It was all set up to hurt the Mueller report, which was correct and was redacted, to hurt the Bidens and to help Trump. And you were a part of it. You have a good reputation. You had a good reputation. That's why the two Democrats supported you. But the longer you hold on to Mr. Barr and this report that Mr. Barr gave you as special counsel, your reputation will be damaged. As everybody's reputation who gets involved with Donald Trump is damaged, he's damaged goods. There's no good dealing with him because you will end up on the bottom of a pyre. I yield back the balance of my time.
Sure.
Can we presume the gentleman's undecided on how he feels about the former president?
Gentlemen, witness can respond.
Yeah, my concern about my reputation is with the people who I respect and my family and my Lord. And I'm perfectly comfortable with my reputation with them, sir.
Well said. God bless you.
How about that? You know what he said? Listen to you ramble around. You're showing the very reason I was here, and you are showing the results and the information I was uncovering. You are diabolically, crazy obsessed with your hate and despise for Donald Trump because he came down here with all of his flaws, okay, that are acknowledged, but you don't hate him for that. Because y'all act just like he acted. Y'all used to go to cocktail party with him, and it was back when he was partying and giving money to both parties, you loved him.
Yeah.
When he got here and said, I'm putting the people of America first, this swamp y'all have created down here that's self-perpetuating, and you look after me and I'll look after you, I'm coming down here and turn this place upside down. And they hate him for it.
Yeah.
I mean, they hate him because he also won't let them pick on him. He'll go right back at them. He'll get down there in the mud with them. And they hate that. They liked being able to bully, and they don't like when they think they're getting response back and somebody defends themselves.
Yeah, when somebody rears up against them and won't take it, they don't like it.
They don't like it. And what he just said was, did you hear this guy? Mm-hmm. And he did say this. He said, I think he's kind of clear how he feels about the president, and that's why they did this. Mm-hmm. He's only showing you why they did it.
Yeah. And what Cohen said, Representative Cohen said, that's why Schiff is so proud of himself, Rick. It's because of that, what he just said.
Well, I think what they're telling us is he's so awful. He's so mean. Mm-hmm. And he's so awful. We had to do something to bring him down. And now everybody's mad at me about it. And you know what they're saying? Don't be mad with us.
That's exactly
how about this? We don't really like. And their way to show how corrupt Donald Trump they think is, so they're saying we will be corrupt. Mm. I thought if corruption's bad, nobody should do it.
Yeah.
Don't be mad with me.
And I'm sorry, we are.
Yeah.
So
here's Adam with Coop.
All right.
Do you have any regrets on how you handle the Russia issue? Obviously, the former president was never criminally implicated for anything involving Russia.
No, not at all. I think the investigation of his misconduct was very important. It ultimately led to his impeachment, which I was proud to lead, and it led to the first bipartisan vote to remove a president in U.S. history. I was also proud to serve on the January 6th committee, and I would do all of that again, and I would do it the same way.
Well, he's clear. Okay, that's all we need to know.
You know, Donald Trump was impeached because the Democrats had enough seats to do it. That's all. The only
bipartisan, Bubba.
Well, you had a couple of rhinos join in, but if the Republicans had the majority, it wouldn't have happened. I mean, it's just politics. It's an impeachment is a political thing. It's not a legal thing.
No wonder the American people are kind of like just done with them.
Oh, I know. I know. And, you know, we've got all this freedom, and sometimes I wonder, do we have too much when it comes to our elected officials?
Right. It's just
because they can't seem to handle it. You know.
No, they can't handle. And why we think the little bit of power we were supposed to allow them that they couldn't handle. Why did we think they could handle absolute power? A little bit of power's already corrupted them. Absolute power, my goodness. Phone calls are next. Let's hear from you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Super P ready to go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We make all kind of cars around here, and it's good. Right. And the companies that supply those are good. And it has been a boom for our state over the past, 20 years or so.
I understand that, we all have our little worlds and we have the way it affects the big picture and all that, but you'll have a hard time convincing people who get a good job with Amazon that it was a bad deal for your city when the day they go to work.
Well, and there's been studies, too. I don't have one in front of me I can quote, but they study the dollars that are paid to employees of these kind of deals, and they followed it out like fivefold. Mm-hmm. And you look at the money that people spend when they go in here. They're going to be renting apartments. They're going to be buying food. They're going to be, furnishing their apartments. They're going to be, getting transportation, however that is. In New York, it'd probably be different than Alabama. But those companies that supply that see booms. They hire people. Those people go out, and then the things that they buy, the groceries, the things they do. And, you follow this out, and you really it's hard to debate the thing mathematically when you don't have the real figures of the impact that a job that one of these companies brings to an area until you fully understand it. And it's honestly, it's a little hard to track, but some people have done a pretty good job, and it's amazing how many times that money changes hands and how many times that dollar is taxed, which is good back for the state. They're making money on it. And how many times that causes businesses to hire more people, and then what happens with that money. The government wins every time the dollar changes hands, remember. So it's good for them, too. And I have a pretty good feeling they think it's good for them this time or they wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, but, when you get in these high-tax cities like New York City, you think to yourself, Amazon doesn't have to pay what everybody else is paying.
Yeah.
And that's why they like the location, they like the power, they didn't like the taxes. So they got around that. Mm-hmm. But everybody who now goes to work for them goes out and still pays those very high taxes.
Yes.
Right.
And so it's
I thought it was kind of funny. This is real quick. This is the same representative talking about who disagrees with this.
Yeah, it is very strange. But I'll give them a little bit of credit. We live in a divided time here in the United States. They have unified the left and the right. The New York Times is against this. The conservative New York Post editorial page is against this. The darling of the left, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a New York City liberal, is against it. Upstate conservatives like me are against it. Unions are against it. Business organizations are against it. The only ones who seem to be for it are Amazon, Cuomo, and de Blasio.
Glenn and Chelsea.
There'll be 25,000 other people for it very shortly.
And Chelsea, Alabama, listening to ZZK. Go ahead.
Yes. I believe it goes a lot deeper than what everyone's talking about. I believe that, all of these cities they've collected this information from, I believe you're going to see all the data they've collected. It's very smart marketing. I think it will even later on down the road, you're going to see that Amazon's going to get in trouble for breach of confidentiality. It could even be political. They've collected all this data from all these different cities, 200 and something, and I think that they're going to use that also, not only for all the tax breaks and things that they were looking at, but I believe it's going to be even deeper, collecting data from all these cities. And
yeah, well, I don't know. Well, we'll see. But let's talk about the bigger elephant in the room, and that is Amazon a monopoly?
I thought that was an interesting point.
I've heard many people bring that up, that if they haven't already arrived, they are.
But why?
Because I guess they're saying they really you can get anything you want from them.
Well, that's fine, but why can't Walmart set up that same thing and ship to people? Why can't Target do that?
Yeah, well, they're trying to, well, you see, some of this going on. I was, again.
I mean, they don't hold a patent on being able to mail things to you, right?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I want to examine.
I'm asking the question. Well, this is not a leading.
You have
question.
to use them to get that service.
Yeah, I guess what he's saying is, can't somebody else just set up another Amazon and say we do Amazon stuff better than Amazon?
Let me ask you this: is Walmart a monopoly?
Well, a lot of people thought that for a time because they set up a way that you put everybody out of business because of how cheap they would buy things.
They'd take a loss just to put
But are they a monopoly? Is it illegal for somebody else to set up and do the same thing?
Yeah. Well, Target came alive and others.
I know.
But I'm with you. I'd have to hear the case on how this was. Is
Alabama football is a monopoly?
Yeah, well,
clearly
that ain't fair.
But because. It is an experience, all right? That's all we promise is an experience. Didn't say a good one. Said an experience. We're glad you're here. Our phone calls are rolling now. Super P, Rick and Bubba University student banging out a degree in common sense is ready to take your phone calls right now. The lines are open, and if you will make a move, you ought to get in pretty easily right now. We get started. Nashville, Tennessee is standing by, and John is on the line. So, John, we'll get us started. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. Hey, just I
had this dream about 2 nights ago. Been wondering if I should call and talk about it or not. But
of course,
Bubba, you and I, we were camping together, and my family, your family, and my wife and Betty, they hit it off. We were having a great time. We were talking about all the things you like, radio stuff, making fun of flat earthers. We were doing all kind of stuff.
Just having a ball.
And
living large.
And I'm wondering if I'm had this dream because, I've been praying for you. I hope you're feeling better. And two, I'm about to go on a road trip. And I, usually call you guys when I'm going on one, but I'm going to California next week for 10 days. So y'all pray for me. So everything was going great. We were having a good time. You were asking me about my rig. I was asking you about yours. And I said, Bubba, there's just one thing I got to ask you because this is kind of awkward. And I said, how did you become a little person? And you were about 4'5", and Betty was about 2 feet taller than you. And you and me.
This is great.
And I swear this was my dream. And you immediately said, "Cram it, clown!" And you kicked me in the shin. And then the next thing I knew, I woke up in tears. I woke myself up crying. And my wife woke up. She said, "What's going on?" And I said, "Bubba's a little person. He just kicked me in the shin and told me to cram it, clown." And she said, "Listen, they do not know who you are. They would not know you from Adam. You're not their friend. You've got to cool it." So,
Gosh, that's funny.
I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going with y'all. I'm gonna just so you know, I'm gonna try to wear a Rick and Bubba shirt every day in California for y'all.
Please
so
do.
When I fly in the airport, I'm gonna have my Rick and Bubba shirt on, my Rick and Bubba '94 shirt. And we're going to see what happens.
That's great.
Well, first off, thank you for your prayers.
Yeah.
They were felt again. And I'm glad we were having a good time, and I must have got a pretty good kick in if you woke up crying.
Bubba, do you realize how funny it is that suddenly he looked and you were a little person and you told him to cram it, clown, and kick him in the
It's funny how dreams work. It makes perfect sense in the dream.
Gosh,
Bubba's suddenly a little person.
That is fantastic.
You wake up, you
That's
go,
a
what
good
was
one.
that?
That's a good one.
Cram it, clown.
866.
What kind of rig did I have? I was wondering.
Yeah, I
bet it was a nice one.
Well, you got
fellow ham.
Sure
there.
enough, nice one. Paul in Missouri.
I want to clarify.
I love when he said. I love when he said, "Wait, all the topics we were just going great."
Yeah.
Paul, go ahead.
He messed my train of thought up there for a minute, and I
Sure.
was laughing.
Mine too.
Anyways, Dad. Quick question for you: if Adam Schiff is censored and Nadler can't kneel, do you think Bama will win the national championship this year?
Hey, let me tell you, every year you got about a 50-50 chance.
Amen. What do you think about the Tide this year? How you think we're going to do? Rotate. 866 We Be Big lines are available. John in Odenville. John, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to say don't feel bad about Skinwalker Ranch not wanting to associate with y'all. I mean, they've got a grown man playing security guard that goes by the name Dragon. I mean, I'd be embarrassed to go on his show.
That's funny.
That's a pretty good point.
That is funny. Sounds like Greg weighing in. Speaking of that, Greg, one more puppy.
One more. Then there was one.
I would give anything to look up and see a Jeep pull up and Greg Burgess get out. And have that old sleepy look like he has.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
About the time he leaves every day, his hair pushed up.
Oh, yeah.
It's tough about that time.
Yeah.
Greg, I do not see how you do what you do.
Well, it's killing him, Bubba. Let's not act like it's working out.
The dog thing added a lot of stress to it. Now that it's going to be back to normal, it won't be bad.
You know, Greg, I know how you love moments that are totally uncomfortable. Did I tell you, this is one thing I forgot to tell you about last weekend at Gridiron. Now, look, we've talked about this for years, okay, and it's perfectly fine. We will answer to either name, okay?
Oh, yeah.
And so we're always being called each other's names, and it's fine.
Hey, Bo.
I love it. But it's one thing when it's just that, but it's another, like, so you're getting on it, when somebody has got them something.
Oh, and they're convinced.
And they've got them something. They can't wait. Greg, they've stood in the line. Okay? They cannot wait. Look, his anticipation. He's getting so
I know
excited.
where we're going.
So I'm even going to act it out for him.
Oh, no.
So I'm here.
So he's that animated.
I'm here in line. Bubba is me. He's not him.
All right. Yeah,
he's me.
you're there.
Yeah. Okay, the guy comes up. He finally gets shot. He goes, "Been waiting to say this all weekend. Bubba, you are intelligent." And I looked at him. I said, "Of course I'm Rick."
How did he get that
and he
wrong?
was like, that's.
But technically, you were Bubba during that interview.
That's true. Good point.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Rick, at what point did you not want to tell him?
It was so quick. I was in such shock by it. I said, "Of course I'm Rick."
Yeah, I'll tell Bubba you told me. I know it kind of takes a little bit out of it.
Yeah. Colin, Athens, Alabama. Colin, go ahead.
Oh, just green acres, monkey grass.
All right, welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering if you guys saw the video of the baseball pitcher for Wake Forest. Looked like he was jawing a bone.
Yes,
what?
He's got these.
What?
Oh, you talking about the guy that does this?
Yeah, he's doing this.
Jawing a bone?
Yeah.
You're like old
Is that
dog.
what he said?
Like an old dog, gets boned. You ever know?
No, I saw that. He gets up there like this, and all of a sudden he starts going.
Oh, yeah, he's got all kinds
What
of
is he doing? Mannerisms?
Yeah,
He's got twitch.
Ticks?
Twitches?
Tick, twitch.
Colin,
Has he got Tourette's?
Adler, I just
Here.
DM'd that to you. Okay, he's got it.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, he's just got a lot of little ticks here.
Well, look, I have as many.
got
of
going
those.
Rub my
He
mouth.
ain't done. He ain't done.
Oh, yeah.
He ain't done.
Oh, my.
He ain't done.
Oh my!
What if you're trying to bat against
Wait till he gets the guy out.
Well, that may be part of his routine. He may
What was that about?
He may have learned that on purpose.
I mean, really, he ought to be thrown out for that, the way they've been treating players celebrating.
That's worse than getting a sandwich.
Can I tell you what's so bad? Because I know me, even though.
Please look. Guys, y'all just please rewind that.
Look, I'm telling you, he's got a touch of Tourette's.
He really does.
No, seriously.
He's jacked to the rafters.
He can sling it.
Well, yeah, he can sling it.
He took
He's
some
gonna have a raw
pre-workout.
chin if he pitches.
I know it. Yeah, that old Jerry. That old
What's that he
polyester.
was doing with his arms?
And this is not. It's not good. It's not good. But I know me. I know me back. And this would be old Rick. New Rick probably.
No.
Old Rick. If I got a hit,
my glove.
Oh,
as soon as my stand-up double is over, I'd start doing all that.
I'd take my back gloves off and flip them.
So,
Did you like that? I got a stand-up double.
so when he strikes somebody out, he throws his glove.
I don't know if that's every time, but he did that time.
Did you see at the beginning he threw the ball up like the guy that was criticized?
I don't know what that is. Looks like he's revving up a motorcycle.
Look, watch him toss it up. See?
Oh, yeah,
He bounced it off
he
his
sure
glove.
did.
we're going to hit the back of a hand with it.
Look at that.
Is this
Look
guy
at that.
pitching
Yeah,
today?
he
I'll
hit
watch
back
it.
with his hand. That's pretty good. He's got all kinds of tricks. He ain't got just one.
I think he's taking too much pre-workout or whatever. So whatever that stuff is, my goodness.
Yeah, that makes
This is what long-term Adderall looks like, right?
Yes.
That's a good line right there.
It's a real
That
good
is a
That's
good
a
line.
great line.
Even in the green shirt, that was good.
How about I'm not even laughing because it's so real? You know, that's a good one.
The glove spin, the hit.
We got it all,
He can
Greg.
do it all.
He made this, the Mad Hungarian look like he's not even firing.
Oh, yeah,
Rabowski.
it reminds me.
You mean Al Rabowski, Rick?
Fidrich, remember the bird? Fidrich?
yeah.
He'd talk to the baseball.
Oh, yeah.
I heard that guy's got a really good business idea he wants to talk to us all about for hours and hours and hours.
Oh,
That's good. It's not a pyramid. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I agree with what
Not
you're talking
fair.
about. Well, guys, I'm sitting there the other night in our world. I mean, and I'm watching. We're watching network television, and one of their main sponsors for terrestrial schedule when a show comes on, one of their biggest sponsors right now is YouTube television.
Right.
I watched a commercial on ABC that basically was telling me there's no need for me to watch ABC the way I do.
Yes.
Isn't that funny?
That times have changed. And if you want to catch the programming here or anywhere, you really should be getting it all from YouTube TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, two things. One, they don't see it as a direct competitor because on YouTube TV you can still see ABC.
Right.
But for the terrestrial stations, yes. But I think there's a point where they go, they're not a big enough threat to us right now. We'll still take their money. At some point, they may change.
Well, if you look at, though, what it really tells you is what you said first. ABC realizes I got to get in that business, too.
Yep.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back to Look Over Here. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Hello.
Yeah, there he is. Glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show for now almost 25 years.
We played the Staples singers coming out of the break. Mavis Staples is people are they're
Mavis.
back. They're back with Mavis again. I saw on Access TV they had some concert with her, and then the CMAs last night. Chris Stapleton and what's that girl's name that sang the Can I Get a Witness? What's her name? I don't know. The singer that sang that song about her church and country music. What's her name? Anybody know her name? But anyways, young singer, and she's really good, very talented. I can't think of it. Maren Morris? That's it. Thank you. I knew it started with an M, and I couldn't remember. But I was watching last night because country music. I watched a little bit of it last night. They're in this kind of interesting place right now. You literally can sit there and see that I'm talking about current people, not just us flashing back like they did to the Ricky Skaggs thing, which was incredible. But even they have current artists like Chris Stapleton and like Midland, and they've got these current artists that have gone back to the roots of country music, to when it was painful. There was no flash, the songs and the lyrics and the incredible musicianship, and then on the same stage, you have the pop. I mean, you really can't tell the difference between some of the female singers and any pop female singer. And then you got guys like, my goodness, I mean, they look like people we grew up with. And like they're singing karaoke at the company Christmas party. And you've got those two extremes. I mean, it's like one extreme to another. And so we were watching that last night. And if you forget what an incredible musician some of these, like Ricky Skaggs, they did a Ricky Skaggs tribute last night, and they had him come out with, I guess, his current bluegrass operation, and then he went over to a stage and he jammed a little bit with Brad Paisley. Then he went to another stage and he jammed with
Marty
Stewart and some of those and Keith Urban.
There were some young ones on that one that played.
Yeah, and then there was a Keith Urban stage where he and the guy from the Osborne Brothers is up there jamming right there. And I'm
somebody said he's starring as Doc Brown in the next Back to the Future.
He got his hair like he likes it.
But Bubba, I don't know.
But some of the runs, they were. I mean,
when you see somebody doing runs on a guitar or a mandolin or a banjo. And you think to yourself they're going to break it.
Yeah,
I mean
they're going to saw it in half.
I mean they're playing it so hard and so fast. You're like they're going to break that instrument. Just throw them another one. And I mean they played the fool out of it, and they did that old school. Everybody gets a run.
Yeah,
let's kick it around out here and
let everybody have a shot.
And I mean tight.
But like you say, and there's room for everybody. Whatever entertains you. I'm not one of these snobs, but you see, like you were talking about the guys that we say looks like they're doing karaoke. You think, well, yeah, I can do that, or I can see somebody doing that, or even some of the pop acts. Now I was watching some show the other day. Everybody's singing through an auto tuner, but then you see something like Ricky Skaggs and them people, and you go, wow, no way I could ever do that. I mean, there's not many people that can do that.
Right. I mean, that's the difference. No offense to the kid. But, I mean, not only do I look like him, I'm as talented as the kid that sang with a solo cup.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
he's big.
You give me his songs, I can do what he's doing right now.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's fine. I mean, he got his shot and he took it and he won an award and good for him. Was it Luke Graham? Luke Graham? Luke Combs.
Saw him at the Grand Ole Opry that night. I went to see Jason
Did
Crow.
you?
Yeah. And he's good at what he does.
But I wanted him to either drink out of the cup or put it down.
Yeah.
I mean, he sang the whole song holding a microphone and a solo cup, and he never drinks out of it. He never does any. And it, like someone who does speaking engagements, if I've got the bottle of water in my hand and a handheld mic, it's really uncomfortable. Put it down.
Right.
And he does it. He never takes a drink out of it. And at times I thought maybe he should, but the God love his that's fine. I mean,
he's really popular.
You know what that is? That's the free market.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a place for everybody.
If that guy wants to put a song out that people like, and he certainly has, and people want to buy it, and people go to his concerts, well, good for him. But what I'm saying, to your point, I can do what that guy does.
Yeah.
But I look at these musicians that were playing last night with Ricky Skaggs. You see somebody like Keith Urban, Brad Paisley, who are incredible musicians and can write good songs and can sing. And then you see Skaggs and them come out and play, and you think, I could never do what they do.
And you go, not many people could do that.
They're in another planet. Yeah. Under the sponsors button. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world. Speedy, Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Super Pete, Lord of the Jacket, Rick and Bubba University students here, banging out a degree in common sense. Welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us and allowing us to do what we do.
Let's go. The president of Promise Keepers, Ken Harrison, has been on the show. He's been on the podcast. We've been on his podcast. And as you know, he brought Promise Keepers back. He went, paid off any money that they owed anybody, took it over, fired the board that allowed them to find themselves in that situation, and said, I still think this is a movement that we need to keep alive. Obviously, with themanchurch.com, we've teamed up with them and trying to provide the equipping part. They do incredible events, and they always have, and they do them really well. It's one thing, as we've said on the program many times, when you look at Scripture, you see that it's a very distinct difference in the way God sees. Now, look, if people reject God and they never repent, the wrath of God is coming on those people. But as you saw, when people love to say this, Jesus hung out with sinners, and I heard this said so beautifully the other day, and I can't remember who said it. It was perfect. They said, but the thing that you're forgetting, when Jesus hung out with sinners, when he left his time with them, they were changed, not him.
It was Calvin Johnson. Was it Calvin Robinson?
Yeah.
The British pastor.
Yeah. And he's right. And the other thing was, he went to sinners to what? Call them to repentance. But then you look in Scripture and you see God, and you saw Jesus when he was talking to the religious leaders. But when people who claim to be with God, when they sin against him, it's a whole different game. As a matter of fact, you are seeing in Paul's letters to the church at Corinth, this is actually said. We are not here to judge the lost. Only God does that. We're here to try to reach and disciple the lost. But we have been given the responsibility to judge the church. We are to point into those that claim to be part of the church and say, you're wrong, you need to repent, or you're out. Because you've claimed to know, you haven't claimed not to know. And now you know, and you rebel against God. And you see this going on. If you're Promise Keepers, you would have thought that to have an event at a major Christian college, you're probably with people, brothers and sisters, they're excited that you want to call men to God's standard. And as we've been saying here, that's where we need to spend our time. If men would come under the authority of Christ, you would solve a lot of problems, and you've heard us talk about that a lot. So if you follow themanchurch.com on social media, we actually tweeted this out yesterday. Ken Harrison is talking. He's being interviewed on a podcast, and he's being interviewed by the fact that Promise Keepers, their event was canceled by Belmont College in Nashville, and he's going to tell you why they were canceled. Here we go.
So Ken, you were recently supposed to hold an event at Belmont University, and that event has been canceled. Take us through what happened.
It's a pretty simple story in itself. They said it was the statement we put out a week before on Pride Week. So Promise Keepers we see as one of our roles is helping men understand what are the times and how do I respond to the times. So we put out a thing, very basic. This is what we affirm as Christian men, that there are two genders created by God. that he forgives all sinners who come to him. The marriage is between a man and a woman. And that statement, very biblical, not combative, was the reason why Belmont was actually throwing us out, canceling us. And ironically, the whole event is called Daring Faith. It's about exercising a daring faith. We got to stand for the truth in a loving way. But if you are not giving the whole truth of the Word of God, then you are deceiving people. And there's a lot of students at Belmont and a lot of other Christian schools that think they know the Word of God, and they're being taught lies and heresy because of compromise with the world.
Bingo. Bingo. So we have Promise Keepers canceled and removed for making a biblically sound statement.
Yeah. I mean, that was pretty.
And I love when he laughed. He goes, ironically, our event was called Daring Faith. It's kind of like the time that I was a little confused when churches where people were wearing double masks by singing the song, I'm no longer a slave to fear. It seemed ironic at the time. So how does Belmont, and I know just because something is called a seminary these days and something's called a Christian college, there are a lot of things, and I'm putting in quotes, at Christian colleges that are not Christian. I mean, we've known that. I mean, we've dealt with that even with interns that have come through here that are supposedly going to a Christian college. My wife went to take some seminary classes at a Christian college and came home saying, I cannot believe what was said in class today. Matter of fact, she left a professor in one class. She said, I'm not going to be in here. And I came and went to the leadership of the university and says, I can't believe you have this person teaching the next generation of people in vocational ministry. It's heresy in that class. So Belmont won't stand with God's standard. And like Ken said, we weren't doing this to be mean. We're supposed to be equipping men on what God says, and it's a very confusing time we're in. So we're just reminding them this is God's standard, and this is how we see God's standard for marriage as he sees it, God. And so don't be confused by anything else. And it's because they were heading into Pride Month. They were standing with God, saying we're good. They also said, but we acknowledge that we're all sinners and we all fall short. And at the foot of the cross, we are all equal, and there is no sin other than the sin of not believing that Christ provided redemption. But there is no moral sin that one cannot repent of and be redeemed.
Right.
And there's also, according to 1 Corinthians 10:13, there's also not a temptation to sin that is so strong you get a pass. So anyway, I'm not overly surprised by that, but unfortunately,
yeah. So has Belmont said anything? What their deal is? What is their official word on it?
Adler, do you know? You said something?
I don't, but Ken Harrison was episode 132 of Rick and Bubba University, if anybody wants to hear that with him.
Okay.
I also noticed that he still hasn't turned off his email sound notification.
I saw that.
He had that going on in our podcast, too.
He did.
But it's a very good podcast, especially his work with the Waterstone Christian Foundation is unbelievable.
Well, also the book that he wrote, what is it? Something Faith in a Cowardly World.
A Daring Faith.
A Daring Faith in a Cowardly World, or I forget the name of it, but it is a fantastic book, especially when he gets to the end of it and starts talking about, the bema seat versus the judgment seat. I think a lot of times once we've been redeemed, we're kind of like, okay, whew, I'm done. Now I'm just going to knock it out of gear and a Daring Faith in a Cowardly World. And but it's one of the things that used to always get me, and I may have said this the other day, I don't know, but I know I talked about it. A lot of times you see this Jesus and it was recorded in Matthew 10, but it's again in Luke when he says that if you will not acknowledge me before men, stand with me publicly, I will not acknowledge you before the Father. And I remember the first time I read that, I go, well, wait a minute, if you're redeemed, you're redeemed. And that's true, but what Christ is really saying, it's kind of like the John 14:15. If you really loved me, you would obey my commands.
Right.
you're showing a fruit that is inconsistent. And what Jesus is suggesting, he said, I'm so transformative. When I redeem you, I have turned you into a regenerated version. It's not a better version of you. You no longer exist. It's a complete born-again new you. I'm what makes you new. So if I have truly made you new, you would always stand and acknowledge me before men. And the fact that you won't really shows you're not with me.
Yeah.
It's proof that your claim of redemption really is not valid, because the fruit of me isn't in you. Because think about it, everything that we deem of value, we publicly acknowledge. Everything. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. So the Promise Keepers event at a Christian college canceled because they made a statement about God's standard. Interesting.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, they are another planet, you know.
Yeah.
Did you want him to drink out of the cup or put it down?
I missed that part. I fell asleep.
Speedy, you have it.
It's a song about a drinking out of a cup.
I know you showed it.
Were you afraid he just played it?
Yeah, one of y'all was showing it, but I was wanting.
You want to do it again?
Well, do you mind?
Yeah, no, I can do it again.
Yeah, I saw that you were putting it up there, but
yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
on now. You got audio too. If you
is
need
this
it.
his?
I think we went to school with him. He looks like
he looks like somebody from Calhoun County. I mean, he does. He's got a little weight on him. But he's just walking around with it, but he doesn't drink out of it. He doesn't either drink out of it or put it down. Is that his thing to walk around with it? The best of me.
Hey, good deal. He's really popular.
He's got a good hook. It's a good little song, and good for him. But I didn't watch him thinking, well, nobody can do that.
Yeah.
But when I watched Ricky Skaggs nearly saw a mandolin in half.
Oh yeah.
And then
he put an acoustic guitar on and just went nuts.
And then they put an acoustic guitar and he sawed it in half.
Yeah.
They go to the banjo guy, and I think that banjo guy's going to tear the banjo completely up.
Yeah.
Then there's some like girl looks like she's 12 comes up there, and then she's going again. I'm just like, man, these people are incredible.
They are.
Yeah. Keith Urban, incredibly talented. Yeah. I like when they give him that production he did, even though the song was a little poppy, he always gets on that guitar in there and goes nuts.
Does it still freak you out when these people that speak with an accent sing without one?
Yes, it does.
Is that not weird?
It's what the billboard lights have said.
That's when Ricky's doing his little Highway 42, is that right?
Yeah, then when they take off.
And Keith Urban's wife, Nicole Kidman, if you're married to somebody that's on the stage, the cameras have to find you, and now you got to sit there. The most uncomfortable moment of the night on that, and they're certainly super talented, 6-time Entertainer of the Year. Look, he transformed the landscape of country music, Garth Brooks. Okay, let me give all the props to Garth before I say what I'm gonna say,
Rick.
But it was so uncomfortable that they sit there, something that you felt like should have been happening at their house back on the porch. He should have set his wife down and sang this love song to her.
Oh, did they set it up?
And they set it up and put a spotlight on her, too. So we now watch him. Greg, look.
No, that's why I can't watch this stuff.
We now watch him have to sing to her this extremely raw, emotional song. And it's like you feel like we shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
It's like
we're sorry we interrupted you.
I don't know that we should be here. I mean, we should.
It's like you over there. Oh God, I'm sorry.
I turned it down and went to do something in the house. I'm like, I'm not sure I should be watching this. This is something between a husband and a wife.
Wow.
And I'm not. We're all having to watch it. And of course, think about it, and Speedy. This is where you can't do it. She knows she's got to give some sort of reaction to it because everybody's watching.
Yeah.
He knows that he's got to make it as emotional as possible. At one point, I think he fake cried a little bit.
Well, look, it's all about presentation.
Because he sure, like Adler said, he sure was able to pull it together and hit that last part. So it
does take talent to fake cry.
It felt a little manufactured to me, and that it was a situation that should have been between them in private. Yeah. And we did that here in front of everybody. I mean, at one point I thought he was going to go over and start. You didn't know what was going to happen. I mean, it felt.
Well, how do you? I mean, if you know that's going to happen, do you feel pressure to have emotion with it? Well, I mean, what if somebody just told you something funny and you're not in a sad moment? You know
I mean, imagine in our line of work. Let's say that all of a sudden, oh, poor Speedy. Let's say on the 20-year tour, here's a packed theater we're in, and we haven't nearly knocked the chandelier on people yet.
Right.
And everybody's still sitting there into it. And all of a sudden they usher Sherry out on a stool, and they put a spotlight on her and me, and I have to tell her a funny story, and she's got to laugh at this new story I told about.
That'd be awkward.
Wouldn't that be terrible?
Yeah.
I mean, and now she's sitting there going, well, what if I don't think it's that funny? I mean,
well, a lot of people looking at me.
and I kind of thought Trisha Yearwood didn't think the song was as emotional as I made it up.
Oh, Rick. I didn't say that.
Well, I'm talking about, it just seems like she may be kind of like our wife. You're not.
Well, I probably think, it seems a little long. The light's on me.
You're right. And they're going to put a spotlight on me. They're not just going to show me in the audience.
There
watching.
goes our CMA DJ of the Year award.
There it goes.
There it goes. There she goes.
We ain't never going to get that, my friend. Mid-market. That's small market. Major market.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. And we thank you for being with us today. Yesterday's Bible study archive is out if you want to grab it. Revelation 14, verses 1 through 5. Boy, that was a powerful time together yesterday in the room and all around the country. So if you hadn't caught that yet, catch that. Also this weekend, a couple of man churches going on. One in Columbus, Mississippi, First Baptist Church, as they roll through the curriculum. This is their second year, so they're in their second curriculum. Tony Cooper speaks to those men coming up Sunday night, so be there for that. And then I'll be in Lake, Mississippi, outside of Jackson, and be at First Baptist Church, Lake, Mississippi on Sunday night. Looking forward to seeing all of you guys. Bubba, now, we're getting close to this movie coming out that we're about to talk about, right?
Yeah, Oppenheimer.
When's it out?
It is scheduled to come
July
out
7th?
July 21st, it says in this.
I thought it was the 7th.
It's a historical thriller about the life of American theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer, who is the director of the Los Alamos laboratory responsible for the creation of the first atomic bomb. Christopher Nolan, who is directing this, has said that the early screenings of this, that people have left the film devastated and unable to speak. That it has bothered them so much.
The last time
he even said that trying to finish this film, it was weighing on him.
The only time, and I know you experienced it, I experienced it. I've never experienced that except The Passion of the Christ.
Yep.
Now, I saw that. People were like, they were walking around in a daze. I mean, it was
And we've heard people that served talk about Saving Private Ryan like this, too.
No, that's true. Yep. You're right. I didn't experience that, but I remember David Nasser. David Nasser told a story about that that was very moving. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, guys, I mean, and when you think about, and I know there's the famous statement that he made, but when you think about what he did, and then you get down to, okay, I have now been part of giving the world the ability to destroy itself.
Yeah.
That's quite a burden.
Rick, let's look at the trailer for it. I think
we're going to
look at it here. And I think
Bubba, we may not be able to finish the show.
Let's listen to it.
Detonator charged.
From director Christopher Nolan.
We're in a race against the Nazis. And I know what it means if the Nazis have a bomb.
We have a 12-month head start.
18.
How could you possibly know that?
We've got one hope. All America's industrial might and scientific innovation connected here. A secret laboratory. Keep everyone there until it's done.
Let's go recruit some scientists.
Good idea, Matt Damon.
Build a town, build it fast. If we don't let scientists bring their families, we'll never get the best.
Why would we go to the middle of nowhere for who knows how long?
Why? Why? How about because this is the most important thing to ever happen in the history of the world?
You're a great improviser, but this you can't do in your head.
Are we saying there's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world? Chances are near zero. Near zero. What do you want from theory alone? Zero would be nice.
This summer.
This is a matter of life and death. I can perform this miracle.
World War II would be over. Our boys would come home.
That's happening, isn't it?
The world will remember this day. Our work here will ensure a peace mankind has never seen.
Until somebody builds a bigger one.
You are the man who gave them the power to destroy themselves. And the world is not prepared.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Truman needs to know what's next.
2. What's next? 1.
And there it is.
Chills.
Sure.
Well, it's pretty good.
Intense.
That's good. Honestly, that's real good.
It's intense.
Of course,
It is.
nobody on YouTube will see it later, but I mean, it's
That's
it was
why
good.
I'm so sorry. That's why I kept it kind of behind the guys on that TV screen. So I know that was annoying for people watching. Maybe we won't get dinged. That's why I did it.
You know, there's so many underlying stories in this story. There is obviously the war effort. There is a rush to end the war with Japan at the end after Germany was defeated to save lives if possible. But there was a pure science to this too, that Einstein had this theory of relativity, but we had never been able to literally test it and see it take place in a laboratory. And they proved it in a big way. And the thing too about it, that bomb, I've seen some of the numbers and read reports. It's real interesting to me. They said only about 2% of the fuel actually went critical in that. So we only saw a fraction of what was possible if you go by the true science of M equals MC squared. So I think a lot of those scientists were way beyond even the war effort or the ethics or whatever. They wanted to see if they could do it, because it was, I think, far as an engineering, he was a theoretical. You hear that a lot with physicists, a theoretical. When you can actually take it and make it happen, that is a huge step forward.
Oh yeah,
and that was one of those markers in history that will always be there.
Also reminds you, we probably have things out there that probably are more daunting than man-made climate change.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. And how about this? I know Oppenheimer lost his security clearance after this because he was unwilling to work on the next stage, which was the hydrogen bomb. And of course, William Teller did go ahead and get that done. But the atomic bomb, what you're going to see in that devastation is just a trigger for that now.
Oh yeah,
it's just the starting mechanism.
Right. Yeah.
For the
we've
bigger
gone way beyond. Yeah.
But it shows you the power of the universe and what's out there and what's lying in between a couple of atoms. It's incredible.
Almost like there's an extremely powerful force that was the beginning of it all.
Yeah.
And his name is I Am.
Amen.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lynn in Alabama. Lynn, welcome to the program. How are you today?
I'm good. Funky grass.
Oh, first timer. Oh, I'm glad you called.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's on your mind?
Just gonna comment on you was talking about Ricky Skaggs and Kentucky Thunder. My husband and myself are really good friends with one of his band members, and you was talking about how they can really go to town on their instruments and stuff.
Oh,
and
man.
our friend, he was the one to the left of Ricky last night, and not only can he play the guitar, he can play the banjo, he can play the fiddle, I mean, the mandolin, you name it, he can play it, and he can go to town on all of them.
Look, the musicianship in some of these people last night was just unbelievable.
And,
I mean, it really was.
Rick, I don't know because I can't play anything, but I've been told when you can play a mandolin, that's guitar times 2 right there. You got 2 strings for every one, and it's tiny.
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 My big old fingers, I could never make. And I don't have now I got arthritis in my hands. I could never do it.
No.
But incredible to watch that last night. And and then you even got current people that you look at and go, this person is over the moon talent wise. Chris Stapleton, just incredible. But these are kind of guys back to the old school deal. Adler.
Well, there's Adler again.
Oh, we brought up music. We knew he'd come in.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, babe.
And talent and all that stuff.
Hey, will you let us sit here while you talk down to us? Go ahead. Go ahead, bud.
Well, see, guys, actually, when you were saying that earlier,
because let me tell you, don't do a tambourine wrong because you'll get called out. Here,
I'll tell you.
Boom,
well,
chick.
not to correct you, but actually,
Yes,
okay,
so
I'm
the
sorry.
downbeat.
Yeah, no, that was actually a syncopated rhythm, right? I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I really don't need expertise to see what was talent last night and what wasn't.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
Yeah, it was.
I do that sometimes.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like you talking to me about football. I guess I don't know.
Well, notice I've tried not to do that though.
That is true.
Right.
Real quick, did you see the Crown Royal Purple Bag Project commercial?
I did.
Thomas Rhett is like spearheading this thing where they fill old Crown Royal bags and then send it to the troops.
Saw that. Thought that
What's
was kind
in
of.
it?
First of all, that's not a very big bag.
First of all, you can't fit anything in a Crown Royal bag.
Can you put a box of cookies?
And secondly, do you know how disappointed the troops are going to be when they find out that it's not Crown Royal? Here's a granola bar
in a Crown Royal bag.
You know what?
I thought the same
What
thing.
are they doing?
I'm so
I'll
glad
be
you brought
honest
that
with
up
you,
because
though.
I forgot about that. I looked up and I went, why is Brad Paisley holding a Crown Royal bag? Oh, God. And then he starts getting emotional about Crown Royal. And I'm like, well, what's the emotion? Fill this Crown Royal bag with a few things you can cram in there.
A toothbrush and some toothpaste.
The
You know what's
line.
funny, though?
size.
That is a cool bag.
It
And
is a cool
anytime,
bag.
and because I'm Baptist, I don't get them normally. But when
Right,
somebody gives me one,
Right.
I use them like my hunting backpack and all that stuff to keep stuff in. I love those bags.
But I mean, you could put bullets in it.
Yeah,
I mean, you could put like he said, a couple of protein bars in it. But
you,
I mean,
you don't want to put
can't-
your Christmas gift in it.
Yeah, when you see one of these come in, somebody's like, man, all the way from home to out here where you're serving our country, here's a Crown Royal bag. Yeah! And you open it up. What are these pencils doing in here?
I knew a guy that had a jacket made out of them. That's true.
A jacket?
That tells you, I swear, that tells you how much he's drank. It was over the years.
So what they're really saying is, hey, America, drink a Canadian whiskey and send a few things to American troops.
That's right. It's
I
not
mean,
even
Boy,
American.
Adler sure is in a good mood today.
He
isn't
is.
He's loose and happy.
Must be the kimchi, you know?
He must be.
He's gotta be.
Whoa, must be the kimchi.
The assembly line with these Crown Royal bags, it was like, normally you have a lot of things go in there. Like somebody put like here's 7 peanuts. Cinching it up. Here we go. Like
I thought that was weird too. I thought that.
There's a miniature Snickers.
By the way, Carrie Underwood last night, she's getting kind of fat.
She's pregnant. Buddy.
I mean, she could barely even walk. What's her deal?
Right.
Everyone was pregnant. Everyone. How many pregnant were? I mean, everybody was
It's
pregnant.
been a good year for country music.
It has. Did you see Brad Paisley tell her she's letting herself go a little bit? He said, I'm sorry, you're letting yourself go.
I tell you, it was funny too when
He's funny,
and she
isn't he?
played the part right. You know that little kid that's been going around to all the Walmarts.
The yodeler.
The little yodeling kid. He said, "I tell you what, tonight, just for this wonderful moment, we're going to bring Carrie's other son out here to sing for us." And she gets this look on her face, and that kid walks out, and she's like, "That is not my son." He's like, "See you later, Mom."
And then Lionel Richie was there, and
did he ever do anything other than sit in the audience?
He presented an award, and he also served as everyone in the room's black friend to prove they weren't racist. So that was good.
Because Darius Rucker couldn't be there.
Yes, Darius couldn't be there.
The Rick and Bubba Show, and we are back. We're a sinner. So as we work our way back, carshield.com/Bubba, go there, and you can get your car protected if it no longer has warranty. Look, I got some people reaching out to me right now. You know anybody that's good with cars? The car's out of warranty. Now the lights come on. Now they're sitting there hearing things like, well, we thought $400 would fix it, but it won't. Now it's going to, it looks like you got engine trouble. Well, if this person had protected themselves with carshield.com/Bubba and this was a covered repair, CarShield be paying the ASE certified mechanic of their choice directly. There's always, what do I do when my car's being fixed? Rental car options are available for you. We've also got courtesy towing and roadside 24/7 assistance. Okay, so why don't you go now, and if your automobile does not have a warranty, take away that anxiety and replace it with peace of mind by getting a protection plan. We get you 20% off if you use our code. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Use that URL, 20% off on the plan that you pick. Okay, then you'll be prepared for the unexpected. All right, so we've covered that, and that movie's coming out the 21st of July. So I think I will definitely be able to see that.
Yeah, I want to see it, and there's an IMAX version of it too, which I can't imagine.
I probably won't go that far, but I will go see it, and it will be I think a movie that will be riveting. So we continue to deal with. As we heard Ken Harrison with Promise Keepers talking about as they've been removed from a Christian university for saying that God's standard for marriage and gender is what they're going to stand on. So now you can be absolutely removed from society for telling the truth. So the truth now is dangerous, and you can be hated for the truth. And if you get hated for the truth, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Well, Riley Gaines, and I don't know where all the women are, but Riley, I get the sense that Riley's kind of out there on an island. I hope
she's leading the charge. That's for sure.
She is saying the thing that we're all thinking, but people are not courageous enough to say it. If we allow biological men to compete in sport against biological women just because they say they identify as being female, then women's sport is in trouble because the biological truth is that men and women are equal in value, but they are distinctively and beautifully different. And one of those things is muscle mass, strength, speed, female compared to male. And she really takes this on in a very common sense way. And I guess it was Adler who said it. If you're going to be the person that's supposed to be there to be the advocate for the trans community, you sure didn't do your homework.
I think that was Helms.
It was Helms said that.
That's a great point.
How can you come to that? Was Helms. How can you come to this like, hey, I'm going to show her something, and you don't have this basic information?
And we talked about this years ago.
And you walk right into a trap. So here comes first. You're going to hear the comment from the advocate after Kennedy from Louisiana asks, "Are you telling me you say there's no difference in a biological male versus a biological female in sport?" So, and then what happens next is what we're kind of surprised by today.
Women and some that are short. You don't believe that a biological male has a physical advantage in sports over a biological female?
Not as a definitive statement.
Give me an example. Well, no, I don't think. How many female members of the NBA do you see?
Well, I can say that, there's been this news article about men that think that they could beat Serena Williams in tennis, right? That they think that they could actually score a point on her. And it's just not the case. She is stronger than that.
What's your experience, Ben? Male, female?
Both Serena and Venus lost to the 203rd ranked male tennis player, which they're phenoms for women. My experience, my husband, he swam at University of Kentucky as well. In terms of accolades and in terms of national ranking, I was a much better swimmer than him. He could kick my butt any day of the week without trying.
So how does this advocate not know that the Serena Williams and Venus Williams were beaten by the 203rd ranked man in men's tennis? How does she not know that?
Who smoked
right
while he played.
How does that woman not know that?
Do you think that's why they believe what they believe?
And may have the
because
worst serve in history.
They're so uninformed.
But listen what Riley.
Well, she even says that some men, yes, there are some men women can beat that are not at that level, but you're competing at a high level. It's completely different.
Well, that's why you got to look at apples and apples.
Sure.
So tennis players, what we can deduce is the number one female tennis players in the world can be beaten by the number 203rd male tennis player. That's apples versus apples.
Right.
Yeah,
we've seen.
And it probably actually, Rick, it probably goes much further than that. It probably goes 500, 600, 700, but we just have an example of 203 or 202.
Yeah, he had an easy time.
Yeah, let's not
203 had an
forget
easy
that.
time.
And here's Riley Gaines, and here's what she's saying. Both my husband and I swam in college, acknowledged. So he's not just somebody that doesn't swim.
He's collegiate.
But he has no accolades in the male swimming world anywhere close to the accolades I have in the female swimming world. If we swam today, he would beat me with very little effort.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is just truth. It's not this is nothing about value, that men are more valuable than women. That has nothing to do with it because they're not. Men and women are of equal value, but to sit around and take it to a place where they're not distinct, they're interchangeable. And so what if a biological male identifies as a woman and competes against biological females and goes in the dressing room with them and goes in the bathroom with them? No, that's a really big deal. It should be discussed because it's not appropriate. This is that thing where I want to take my personal life and the entire world has to adapt to my personal life. That's just not true. And what you're saying and what you're pretending is also not true. You can pretend it, but it's not true.
You know, it is a general statement that men are physically stronger than women. You always could find an example, but when you look at the overall worldwide history, the men are going to be stronger. And I'm even comfortable saying that I think the females may be slightly more intelligent than males across the board too. So, I mean, everybody gains, everybody wins, but for us to act like it doesn't exist, I think is crazy.
Well, there's that whole thing too, where they can carry a life inside a womb and carry it to term and then birth it.
Right.
I don't care. Deal. I don't care who you are and what you may pretend and how you may dress. If you're a biological male, you can't do that.
No. Even though they showed us a picture the other day, tried to say different. But.
And that doesn't make a woman more valuable than a man, but it does make her distinct.
It got a talent we don't have.
So now we go to Riley Gaines on Leah Thomas, and who's been criticizing Riley Gaines being an advocate for women. Here we go.
Last question, and I'll ask this and then give you a chance to respond, and I'm done with this, Mr. Chairman. Let me give you a chance to respond to something that Leah Thomas said recently, publicly. She said this publicly. They're using, this quote now, they're using the guise of feminism, they meaning you, using the guise of feminism to sort of push transphobic beliefs, meaning you advocating for women's rights is actually just a cover for transphobia. Do you want to respond to that?
Feminism is not a fluid term. The original and the meaning of what it means to be a feminist is to uphold, respect, honor, embrace, and celebrate women on our own physical ceilings, our own uniqueness. That term has not changed. And what this really is a male mansplaining what it is to be a feminist, which I honestly think is pretty ironic, and it's something we've seen before.
Yeah, nothing new. Mansplaining. Yeah. You know what all this is? It's insanity.
It really is.
It is.
I mean, I can't even believe we're still having this conversation.
It's like we're trying to normalize mental illness, and when really there needs to be compassion and there needs to be help and there needs to be. But this thing of taking the whole world and society and telling everybody to adjust to things that just won't work and are not appropriate and are not logical is bizarre. And you know, and something as important and as difficult as what we're talking about becoming trendy. Do we hear what we're saying? Children? What? I mean, this is not something that is no big deal. It's a major thing. And, you know, when you're talking about I have gender dysphoria to the point that I won't even change my body that I am biologically, that's not like a new haircut is in style. This is a really big deal. we're not going back to bell bottoms are back. How we're putting this in the same, it's unbelievable. And okay, a biological man says he's a woman. Oh yeah, good for them. Hey, that seems kind of cool. It's a major thing.
Rick, I also see there is some good news out there for me.
No good.
In a story today.
All right, we'll talk
for
about
a change.
We'll come right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tonight. I love at the end when he's singing the part about how she thinks he's a loser because he's in a band. And also he says, Rosie, go tell your daddy it's his last chance. The record company just gave me a big advance. Oh, good. Oh, boss. There he is, raging liberal. But, boy, what a great singer-songwriter. Bubba, speaking to that, can we officially hand down this celebrity death right out of the gate? I know you usually –
well, I can't say anything about it until y'all do.
All right, well, obviously, and I'm not making this up, no surprise here because Bubba and I are on both two ends of the spectrum. Bubba tells us people have passed long after they have. I tell you people have passed before they have. So I honestly thought that Roy Clark was already dead.
Right.
But
we go.
Is Buck Owens still with us? I think so.
I don't know.
Because I'm a picking and I'm a grinning.
Right. But Roy Clark.
Great Roy Clark.
The great Roy Clark, can we now say, with zero reservation, has recently passed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like yesterday.
Okay. Now, we did not talk
he
about...
was funny.
We didn't talk about Stan
Talented,
Lee.
too.
A lot of people were pulling for us to be able to get Stan Lee right. But Bubba and I don't know as much about Stan Lee as we need to.
I don't even know who Stan Lee is.
He's the Marvel comic creator guy.
Oh, okay, okay. I do know who
he just
I saw
he
him.
just went in. He just went in.
Didn't somebody try to throw a groping on him? That he groped somebody when he was old?
Of course, you brought that up real quick.
Greg, wow.
Well, I'm just saying.
Right,
I mean, we're doing that on. I think he was.
I heard he asked somebody who their favorite magician was.
Right.
I don't know if that was right.
Oh, wow.
Greg, in all fairness, Stan Lee said when that allegation, was passed against him, he was pretending to be one of his superheroes.
That's true.
But it was a new hero who was working on Broke
called
Man.
Handman.
Yeah. Rosalita. Anyway, so that would be Stan Lee would be celebrity death 1. Now Roy Clark 2 is,
Right.
and we now look for 3. Right? Then that how it works.
Some people say that. I really don't track that, Rick. But
I don't either.
just,
but there does seem to be a weird trend.
I just think you need to salute Roy Clark for the talent that he was. I mean, he hosted Hee Haw for 24 years.
Bubba, why are you acting like that's some big number? I mean, you realize
it is a big
we've
number.
been doing this 24 years.
It's a big number for him and us.
I know, but Bubba, you're saying that right as we talk about he's dead.
Yeah, but he's 85.
Okay, if we see 85,
I mean, we're just shooting for the big 6-0 now. So.
Oh, sure. 85 lofty goal for 1 and 2.
Yeah. I guarantee you that didn't shoot Hee Haw the time we get up every morning.
Y'all remember when we started how young we were?
Yeah.
And when you thought about 50, 55, whatever, you thought, man, that's ancient. That's so old.
Well, to make the math,
and here we are.
To make the math easy, I mean, you just jump over there to 25, which will be January, our 25th birthday. In 25 years, quarter of a century, a lot changes. I mean, a lot.
Yeah,
when people are in the golden ticket seats with their husbands and kids, and they're telling us, my mama used to and daddy let me listen to you when I was a little kid.
Yeah,
that's weird.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a little weird.
Yeah,
it's a little weird.
Yeah, sure.
I was 30 when we started.
Yeah. I want you to think about that.
I know.
Huh?
The 20s were a busy and yet turbulent time.
Mm-hmm.
So
I want you to think about this. Somebody who was 10 years old when this show started can strut in here with their family at 35 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How about I was around?
Guys, I was
What a
15.
What a blessing.
You were 15 when this show started?
I was 25 and had hair.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a lot of it, but some.
Mine's easy because Bubba and I are practically the same age. I was 30 as well. 29, 30 right in there.
I tell you, I can't wait to see what the next 25 brings.
I can't
Here
either.
on the show.
I can't either. I think we're more dangerous than ever. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tried to tell you. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Get in the summer wind. All right. So, Bubba, you're saying that Speedy is just known for trying to go through all the different stories out there and lay in front of us a story that is in a kind of a passive-aggressive way, is trying to make you and I make adjustments in our lives.
Yes, anything that we enjoy doing,
Right,
like doing,
right.
we're always assured that we'll have a story about how
Right.
detrimental to your health it is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, getting up early is going to kill you. Doing radio is a sure death. I mean, it's like anything, driving lift kits shown to cause cancer.
Right.
So none of those are true. I'm just exaggerating. But I've realized the times
Yeah,
we're
you
living
have
in.
to
Somebody
say
says,
that.
"Hey, man, you what Burgess said about left kit?"
So we have a story now, and it is a package about daytime napping.
Daytime napping.
Ooh, day nap.
All right, here we go.
Courtesy
There's
CNN.
nothing like an afternoon nap to boost your energy and get you through the day. That's definitely true of us. We've got a couch in our office
We do.
that a lot of people sleep on. And new research says that daytime naps may be good for our brains. A study in the journal Sleep Health links napping to larger brain volume, which could lower the risk of dementia and other diseases.
Earlier research showed frequent or excessive napping was associated with high blood pressure and Alzheimer's. But doctors say that might be because people who nap a lot probably aren't getting proper sleep at night. It's a Mediterranean sort of vibe,
Yes,
isn't
bit of
it,
a
where you have a
siesta.
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 Who are these people?
Siesta.
Who are
I guess
these
that's
people?
CNN
I don't know,
International.
but the high blood
CNN
pressure
International?
thing.
That must
scares
be
me a little bit.
CNN England or something.
Yeah.
All right, well, just when I was about to get on board,
I
they're
was too.
basically saying it's good to nap if you don't get enough sleep at night. You're basically just getting the amount of
that's
sleep you're
nothing
supposed
extra.
to. That's not really extra. That's supplemental.
Yeah. That's not what struck
The
me.
high blood pressure scared me a little bit when you started talking about that.
Did y'all get a weird vibe when they mentioned the couch?
I did, but
He covered his face like he was laughing.
He did.
Yeah.
Let's say it again.
Inside joke.
Watch when she mentions the couch.
Something's been going on that couch.
Something
I don't think that
is
couch
going
is for napping.
Easy.
I think that couch is for raises.
Yes.
She said,
There's
"Well,
nothing
I'll
like an
nap
afternoon
on
nap
it."
to boost your energy and get you through the day. That's definitely true of us. We've got a couch in our office
We do.
that a lot of people sleep on. And new research says that daytime
Yes, we do.
Y'all, he's acting.
Yes, we do. You got that right.
We have it right.
We have like the couch. She's reminding him, I have a couch in our office, remember?
Remember, we have the couch in our office. Yeah, yes, we do.
I remember.
Yes,
that
we
was
do.
weird.
And I will admit it lowered my blood pressure.
My brain does feel good after a nap. I will say
Yes.
that.
I feel like my brain needs it sometimes.
Yeah.
I can't do the nap thing, and Bubba and I were talking about it earlier, because if I do, then I can't sleep at night.
Well, I have to be careful. I have to, I have to go at a certain time, be done at a certain time, and if I go later than that, then I get in trouble.
I get them 15, 20 minutes.
Yes.
Where you
Yeah,
sit
boy,
there in
they
the
do
chair.
good.
Like,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Like waiting at the doctor's office. I'll sleep.
Yeah.
I'll sleep in a second.
Like a red light.
Well, Greg,
Oh,
according
you
to
got a red light. Yeah, perfect.
Greg, according to Lisa, you'll fall asleep quick.
I do. I'm sitting there and also I'm asleep.
So,
and the show I was watching's over.
A little bit more here. We have a written story on this too, and it says that from the age of 35, the brain shrinks a certain percentage each year.
How about that?
And so it's like by your napping and the way your memory reacts to your napping, it actually helps you in the cognitive impairment and dementia scale.
what does it help with?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Rick.
What does it help with?
List those things
Cognitive
off again.
Impairment and dementia.
What about cognitive?
Cognitive. What'd I say?
No, you said it right. We just wanted you to continue.
Yeah, I
to
want
say
you
it
to
see
keep
if you'd
trying. 'Cause I
mess
thought
up.
if you kept trying, you may go down.
Oh, okay.
That's
okay.
all we were doing.
Yeah.
I knew exactly where he was going and was glad he did.
Yeah, but it didn't say anything. They said it, but it didn't say anything about how you sleep at night. It just said the study suggests people who nap during the day have a larger brain volume, meaning their brain may shrink less over time, back to what I just said about your age and all this kind of stuff, compared to people that do not nap.
But did you hear what Couch guy said though? He said, yeah, and there were other research that said this. Usually, people who nap are people who not get enough sleep at night.
Right,
He
that's,
said
and
they
that's
have
what
high
I was
blood
just.
pressure.
Yeah, it says here.
Or get up early.
So that's compared to people who do not nap, regular nappers could have a brain 2.6 to 6.5 years younger on average than those that don't nap.
Rick, I'm gonna take it as a victory because usually when we have these stories, we lose, we're behind the 8 ball, and we're run over by a truck.
Absolutely.
So if it's just neutral, we win on
there
this.
You go.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Let's hear what they said again.
We've got a couch in our office that a lot of people sleep on. And new research says that...
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Something's going on.
I think. Well, yes. I'm not going to say that.
That's
but
right.
I think there was some uncomfortable.
I think there was too.
Yeah.
Stay classy, San Diego. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
But Speedy, she what else did she say, Speedy, in that voice?
Yeah, I heard you trying to do an English accent.
Oh no, I was just
we went. That's right before we went back to it. We got it.
So, that's pretty good. Yeah, that was good.
Greg. They put on this story here tips on how to take a good nap. I know you don't like to get under the covers.
What are they? What are they?
I guarantee I do every one of these.
Oh, I know you do.
Absolutely.
If you're on the covers, you're in the bed, you're safe.
Yeah. Creating a restful space, I guess that would be.
Oh, you talking about the downstairs area where there's no windows and lights? Can't even see your hand in front of your face. You talking about that? You talking about that environment?
Oh, yeah.
Huh? Does it say anything in there about a box fan running so you can't hear anything going on in the house?
It says say that. Get your grippies and get under the covers right there. Look at
Get the room really cold.
Yeah, it's got to be cold.
Well, we had one of those things, and it can be awkward. I can't remember the last time that I had to room with somebody in a hotel room, other than my wife. And Wingo and I had to share a room this past thing at Gridiron, 2 different beds, but still in the same room.
Sure.
And you forget how quirky people are about their sleeping. And it's been so long since I've had to adapt to another person that I'm not married to, because we've been married, so we know each other's sleepy quirks and whatever. But to have another person and watch them start getting ready for the, here we go, and you're just like, oh wow, this feels weird.
What's that device?
Speedy with a sound machine.
And and Wingo's like, oh, I forgot my box fan. I'm like, you go on the road with it?
Yeah, we've gone on the road with it.
Let's get an app.
And
it's
big. He goes, oh yeah, I got to have it. And Greg Stewart used to be like that.
Yeah.
I roomed with him. He had to have a box fan all the time. Everywhere we went, he took that stupid box fan. And I'm like, do we have to take this with us? Isn't there a sound effect now?
There is. There are apps
right.
for that now.
It's oh, I forgot my box fan. I'm like, are you going to toss and turn on that? What do you want me to do?
Plus,
Tuck you
there's
in?
smaller fans.
Right.
Why are we taking box fans?
Well,
Yeah,
Greg,
they make the perfect noise.
Greg, you
They
made
do.
fun of my fan app that makes the noise, so where you don't have to
Yes.
take the actual fan, but you slept like a baby.
So it's the noise, not the
I don't
air
think it
blowing
was
on you?
that.
Oh yes,
No,
the
yes,
air, it's the noise.
It's the noise.
It's just
to
the sound
It's
of
to
one.
keep the.
Greg, let me tell you what I got you. You know how we're weird. I mean, we're very strange people. We have our little quirks, okay?
Sure.
I kind of Gerald caged him a little bit, and I realized he's not accustomed to that. I said, Rich is ready for a little night. And I started doing all that. Look, he said, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? and I was like, this little song I sing about night. And he's like, well, don't do that anymore. Rich is ready for a little night. Snuggle him up. Greg, he looked at me like,
Different
crazy.
generation.
He almost looked at me like, you got some kind of problem?
Deal, weirdo.
I said, watch our little night song. He said, well, don't do it again. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
We have the bizarreness going on with the Florida recount. I can't believe.
Oh my gosh!
I can't believe my eyes and ears. What's actually happening there?
Have you seen the pictures of what they're going to have to do? The recount going on in different counties.
I didn't see the images. I heard someone describing the images, and it sounds like we have, for lack of a better term, a warehouse full of tables and boxes of
Rick,
votes that are under discrepancy of some kind.
Remember Indiana Jones when they put the Ark of the Covenant in a box in that warehouse?
Yes.
How big it was?
Yeah.
Imagine that.
What a great analogy, by the way, because I see it clearly.
With tables as far as the eye can see.
Right.
Lawyers, political hacks, all this stuff everywhere. And you literally have forklifts taking these boxes that are stacked to the roof down and carrying them to tables, and they are hand counting them. They get them out. They have a lawyer or 2 lawyers for the demos, 2 for the Republicans. They get it out, and then they argue about who that person voted for.
So I have that right, because that's exactly what I heard is happening.
Absolutely.
So we're literally going to have lawyers as a vote comes on the table.
There's 2 for the Democrats, 2 for the Republican, and then there's somebody there for the registrar's office. And that's exactly, if you see, there's pictures of the actual setup, but it looks amazingly like that. Of course, now when you look at that, you can tell where the backdrop starts, so I don't want to ruin that effect for everybody.
Right.
You can tell it's not really that far back. But
Right.
it's movie magic.
You're talking about the vision we see now from the Ark of the Covenant.
Right. Speedy, pull it up on Mail Online. They've got a picture of them actually setting the tables up. And
I guess you saw where Broward County missed the machine count deadline by 2 minutes.
Well,
so whatever they had is going to be final.
The problem with the machine recount, Rick, apparently when you vote, people put in a ballot, it scans it, goes on, it shoots it through there. Right. But when they're just feeding them through constantly for hours at a time, the thing overheated and went down. Well, guess what? The company who sold them that stuff's out of business now. There is nobody to fix the stuff.
Right.
So they can't run them through the machines again and count them.
So if it burned out, it was probably...
It was like...
Yeah, then it went
just for hours at a time.
But let me say this. There's actually a theory, and I'm not saying I buy into it, Greg, this is more your area, that when they were doing the recount in Broward, is it Broward County?
There's
or
Palm
Broward?
Beach and Broward.
Is it Broward? Is that how you say it? Okay.
Broward. Yeah.
So in Broward County, they said also that, conspiracy people, that the Democrats didn't make the deadline on purpose because actually the Republican was getting more votes. He now had picked up 1,000 more votes. And so they just they'd rather go back to the original because they go back to the original saying, look how close it was.
Yeah. Rick, I'm going to say this. I think
there it is.
I'm going to say that they're just good. Look at the boxes stacked to the roof back there.
Wow.
Wouldn't you like to be in the middle of that today?
Count
that has to be the closest thing to hell on earth as I've ever seen. It's like DMV times 10.
And you know this is what's going to frustrate everybody. We're going to go through this ridiculous circus today, and you know what's going to be the end result? Exactly what it was.
Yeah.
So so anyway, and they're saying on the governor's race in Florida, just everybody's got to just stop. So
they're both. I mean, they're both gaining ground.
Right.
Rick Scott and what's
Santos or something like that. How you say his name?
No, Rick Scott's in the Senate, right?
Yeah, right. I'm talking about the gubernatorial candidates. They finally have given up on that.
Gillum, isn't that it? Gillum
something like
and Santos.
Yes.
But anyway, the Republicans are both gaining ground, like you're talking about on what's happening. So Hannity was having fun with that last night. I really thought. I think Hannity's head is going to explode.
He is.
Okay. Between that and Avenatti, and then the collusion, and then all, I just don't.
I worry about Sean.
It's
because it seems like Limbaugh can find that happy place, but Sean can't. There's just too much Irish in him.
Yeah,
and he just gets so frustrated, and he wants to fight somebody. But when I thought he was gonna, when I said, well, this may be the death of Hannity, is right in the middle of all the things you just mentioned. When Hillary Clinton says about the Georgia gubernatorial race, if Stacey had got a fair election, she would have won.
Oh yeah, she says if she doesn't win, it's not fair.
Yeah, so he's screaming, how irresponsible is this person that claims that Trump says things that are irresponsible?
Right.
Here is a person at the level politically of Hillary Clinton, the First Lady and Secretary of State, and tried to be president, saying to the country that the elections in our country are rigged and they're not fair. That is that you talk about.
She doesn't do the democracy well. If she's got proof of it, bring it forward and let's have it out. It was a very close election.
I got news for you, Hillary, Mrs. Critical of everything Donald Trump says, saying that he's an alarmist and all this. That's much more damaging to a constitutional republic than it is to say that there's fake news. I mean, it really truly is. You're saying you're telling people that are in a party that loses an election, every time you lose, somebody robbed you of it. No. It really wasn't what the people voted.
Right.
I mean, it goes back to this again. I guess right now the current state of the Democratic Party, y'all just want to have a banana republic. Y'all want us to look like some backwards, a third world banana republic thrown together. Every time you turn around, there's a coup attempt. I mean, is that what y'all want? You go to the polls, and everybody's afraid. And Y'all, I just don't understand what y'all just love chaos. I don't like chaos. I know y'all do. That's why I don't like you, because I don't like there to be a lot of chaos. Because inside chaos, always evil resides.
If we just had that chip so they could tell who all of us were, we wouldn't have to worry about it.
That's right. Rise above and beat it. So when you waiting. From the No Name Studio, you got Rick and Bubba in our 30th year of whatever it is we do here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Super P and Lord of the Jackets. Rick and Bubba interns, and there he is, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for the Rick and Bubba experience.
You know, this ongoing Robert Kennedy Jr. adventure we're on.
What are you talking about?
It's we wish he didn't have that thing that's hard to say, and with his voice, it is troubling, and I don't think that I could listen to it on the State of the Union. But he is quite the little hybrid, isn't he? I mean, he's a Democrat, but he says things that the modern day Democrats are not supposed to say.
Right.
I will give him credit, even though we would disagree probably on some pretty major things. He seems, and I could be wrong, he seems to be bold enough to actually think for himself. Now, I know that's a lost art, but he seems to take topics one by one as opposed to being handed his sheet that says if you're a Democrat and you're these are all the things you have to believe. And if you're a Republican or a conservative, then here's your sheet and here's all the things you're supposed to believe. I don't think the world is that simple. It's okay to go topic by topic and say, I just don't agree with that, or I do agree with this. But Robert Kennedy Jr. has said some things that, like, are we just going to let Ukraine just ask for money anytime they want it? And now he's weighing in on ivermectin, about how the campaign against ivermectin was ridiculous, and he makes a statement on why he thinks it happened.
You know, one of the things that I do like about what he's doing is, he's on Fox News, he's on Joe Rogan, he's on everything. He doesn't, he doesn't stay over in liberal strongholds. He gets out there and gets out on everything. So let's hear his comments.
All right, and I sped it up 1.25%. Or 1.25 times. Because that
did help the other day.
Because it really seems to help.
That did help the other day. It really did.
The voice thing slows him down.
It really did help. It really did.
Okay, here it is. Here's Joe Rogan starting it out.
I saw the CNN thing where they made my face yellow and said I was taking horse medication, which is to say that and repeat that over and over again is such a clear indication that they conspired. Because it's uniform. It's horse dewormer. Uniform. A medication that's used far more often on human beings. It's been prescribed for
billions.
Yeah, it's insane. And the fact
and won the Nobel Prize for efficacy in humans.
Yeah, in humans.
Yeah,
it was wild. It was just wild.
They had to do it. They had to discredit ivermectin because you know why? Because there's a federal law. The federal law, the emergency use authorization statute, says that you cannot issue an emergency use authorization to a vaccine if there is an existing medication that has been approved for any purpose that is demonstrated effective against the target illness. So they had to destroy ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and discredit it, and they had to tell everybody it's not effective, because if they had acknowledged that it's effective in anybody, the whole $200 billion vaccine enterprise would have collapsed.
You know,
it was tough to hear it. But he made a good point.
I wish someone. I hate to ask for an interpreter for someone who speaks my language, but I wish that he would hand over a piece of paper and like Morgan Freeman would say what he said. Yeah.
I guess I was not here when you sped it up before, because that is much better.
It is. Oh
yeah.
It is.
So maybe he should try to speed up if it would help.
Try it on Fetterman, see if it helps.
Yeah.
You'll have to really speed it up.
I wouldn't even mind. Like we said, we had Keith from what's his last name again? The guy from Dateline.
Keith, yeah.
The guy that takes the pause.
Keith Morrison.
Keith Morrison. I never can get that right. Rick, can you not get Keith Morrison's name?
Keith Morrison, of all names, is pretty easy. Yeah.
Can you not learn that name, you moron? Take a nap.
I'm thinking Morrison's Cafeteria from this point forward, and that'll remind me.
Maybe if I take a nap, I can remember his name.
Keith Morrison.
Was that the end of the show?
Right. See, what he would have said right there was ivermectin truly ineffective? Well, coming up next.
Or was it?
Or was it? Yeah. But he makes the point. I'm not saying that's what happened, but he makes a valid point that if there's medication, when you're going to go experimental vaccine and force the nation to take it or guilt them into taking it, you cannot throw something out there without the proper testing. If there is a medication that is showing that it's effective in anyone, you would not have been able to done. You could not have done the. Sorry, we haven't researched this vaccine very much.
Emergency
but you got to take it, or we're all going to die.
Rick, do you remember?
And if you want your freedoms back, you'll stand up there and you'll roll up your sleeve and you'll shut up.
Do you remember when all this came out and the ivermectin thing came up and people were getting it? Some people.
Ivermectin.
And it was, like I said, it won a Nobel Prize. It's been used all over the world for a lot of viral type infections.
Malaria.
And they came out and started this horse dewormer thing. And everywhere you turned, it was horse dewormer. And, hey, you go into the co-op to get it and all this stuff. You know, there are medicines that are used in humans and animals.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that is not uncommon. But it was so universal about it being a horse dewormer and so widespread. It's almost like you could tell there was an effort going on to spread that. I mean, it was just too good and too quick and too widespread to just be happenstance.
Well, as Dr. Jordan Vaughn said on not one but two podcasts, he said, we have known for as long as we've been developing drugs and medicines that some of them were developed for one specific thing, but we discovered they could also do other things.
Right.
And he said,
famous off-label.
He said, that's not abnormal.
No.
And, you know, think about what Kennedy just said, what Rogan said, what we were trying to say at the time. When they went after a drug that has actually won a Nobel Prize, that should have been a red flag for us going, you're really demonizing something that the whole world gave an award to. I mean, that feels odd.
Well, Rick, this is the thing.
For humans, not horses.
This is the thing. Maybe it didn't work against COVID.
Yeah, I don't know whether.
But they didn't go after the efficacy of it. They went after the fact that it was unsafe.
That's right.
And it has probably been taken by more humans on the planet than any other drug. It's probably had the biggest field test of anything.
The Gates Foundation gives it to millions of kids every year in Africa for malaria.
Well, there you go. Well, let's go back to this. If I'm over here and I have $200 billion in my hand.
Yep. That's a lot of money.
And you're looking at me and you said, Burge, this feels great. This is really going. This is going to be a really a great windfall for us. And I said, well, no, there's one problem.
Yeah, there's a cheap, easy to make drug that is widely available that might stand in the way.
If there's a drug out there that's showing success in the symptoms of this virus, we're not going to get this $200 billion.
That hurt.
You probably can become an ivermectin hater pretty quick.
Well, it's a lot like you remember the old roller derby when somebody would come up and knock somebody over the rail because you're just skating along and somebody just absolutely knocks you flat and you don't even find them anymore.
Look, I don't want to. I promise. Look, I interact with medical doctors. I have tremendous respect for medical doctors. There's some fantastic men and women out there.
And what a blessing
that save lives every day, and I am thankful for you. But I want you to know that there's some bad apples in your industry that for the first time in my entire life, because of the behavior of the pandemic, I lost trust in you. At one time, I never even questioned anything you said, and now, even though I still love you, and I'm glad you're here, and I'm not walking away saying I'll never go to nothing like that. But boy, I'm gonna vet out the people that I'm getting advice from when it comes to pharmaceuticals and treatments.
Read up on it
in a way that I really didn't before, because I just trusted that you would say the right thing. I didn't want to believe that you could be pressured into propaganda, and here's what your assigned treatment is, and here's what you're supposed to say, and here's what's good, and here's what's bad, and that
I saw some of that in this, and I lost some of the trust in you. I really did.
You know,
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. So I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm not abandoning it. But boy,
what's wrong?
It took a hit.
What's wrong with
Big
asking
time.
questions?
Yeah,
Nothing.
nothing.
But the whole managed healthcare thing.
Oh, yeah.
Where there's some advantages because they can provide so many more services over a bigger area to more people, and that's great. But when you see the few at the top that make the decision for the many, many doctors that are under them, and a lot of them disagree with them, and they have to get in line or they're going to lose their job.
I know.
And who suffers? The patients.
Absolutely.
You know, I've always felt that if we have an open discussion about it, no matter how painful and how messy that is at times, you're still better as the consumer to have that discussion.
No question.
I listened to that most of that podcast with Rogan and Kennedy, and some of it's quacky. Some of it is quacky. Sure. But when he's talking about the entanglement of the NIH and the FDA and the CDC and the people that are supposed to be regulating these vaccines, it's the same people that are making them and making money from them. The entanglement of the regulatory vaccine system is crazy.
Yeah, and see that system's always corrupt.
Rick and Bubba.
That's what they're doing.
Hannity's biggest thing, Rick, that I've
How about
noticed.
the Democrats? The thing gets me about them right now is that they have the audacity to say that anybody else fearmongers. You invented fearmongering. I mean that's been y'all's play for as long as I've been, coherent enough to know what was going on politically.
Yeah.
I mean, just you're fearmongers. You always are. But the thing that always they'll try to test you to see if they can make you crazy. Democrats are the king of accusing other people of doing exactly what they do. I mean, nobody is better at that than them. And it's almost like you look, tilt your head and go, y'all think we're all just crazy? I've said it 1,000 times. We can disagree on political things. The thing I find most offensive is to think that we're really as stupid as you think we are. That part, I think, bothers me the most.
We're only half that stupid.
That's right. I have news for you. I'm stupid, but I'm not that stupid. It's like I like asking Gary if he's ever going to move to Birmingham. Hey, I wouldn't move to Birmingham. My life depended on it. And all that kind of stuff. Hey, I couldn't take all that. I don't like being around big crowds. Hey, I don't like being around big crowds. So anyway, we realize there's some things we got to do, and this has been something. And Bubba, this will drive you crazy, but I want you to know that I have resolved it. For years, because we have this little camp house deal that we're starting to hunt out of, and I did not have a safe there.
Right.
And I certainly have security.
A good gun safe.
Yeah, a gun safe. And so the guns would have to be carried back and forth every time we went home, and you don't want to leave them there, and you people are always out, you can't trust anybody anymore, and people don't know how to act, and then with all the drug problems out there, break-ins, and it was driving Gary crazy, and it was driving you crazy. Hey, I'm telling you need to get a gun safe down here. And so I was like, all right. So we go out, and I said, look, today let's just see what's going on. So we go into a place, I'm picking up some light bulbs, and I see that there's some gun safes there. Mm-hmm. And I thought, hey, you know what? This could be a 2-for-1 right now. Well, Gary, I don't know what it is with Gary. Hey, how much y'all want for this right here? Just like it says. And I said, Gary, don't. Hey. And they came in, because they all know him. Right. Well, Gary, as a matter of fact, on Black Friday, this one right here is going to be for this price. Well, hey, why don't you give that to us today? And I'm like, Gary, well, Gary, we can't do that. Hey, and then this, Bub, you know how he does. You know who this is? And I was like, Gary, don't do this. Is not always a positive.
Right.
You know who this is right here? Hey, you can go ahead and give us that today. We'll take it and we'll load it up on the truck. And so he starts now bickering back and forth and wheeling and dealing and all
on your behalf,
on my behalf, which was grossly uncomfortable. And so are dealing with a gun safe. We do get it wrestled into the home with the hand trucks that the place we bought it from was kind enough to let us borrow. I said, Gary, be sure you take them hand trucks back. Hey, I'll go back by there. I'll take them back after I'm done with them.
Never see them again.
Yeah. And so, but that's between Gary. So we do get it in. Well, then I say to Gary, which I think is I said, Gary, did you, I know when they said they were going to give us the combination to it. Do you have the combination? Well, no. I thought you got it.
Oh, no.
I said, Gary, no. I said, you don't you? Well, I got you. I got the pamphlet.
I said, no, the pamphlet's inside the gun safe.
Yeah.
And I said, she said she was going to give us, I said, I was helping the guy get it on the truck, the guy with the forklift. I thought you were getting no, I mean, I don't have it. I said, well, do you remember who waited on us? Well, is that little skinny leg girl?
That little skinny leg girl.
And I said, Gary, well, you're going to have to, I don't know, I can't call this place and ask for the little skinny leg girl.
Yeah. I'd love to hear that.
You know what I mean? And he said, well, hey, I ain't got it.
So you have a closed safe with the instructions inside.
Correct.
And no.
So he gets on the phone.
Oh, my goodness.
I kid y'all not. He gets on the phone. He gets it. The phone hangs up. And I said, did you write it down? No, I remember it. Let's just say it was, 1387. It's just 1387. I said, well, we've just now got it in the door, and we're pushing it up against the wall.
Right.
And I said, well, hang on to that. I said, why don't you write that down? I don't need to write it down. I mean, come on, what do you think? 1387. And I said, okay. So we get it, and we move it. And, of course, there comes we have to move something to move it back.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's affected some of the things are on the wall. Now you got to move those somewhere else.
And you're getting tired because you're doing all the work.
Yeah, and I really am carrying Gary. I mean, I don't mind saying that. Right. But anyway, so age affects us all.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number as we make our way back. So I know that we have a number of things to update you on. The Wednesday Bible Study Archive is out there and available now from yesterday if you want to grab it. Trent Dilfer, our guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Enjoy that. So a couple of items there. So Speedy was asking me actually in the break, and kind of as we were, starting to kind of move around what we're going to do next. And he was asking me the question, and we've talked about it before. He said, what has life been like for you, with Sherry out of the country? And it's one of those things, married life is if you're doing it the way God said to do it, and you've married the right person, it is one of life's greatest blessings. And I love my wife dearly, and sometimes people always say, well, my wife, she's my best friend, but then if you really went into their lives, is she really? But I can honestly say that my wife is my best friend, and we have a tremendous time together. But all of us do know this, and you can lie about it, and you can, I'll tell you what, all this, but the bottom line is, most married men, which means all, we live in a house that belongs to them. We're in their house. It's not ours.
Yeah,
You hear things like man cave. Well, there's a reason that people say that. That means a man is trying to find a place in the home that is actually
he's in a cave.
Yeah, that belongs to him.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And you're so. I mean, let's face it. It's the way you train everybody. Train animals. We're so trained that it's their house. You almost have to go through days of adjustment when you realize, wait a minute, I can do that.
Yeah.
You're so trained. Like I mean, she's in Israel, and I caught myself picking up my underwear.
Yeah.
And I thought, what
for
am
no
I
apparent reason.
I'm like, what am I doing? Leave it there if you want it to be there later.
To your point, Rick, I was in the garage the other day, and Amanda walked downstairs, and she said, why are you down here? And I said, because y'all are not.
There you go. It's just
I just need a few minutes.
You find little pockets.
Need a few minutes.
That's
if
why
y'all were here, I'd be up there.
Some of you that may be young and you're out of school and you're learning something, Rick and Bubba, this is why your daddy sits in the bathroom so long.
Yeah, yes. That's why a magazine goes with him.
Yeah, he can't believe that he's in there and he has peace for just a few moments, okay? So we try
Instead
to find...
of a man cave, that's a man hole.
Yeah.
But do you realize the adjustment when you've been married for... going on 28 years, how long it takes you to realize you can now have access to the whole house.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you don't even know what to do. I mean, it's so strange.
You can watch ESPN in the den.
Right. I mean, it is like, so I'm like, And, so Speedy said, well, what have you been doing? And I summed it up like this. Anything I want to.
There you go.
Which is really weird. You know, because usually you do things like this. Well, I'd like to go to the farm. I don't know if I should. You know, I need to spend time with my wife, and she probably don't want me to go down there. And there's that thing at the house I need to do, and of course she probably wants to talk about that. And you know, and I'll just wait. And all of a sudden I think to myself, what are you doing? If you want to go to the farm, just drop down there. and then I looked at myself and I said, can I? And I said, yes.
You're debating yourself.
Every time I ask myself if I can do something, guess what myself says? Of course you can. Go right ahead. It's like I think she's somewhere. I think she's going to walk out. I'll even look and get a picture of her by the Sea of Galilee, and I go, yeah, am I sure she's there?
Is this a deep fake?
Right.
Really there?
Yeah, it's like I keep waiting on her to walk out and go, are you just going to leave that laying in the bathroom floor? You know how I'm folding the towels right now? Any way I want to.
Right.
And I was even folding it the right way, and I'm like, oh, I got to get this right. And I thought, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Throw it over the tub.
Yeah.
Hang it over the shower door if you want. You know where you can hang the towel, Rick? Anywhere you want to. But it's like I can't get myself to do it without thinking that something's coming.
Yeah.
Am I safe? Can I do that? And I thought to myself, I wonder what I need to eat tonight. And then all of a sudden I looked, and there I was sitting across the table. I looked outside, and I was on the deck, and it was raining outside. And you know what I said? Come out here. And I said, sit right here and eat what you want. And I looked at myself. I said, can I do that? Is she going to find out? She's not going to find out. Come eat. And what do you think she cares about this? My goodness, she's looking at Megiddo. I mean, she's looking where
the plains of Megiddo.
She's seeing where Armageddon's going to be fought. Eat that sandwich. And I'm like, well, you know, I just finished dinner. What? Are you kidding me? Eat it if you want it.
Eat it. You hungry?
I thought to myself, I'm rationing myself. What am I doing? I don't know what it just feels.
Well, and you don't have anybody telling you what to do, so you're kind of used to know all that extra
it's
guidance.
like I don't know what to do.
That you get out of love, of course.
Yeah, and just absolutely madly
Big
in love.
love.
And I will say this though. This is why back to the nap thing a minute ago. I don't like getting in the bed and her not be there. That affects my. You know, some people go, I'm glad I have the whole bed to myself now. I really don't like that. No. I like for my leg to go over and go, oh, there's a little snuggly. She's over there. You know, and so what I have to do is I just run myself down to where I pass out in the bed. There's no way I can stay awake.
Yeah. So you got to worry about it.
Yeah. But I mean, it's so weird. Like yesterday, I was like, I can't believe I did this. I was grilling something on the grill. You know what I was grilling?
Whatever you wanted.
Correct. Yeah. And so, you know what I did? I went and got a real plate. And I'm like, Rick, there's paper plates in there. And I said, yeah, but she doesn't like for me to put dinner on paper plates. She's not here.
Rick, was
Get
it
a
one
paper
of those,
plate.
When it was,
put two of them together if it's going to run.
Rick, was it like a big one, not even round, but like oval?
Yeah.
Oh, I love the
oval
ones.
Those. Don't they call it paper china? Like it's supposed to be paper china?
Yeah.
Like they call it china, but it's paper. It's a little thicker, and it's got that oval.
Yeah, like chinette.
Yeah, chinette. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
And
I like
or
sometimes
paper china.
You eat it off of the. I mean, when you eat it off of like glass, you know, a real plate. Man, it just sometimes tastes better.
There's a certain amount.
It's easier to cut.
Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, you know, I really, I tell you what, so I finished, and I said, you know, I really don't want to fool with them plates right now. And then all of a sudden, myself walked in and said, are you really considering putting that in the dishwasher?
Right now?
You want to do that? I don't. And remember, myself said, well, then don't do it. Let it lay there in the sink.
Yeah.
You know when you can put it in the dishwasher? Whenever you want to. Or not. Rinse it out, wipe it off, put it back up. She doesn't know.
Right.
You know, and I'm like, I don't really. So I'm enjoying it, but there's a quite an adjustment.
Rick, she's gonna know. She's gonna come back. She's gonna come in like a medium, like something happened here.
Oh yeah.
Her spider sense is gonna be going crazy. She's gonna know.
They know, don't they?
Yeah.
They always know.
Something.
How do they know?
Happened here.
How can she know that in the Sea of Galilee?
Then just enjoy it.
Okay. All right. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, he's going to get you.
And
for that.
so he.
Well, I mean, if it's just the facts.
I haven't
Isn't that what our little buddy said?
I haven't outworked.
Likes to have singing competition.
Right. Yeah. Hey, I have not outworked Gary like that since back in the okra incident. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
When I found out that Gary wasn't tough enough to pick okra.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, my hands is itching. You know what I mean? So anyway, so we get ready. I said, all right, Gary, we got it where we want it. Let's open it up and get the instructions out and get the shelves like we want them. Well, I mean, it's 137. And he goes, I said, Gary, have you forgotten the combination?
Rick.
Did you not remember it? I said, no, because I said, let's write it down. You said we didn't need to write it down. Hot almighty. I mean, you can't even have a combination. You can't even get in your gun safe. And I said, Gary, are we calling? Hey,
so he claimed he was going to remember.
Greg.
Yeah, that was his
the
thing.
only thing worse than having a gun safe is having a gun safe when everybody in Clanton knows your combination.
Right. Greg, how about this? He goes, hey, please don't make me call back over again. And so I had to get up and call. So I get it again. We finally get it open. So now we're moving on to other things, and we're setting it up.
Is he shirtless this whole time? I mean, sleeveless?
Yeah, of course. So then...
Even in the cold, huh?
Right. So then, all of a sudden, the door's open. It's a camp house. And, like, all of a sudden, this white, kind of scary-looking dog just comes on in and goes over and lays down by the fireplace.
And you've never seen him?
No, never in my whole life.
Made himself at home.
And I said, Gary, I said, hey, there's somebody's dog. And I said, yep, well, that's obvious, Gary. I see it. Do you know what? No, I ain't never seen that dog before. And so I said, of course, Gary, we can't have a dog here. The dog, we got to get the dog out. And, Gary's got a little bit of a soft place for animals.
He really does.
It's really odd.
He loves them.
He rides around with a dog in his car all the time.
He has animals living in his den.
Doesn't he have like 8 dogs and 50 goats?
Got goats. He loves
150 goats. 150 chickens.
He loves his goats. Living in his den.
Look, see, look at this. And I look. And
Gary make him a bed.
So I first think this thing is a pit bull, is what I think. Oh, no, it ain't a pit bull. It's just got a little boxer in him. It's like a boxer and a combination or something. And I said, Gary,
that head's too big.
I said, that's the head of a pit bull. A pit bull is after us.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's sweet. Look at him. Let's name him something. He said, let's name him Greg. and he said, I love Greg the dog. And so so I'm like, Gary, you're gonna have to take this dog. I said, I'm not having the dog here. Guys, I've never seen a dog that has ended up in a stray situation. Didn't have a collar or anything.
He just adopted you, didn't he?
He's certainly somebody's dog, but I've never seen a dog just declare, I don't know where my family is. I usually have one. Will you guys fill in?
Yeah, Rick,
I mean, he just starts.
I'm coming in.
He just starts attaching himself to us,
Wow.
like he's now our dog. And I'm like, but I don't want a dog. I don't need a dog here.
Rick, you got a dog.
Hey,
because you know what, he'll be following you around.
Well, then I said,
Greg is.
And look what Gary's done. Now Gary's giving him something and put a blanket out there on the carport.
Oh, he'll never leave.
And but Greg, the dog, it's like Gary left, and the dog just looked at me, and I said, hey, I guess you're still here. The dog would go into the house. At one time,
Like
he looks over at the couch. I said, do not get on the couch.
You feel like you're actually talking to your brother?
Yeah, I was just like, Greg, get down. And so, and then I'd look, and I said, Gary, where's the dog? Hey, I don't know. He don't like me out here in the cold. He's probably back in there in the house. and I was like, and I said, Gary, we didn't know this dog could be dangerous. So then, to the point you'll love. So I now realize I've got the truck under the carport, and I need to get a bird nest out of the carport light and change the bulbs.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Instead of getting the ladder and everything, I just get in the back of the truck. Yeah.
Sure.
So I get in the back of the truck. Well, I get about right here on getting it, and he takes his hand after I was concerned about the dog and grabs my calf and goes like that. And I thought that dog had me.
Gary.
Greg, hot money. Like that. I said, I will kill him. He laughed so hard he couldn't breathe.
Rick, that made his day.
I said,
He's done.
I thought Greg had me.
Greg.
Well, because you don't know what a dog's going to do. You ain't never seen before.
And granted, he wasn't up in the bed of the truck, will you? But you didn't know that.
Well, he could get up there. He's a bigger dog than you want him to be.
Rick,
he is bigger.
let him stay in the camp house when you're not there.
Greg, I'm not going to have. I'm not going to have camp house dog.
Put a dog door on there and just let him go in and out.
If you live in this area and you're missing a white boxer pit bull looking some kind of dog that loves people, because he really just looked at me like, I don't know what happened to my family.
Yeah, it looks well fed, like he's been taking care of it.
He's pretty good shape.
I mean,
Greg looks healthy.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Have you got the MyPillow 2.0 yet? Oh, come on. Come on. The 2.0? Rick, I thought the first one was perfection. So did we. And so did Lindell. Until he found out about the new technology, the temperature regulating technology that keeps the MyPillow cool no matter which side it's on, and you have that coolness as you sleep. The 2.0's buy one, get one free right now. Grab yours at mypillow.com/Bubba. So a couple of things that I do still have out in front of me, living you can believe that, speaking of Sherry being gone, guess where I found myself yesterday? And I got on myself.
Ice cream shop?
At the grocery store.
Oh,
I go down there. I'm at the grocery store, and I look at them, and there I am. And I walk over to me, and I say, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, we're out of stuff at the house." And they said, "Order DoorDash. You don't have to be down here. If you're out of food, you just order it, and they bring it to the door like you like to." Yeah, but she says that we don't need to do that too much. That I should go down to the grocery store, and that way we're making meals. Rick, she's not here. Get out of this grocery store. You'll never get this time back. And I went home, and then the other thing that's daunting out there is two things. Number one, we're going on vacation. The last day that we're on the air for Bubba and I next week is Thursday. So Thursday afternoon, I have to get on a plane to join her on the other side of the world, or on the other side of the pond, and I'm meeting her in France. But I'm traveling by myself internationally.
Oh boy!
Well,
by yourself.
But here's
that long a flight?
Here's the bad one. She didn't think about this before she left me, and I have become dependent on her because she worked in retail. I never did. Because I tried the car wash thing and it didn't go well.
No.
So she worked at a place like you did, a clothing store. Didn't you do that for a while, Speedy?
I worked in the breeches department.
And so
That's hilarious.
So she knows how to fold. She knows how to fold like polo shirts and button-down shirts. She knows how to fold them, and I don't.
Right.
So I've got to figure out how to fold shirts.
You don't know how to fold.
I don't know how to fold a shirt.
Just
I don't know how to fold a shirt.
Can't you get one of those little board things that'll fold them?
I don't.
Yeah, cut out
So
the
I may
cardboard.
have to practice before
They
next
make those
Thursday.
things.
Rick, look, we have the perfect counter for it. We can bring in some clothing.
Will you
and
make
try
a
it.
note that next week, up to flight, I practice folding shirts?
Most
I'll
definitely.
probably pack next Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
And
baby brother can teach you. He can fold.
And also remember this. And I told her, I said, this is, I think, a big deal. You know how to speak French. I don't. So, so you not being on the trip means I can't communicate.
Right.
And you know what she wants me to do? Land, get a rental car, and go to the hotel where she is.
Rick, you're going to be that foreigner that can't communicate.
Yeah. And
we've seen them land here.
Let me tell you this, and if there's ever a group of people on the planet that take offense if you can't speak their language, it is the French. The French hate us. They wish we weren't there. They can be rude.
Can you use Google Translate or any translate program pretty well?
I don't know how far I can make it on bonjour. Bonjour, merci. Comment allez-vous? No, je parle français.
I got another question.
I think I'm speaking Spanish.
Who
is
in charge of booking the itinerary and the flight?
Sherry's done it
So
all.
you have no control. You don't have any control over that of what she's already booked.
Oh. I'm at the mercy of how a woman planned the trip.
That's got to be eating with you.
The only problem is I'm not a woman. That's where we're going to have an issue. So that's daunting.
That's driving you crazy. I know.
And then coming up this Sunday, daunting. She's left me in charge of the Sunday school class.
Uh-oh.
And there's all kinds. There's a little stack of stuff over on like a table, and there's like the row. I'm supposed to take the row, and then she said, "Now, do you have your leadership app so you can get the row turned into the church?" I
Is
said,
it
"What?
row or roll?
Roll."
Yeah.
And I call it row
Yeah.
in Calhoun County.
Yeah.
Take row.
ROW.
Yeah. And she says, "Do you have the leadership app?" And I said, "No."
What's that?
She goes, "You're co-teacher. You don't have the leadership app. We're supposed to have the leadership app. Do you not know how to use the leadership app?" And I just said, "No. You don't know how to do we've been teaching this class for a year and a half, and you don't know how to use the leadership app." And you know what I say? "But you always do it. You get the roll and put it in." She goes, "Do you know how to even take the roll?" I said, "Yeah, you lay those papers out over there." And so and she goes, "Do this." And then I've got to give it, since I'm going to be gone for the next Sunday, I've got to get it to somebody that's doing it next week. And then I got to send out the weekly email of all the prayer requests to everybody.
buddy.
Surely I can get somebody to help me with that.
Yeah, you're going to have to call in help.
Shouldn't I just reply all to her email and just put it on there? Hey, guys. No. Sherry's gone.
I'm not going to wait in.
You need to call another couple.
I've got to teach the lesson. No. I've got to take the roll. I've got to get the prayer request journal, and I've got to get it all turned into the church before I leave.
See, this goes back to what I was talking about earlier. In general terms, I think the females are more intelligent than we are.
Oh, it's not even close. Now we have to define intelligence, but I think
sure.
They're
organized, maybe in a better way.
Well, see, and y'all have learned this because y'all worked with me for years, and Sherry has said this to so many people. She goes, "Here's the struggle with my husband, who I love dearly. You know, Rick is not interested in very many things, and he really doesn't have a desire to learn new things. He's kind of satisfied with the things he likes and things he's interested in, and the things that he devotes his time to. And he's not crazy about anyone even remotely suggesting he should divert to a new hobby, learn something new." He doesn't even worry about that. He likes the things he likes, and they're not many. And to try to teach him things that he's not interested in is an uphill climb. So, and what I said is, and don't y'all agree? I will get this all done. It will not be done the way you would have done it, but when it's all said and done, it will be done. Okay. And I was playing with the leadership app, and I looked over there, and there I was sitting across from myself. Rick, what are you doing? Get somebody else to do that.
Call another couple that shares.
You know what I said? You know what I said to me? Aren't you the guy on the show that says there is a gift set on getting things done, and you get others to do it? Isn't that getting it done? And I even told myself, I said that, and myself said, I know you did. I heard it.
Yeah, I was there.
Right. So why are you practicing? Why do you practice what you preach? Don't get caught in this leadership app. That's what the woman out the front desk is for. So we'll see how it goes.
Don't steal her joy.
Right. I also have another question because I know you're home alone and trainer comes by, Sean.
That happened yesterday.
How did waffle fries?
Or day before yesterday.
How was that reaction?
Oh, Tuesday. You talking about I waited for the bell to toll?
Yeah.
Oh, it was horrible. He didn't even get all the way down the driveway. he didn't even get all the way down the driveway. And I could hear Trainer Sean saying, "Do you think a protein bar and waffle fries is a lunch?" And I said,
because you have to punch it in, right?
Yeah.
So he sees what.
So
you're
what
eating.
was he mad about?
He's like, "Well, that's not a lunch."
What was he mad about?
He said, "Waffle fries?
Was that
Really?
the part?
Did you just order waffle fries?" I said, "I actually didn't." And I said, "I ordered a grilled chicken sandwich." You didn't put that in the diary. I said, because it wasn't. It turned out to be a big piece of lettuce between bread. And he goes, "Oh." He goes, "So you thought to eat? You just went with the waffle fries? How'd they get in your bag?" I said, "I don't know."
Well, they came when you ordered the number one.
But
he wasn't supposed to order.
I just said grilled
that
chicken sandwich. They took it as the combo meal. I didn't order the combo meal.
Now he's adding to it.
You can make you drink a bottle of water.
Yeah.
And then
Are you standing in your driveway telling him this?
Well, let me tell you when it went really bad. Is I said, I know you're upset about that, and I get that. I said, but I was in a bind, and I said, I also know that sometimes, as Jesus said, he said, "Are you bringing Jesus into this?" I said, "You remember when he said, look at the sparrows, they don't worry about what they're going to eat, and aren't you worth more than 1,000 sparrows?" I said, I was in a bind, and it's almost like God provided the waffle fries. And he said, "I don't pretend to be a prophet, but I don't think he ever provides fries." And I said, "Well, in this case,
fries, manna."
Yeah, right. I said, "Did they taste a little sweet? Were they?" And I said,
"You can eat as much as 1,000."
And then I said, "But here's where you're wrong, Trainer Sean. Guess where the waffle fries came from? Chick-fil-A, and they love Jesus."
They're closed on Sunday.
Yeah. Well,
so there.
And then all he did was mumble empty calories for at least 40 seconds. That's empty calories. That ain't nothing but empty calories.
But it helped an empty stomach.
I said, "But they took the chicken away from me. What am I supposed to do?"
Golly.
Yeah. So the protein bar was me supplementing, trying to find that protein that wasn't inside the sandwich. I mean, it's not like that's indefensible.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I think
his sugar's a little bad.
And then how he does. Hey, Rick, you need to have a dog down here. He scared
You got them too.
He scared people off. Now that one, the older one died.
Oh,
Mama dog went on in.
I kind of like.
Hey, you
Think about it, Greg. She must have been
Rick,
25.
I didn't like it.
You talking about a soft heart for dogs? That right?
I know. I like
yeah.
dogs. Greg, would you like to have Greg?
Hey, Mr. Buddy would love Greg.
Oh yeah,
he needs a running buddy.
Would you like to have Greg?
Yeah, they don't like buddies like we do. They like their own.
If you
deal.
get them when they're puppies, you have a chance.
Yeah.
But boy, you and the dog,
Rick,
let one move in.
We've got to get a collar with a little
I don't want-
dog
I don't-
bone
I don't want this
name
dog.
tag that
Did you
says
ever-
Greg.
Did you hear him try to give him to me?
I don't want this
Yeah.
dog. I don't want this dog.
No, you got the dog.
I don't want the dog.
That's it.
Hey, I'm gonna go over and.
Where'd he sleep last night?
Well,
Rick?
here's the thing.
What room did he sleep
Here's
in?
what I said. So then I go back and start trying to check cameras. Well, now Greg's following me everywhere I go. I
No,
look and
that
I'm in the
ain't good.
vehicle. Greg's right behind me.
That's not.
And then I would get out ahead
So
of him.
he's going to come out there when you hunt.
And then I thought, well, I'm done with Greg. And what I realized, the distance got more than he could handle. That he'd make his way there as I was checking the camera. I
What,
look one time he
you
goes
fed
and lays
him?
he's lays in. No,
You
well, I
did- look,
didn't.
he's got his
I
nose in
didn't.
food right
I
there.
didn't. So I'm driving
Show
home.
that picture again, Adam.
I'm driving
Look,
home, and this
you
is
fed him. He's there. He's your dog now.
I'm driving home.
You've officially fed him.
Yeah.
That makes him your dog.
That's it.
I'm driving home, and Gary sends me that picture. Hey, I took a little something over for Greg.
For Greg. For Greg.
He said, I just couldn't bear to think of him sleeping on that cold carport.
So he went and got him a blanket.
I got him a
and-
little blanket, and I gave him a little something to
He
eat.
may have slept inside too.
And I said, Gary, you can't. I don't want this dog. This is not my dog. Let's find its home. And, well, I mean, you need a little camp house dog. Just makes it better. I said, no, camp house dogs don't make it better. Camp house dogs
Gary
crap
is gonna
everywhere.
do
They got to be
everything
fed.
the way-
They follow you out to hunt.
See, Gary will do everything the way Gary wants it done, not the way you want it done. That's kind of the difference in the way
Right.
this is supposed to work. Like the person who owns it gets it their way.
Oh, yeah.
You
Well-
shouldn't have to debate.
Right.
And then even sometimes after you say you want it, it still ends up Gary's way mysteriously.
You remember that time that Gary took away the watermelons from Tommy?
No, I know.
I mean, I told my neighbor they could have watermelons, and Gary wouldn't let them have them. I said, Gary, you're not the call on the watermelon. Well, I mean, he can have one, but he can't have 5.
Why?
I said, we got 300-something watermelons. I don't even care. No, I took 4 of them away from him.
Rick took him away from him.
Yeah, that happened. So I don't know what.
Well, you got your dog just in time for hunting season.
No,
Rick, when I come down, I'm gonna take him in the shooting house with
No.
me. I'm gonna let him sit.
I got to ask you a question, and here it is: the guys that are doing work next door. Did they bring the dog to work with them one day?
No, I don't think so, because I went and asked them about it, and they had a similar experience. That Greg the
Okay.
dog is really just trying to say, will anybody go along with what I'm wanting, and that is for you to care for.
Yeah.
I've never seen a dog
Somebody's
seem
been
so
taking care
helpless.
of it.
This dog's like saying, I have no desire to be wild. You know what I mean? I have no desire.
He's
No
domesticated.
way he would have wandered off. Somebody let him out. I bet.
Yeah.
Dropped him
Poor
off. I've
Greg.
had so many dogs that people have dropped off. Well, Mr. Buddy's one.
He doesn't have a collar, which
Yeah,
I
just
just you know.
stay.
Well, he's going to, and it's going to have Greg on it.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Greg,
I'm getting that today.
when I was riding home to Bubba,
Yes, that's right. I'm buying something.
when I was riding home to Bubba's point, I clearly said, do nothing that makes this dog want to stay here. Hey, I took a bed over there for little Greg.
Rick, he's got half his head in a bowl eating.
I know.
Okay.
Well,
Rick, when I get the name tag on the back, do you want them to put your cell phone number?
No, I don't.
Huh?
No, let me tell you something. If Greg belongs to somebody, y'all better come get him.
Rick.
Well, you know I
Rick.
No, Rick, no.
I can't. I'm not gonna have a camp dog.
Is there a chance that you'll bring him to Greg?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't want it.
Yeah.
Oh, Greg needs to be sitting right here one day, ready for you to take him home.
Adler, you want Greg? Greg,
Oh, he
Adler
wants
says he
Adler
comes
needs
up.
another dog.
Adler wants Greg.
All right, Adler take it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, wrapping up another hour. Bubba, a couple of stories, and then we'll hit a few phone calls to wrap up the hour.
Rick, Elon Musk is in the news today.
Is that me?
Yeah, I want to hear that music.
I got to hear that right there. Yeah. Everybody. Hey. I say, Bubba, what's Musk doing?
Elon Musk is taking Twitter's competition to Facebook literally and issued a challenge to fight in a cage match with Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg.
That is fantastic.
Zuck quickly accepted it. He said, "Send me a location," providing a screenshot of Musk's original challenge in the initial tweet. Musk simply posted, "I'm up for a cage match if he is, LOL."
That's funny.
Them lizard
now,
people
is
are
it
really
true
strong.
that Elon Musk is training with Sean Hannity?
Buddy,
watch out.
The potential contest appears to have been started when several Twitter users, including Musk, commented on a report that Meta was potentially working on a Twitter-like application that would be a direct competitor to the platform. And then Musk responded by saying, "I'm sure Earth can't wait to be exclusively under Zuck's thumb with no other options."
That's funny.
Under my
That is funny.
And Meta has a history of doing this. They did it with TikTok and Instagram, or they bought Instagram, but WhatsApp. They just copy everybody's features that seem popular and put it in their own stuff.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So you were telling me that Zuckerberg is he's a rolling expert or whatever.
Is he a Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy?
He's gotten into the.
Is he training with Webby?
He's gotten into UFC. He's gotten into.
Is he one of them?
Into jiu-jitsu, and he's actually competed in a jiu-jitsu tournament. So I hate to say this, I'm a much bigger fan of Elon Musk, but if Zuckerberg has gone through any kind of grind of jiu-jitsu, and it looks like he has, his competition doesn't look terrible. But I also think he's a very smart guy, so he's going to get himself in a competition that I think he knew that he could win.
Right.
I don't think that there are people challenging him every day to his absolute maximum. So, but that's really hard to do when you're a billionaire.
Yeah.
I mean,
Those people are letting
how
him win.
uncomfortable do you really want to be?
I think they
People
set
are
this
letting him
up.
win.
They set this up, and then Zuckerberg's Tesla will quit on the way to the match.
Right.
Yeah.
This is that thing. You remember kings and princes? They'd always do this. They'd be bored out of their mind. They'd go out there and say, "Hey, look, somebody go out here and sword fight me or something."
That's a great.
Matter of fact, Henry VIII got hurt jousting. That's when he got real fat. He wasn't fat before that.
Really?
Did you have anything
hear
else?
about Henry VIII?
Did you have anything else? Was there one more story?
He just wanted to hear the intro.
Well,
the Elon
that
intro.
was primarily it. Also, I thought this was interesting. A physicians group in Georgia has put up a billboard targeting the fans of the Macon Bacon collegiate summer league baseball team, and the Physicians Committee on Responsible Medicine. Hadn't heard of that group. Their billboard is located on Interstate 16 and asks fans to keep bacon off your plate. They've also asked for the organization to change their name.
Piece of bacon.
To change their name, saying,
for you.
Please look at the mascot.
They're accusing them of glorifying bacon.
They are. We're having fun with bacon.
What's wrong with
bacon? Bacon is fun. I mean, I hate to quote.
Calm down.
I hate to quote Jim Gaffigan.
Things that are unhealthy
This
in
group
world.
is nothing but PETA under some cover.
Exactly.
When you like to hang out with them deadheads.
Yeah, I hate to quote Jim Gaffigan here, but he said it's the only food when you cook it, it sounds like applause.
Absolutely.
Yay, bacon.
Yeah.
I love bacon.
Making bacon.
Oh, Macon, as in MACON.
There you
Macon,
go.
Georgia.
Got it?
Making bacon. Adler, I don't know if we. Bubba, I know you're a huge fan of Vanilla Ice. Is there something you want to tell us?
Oh,
Stop.
Someone, did you know he's out? He's out doing concerts again, and we have people saying that there's a video. It looks like you may have been there.
Oh boy!
Have you seen this?
Dancing with the Turtle.
Yeah,
Bubba, you or Sam Smith?
Bubba, were you at the Making Bacon? I mean, were you at the Vanilla Ice? Look, Bubba's getting on the stage. Here he goes. Look, how we go, Bubba? Go, Bubba! Go, Bubba! Go, Bubba! Go!
Go, Bubba! Yeah. This didn't go well, y'all.
Oh no!
Oh my
goodness!
No one wanted to catch him.
Wow! Everybody like the
Was
Red
he
Sea
hurt?
party.
Was he hurt on that?
Go, Bubba! Go, Bubba! Go, Bubba! Go!
Quick feet, quick feet, quick.
To the phones we go.
Oh, pal, hit like a sack.
Y'all, they all separated.
Was he hurt on that? Because
Yeah.
I mean, nobody caught him.
Trust me, I was in that situation one time, and I ended up getting my nose broke.
they helped his
and
muscles
I tried
melt.
to catch somebody who was way too big. Morgan,
Yeah, I was there. I saw
you
that.
saw that one.
Ooh, I got
It was that old dark blood too.
Not one person tried to catch
Well,
him.
they want to live. Morgan County Anonymous, go ahead.
Rick, I'm going to elevate you to the king of Redneck Mountain, heck, even Cheehaw Mountain. If it wasn't for being a Hindu term, you would be Swami Rick. You speak of a Zen I have no concept of. How do you get time in a bathroom by yourself when you're married?
Well, it was harder
You
when
didn't think that exists.
Yeah, because maybe you've had the same problem I've had. When you get married, women, and now you're confirming again, seem to be. It's like they drop a curtain of decency, and they'll talk to you from the toilet, and they tend to think that they can talk to you when you're in the restroom. And I'm like, honey, that's a no-go for me. I cannot. This cannot.
It's not just talking through the door; it's coming into the bathroom.
I know. Well, I lock the door, and also I have the furthest bathroom from where we are is where I always go. I will not do a near bathroom. I go as far as I can go.
Go into hiding?
Yeah. I mean, I'll go to the next door neighbor's house if they're not home, if I can get in. I go as far away as I can. Yeah. So have you noticed that? They'll talk to you. What is that about? Jeff in Athens, Alabama. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Once you think you got them out of your head, they're finally back. The Whitakers have two new videos on YouTube.
No, I got to see that.
They're all going to get haircuts.
Oh, wow.
Greg, the Whitakers almost crossed the line. I mean, it's like Jessica White was about as far as I can go down
You're
that
right.
road.
I'll give you that.
The Whitakers, I can't.
They take you to a level you
It's
don't
too
want to
far down the road for me.
It adds on. It's bad enough, and then they piled on.
It's disturbing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I don't enjoy that.
Take that down.
I don't enjoy that right there. That's not enjoyable to me. I don't know if
It
you.
ain't enjoyable.
I don't know if you know this. I didn't like when comedy and people thinking something was funny goes down the gross road. I don't find grotesque things funny. You know, I remember the first time, like when my kids were, I was accustomed to Looney Tunes and Fat Albert, and all of a sudden, the first time Ren and Stimpy came on the scene, and I was like, well, we have no creativity whatsoever. We just want to be gross now. What is all this gross humor? I don't like where we're
being a little tough
the
on
new
Whitakers.
thing. The new thing, like in movies now, the whole thing is that everybody always tries to have some scene where somebody gets sick at their stomach.
Well, now, what's wrong with this?
Greg, there's a lot wrong with that, Greg.
If that was, hey,
there's a tremendous number of things wrong with
Look,
this.
can any of them look at the camera?
If that was a
Any
picture of our staff, who would everybody be?
Okay, buddy, that's easy, pal.
Adler's down here at the far left.
Okay, all right. I don't have to go first.
I got news for all of you. The person up front's none of us. That's the person getting the picture with us.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all of us around the back.
That's awful.
Guys, what are we doing?
That's Greg.
That's
right?
what I
That's
said.
definitely
That's the
Greg.
guy that barked.
That's definitely Greg.
I tried to
That's
turn
the
us.
barker.
I tried to turn us away from this. This
There's
is not
Speedy.
fun to me.
That's definitely Speedy.
This is not fun for me.
And that's Bubba right there.
Stop. I can't.
All right, we got everybody stop. Everyone stop.
Imagine if you had to sit down and eat with them, Rick.
No. I would just do without food. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.